The cultivators in the 99 heavens were astonished but also somewhat disappointed. The 9-dragon true Qi was specially prepared to ordain a new heavenly emperor for the heaven realm. Below Ji Wudao, the cultivators of the heaven realm that were in the heavenly palace were also ablated with the 9-dragon true Qi. Although they were unable to inherit the position of the heavenly emperor, they could still reap the benefits of the ablution. Some of the great emperors-to-be looked keen on taking action, while some ancient emperors had even taken a step forward. They all had eyes on the 9-dragon true Qi. The 9-dragon true Qi was forged from the synthesis of the heavenly law and the innate 9 Qi, and it was also formed by the heavenly path when it first came into being. If one could immerse themselves in it, one would become more adept at cultivating the divine power of the law of the heavenly path. This would be helpful to them becoming emperors. The first cultivator who stepped out was a great emperor-to-be from the human realm. He headed toward the heaven realm, giving off an imposing godlike vibe as he walked. Divine power swirled around his body as a humongous divine matrix formed behind him. Divine lights shone forth from within the divine matrix, and spears appeared. Each spear was formed by the coagulation of the divine power, and it made one shudder to think how potent they would be in battle. I would like to get a taste of the 9-dragon true Qi formed by the innate 9 Qi as well. Could I, that great emperor-to-be, asked aloud? His voice boomed through the skies, but he did not dare be too brazen either. He had sensed that Ji Wudao was also a great emperor-to-be like him. And there were more of them in the heaven realm as well. Ji Wudao glanced at the great emperor-to-be who had spoken. His face was devoid of emotion, but his eyes showed hints of disdain as he replied, "Get lost." The cultivators were slightly startled upon hearing Ji Wudao's words. He had always been low-key and restrained until the appearance of the gods' continent and heaven realm discovered the old heaven court relics. It was then that he first showed off his outstanding powers. Now it seemed that he had become arrogant and confident enough to ask an ancient emperor to get lost. The silver robe worn by the ancient emperor from the human realm swayed as a gust of wind blew past. The robe rattled, and it felt like it had become sharp as a knife. The divine glow surrounding him grew brighter, and the divine matrix behind him enlarged to cover the sky. Numerous divine spears were aimed at the heavenly palace. His eyes turned silver, and upon moving his will, countless silver spears pierced through the sky at once. Dull noises exploded in the heavens, accompanied by numerous silver light beams that charged toward the heavenly palace. It was as if he wanted to split the majestic heavenly palace apart by just that one strike. Ji Wudao remained expressionless as he took a glance at the incoming damage. At once, a golden divine wall that spanned the distance between the heavens and the earth appeared in front of the heavenly palace. Numerous runes that were golden in color were carved on it, looking like golden lightning bolts sprawled across the wall, giving it an imposing appearance. Bang! 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 Numerous silver spears smashed against the wall and, to the shock of the watchers, were sucked inside as if they had been devoured and turned into nothing. This caused the great emperor-to-be to frown, and the divine matrix behind him continued to grow bigger as more spears formed. The silver spears of light pierced straight through the sky, terrifying the people on the ground with their immense prowess. The next moment, hundreds of millions of divine spears simultaneously rushed out, seemingly turning everything in front of it into dust. Humph! Ji Wudao grunted coldly. He raised his palm in front of him, and with a thrust of his palm, a golden pagoda immediately appeared on top of the golden wall. The pagoda was spinning round, and its weight caused the heavens to tremble. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, and even the attacking spears slowed. "It's the Haotian pagoda!" A few of the ancient emperors exclaimed in shock. The old heavenly emperor had owned a few top-notch weapons, and the Haotian pagoda was one of them. The pagoda in front of them now was not a weapon but was instead formed by the coagulation of divine power to be used as an attacking technique. It, however, contained the overbearing presence of the Haotian pagoda and was capable of overpowering anything. The Haotian pagoda kept growing bigger and flew forward with a frightening rumbling sound. The divine spears broke into pieces as the pagoda displayed its prowess. The color drained slightly from the face of the great emperor-to-be from the human realm as he saw this. Subsequently, an extraordinarily large spear appeared within the divine matrix. He held the spear with his hands and transformed into the enormous figure of a god. He then aimed the spear straight at the Haotian pagoda. Clang! Another loud sound erupted and the spear shook, but the Haotian pagoda remained spinning. Its divine light enveloped the great emperor-to-be, causing him to experience an unbearable amount of pressure. Bang! With another bang, his body was flung out. The figure of the god shook, and the spear in his hands broke. He let out a groan as he fell. However, the Haotian pagoda was also forced back. Even so, divine light was still flowing around it and applying enormous pressure upon him. Ji Wudao moved his will and withdrew from the Haotian pagoda. The divine wall also disappeared. He looked impassively at his opponent and stated, "Here are the 99 heavens, which is the territory of the heaven realm. Letting you soak and train under the heavenly path is doing you a great favor. If there's a next time, I will kill you." Ji Wudao's domineering stance caused the color to drain from the great emperor-to-be's face, while the other cultivators there were also utterly taken aback. Kill him? It seemed that things were different now. Besides Yi Futian, now there was also the heir of the heavenly emperor, Ji Wudao. He was capable of killing a great emperor-to-be seemingly just by moving his will. Would the ancient emperors compete with the new emperors of today? In the present day, cultivators who were on their way to becoming emperors like Yi Futian and Ji Wudao were most definitely stronger than the ancient emperors. Times had changed, and it was even more challenging to achieve emperor status now, so their still being able to do so was the best proof of that. Ji Wudao continued to soak in the 9-dragon true qi, and divine power surged around him, causing the 9-dragon true qi to enter his body. At the same time, he looked toward where the cultivators of the divine prefecture were situated and remarked, "Princess Diyuan can come train with me." All of the cultivators were taken aback by this. Ji Wudao had opposed the presence of all other cultivators, but here he was, taking the initiative to invite Princess Dong Wang Diyuan of the divine prefecture to train with him. It was confirmed now that the divine mountain belonged to the divine prefecture. The 7 realms had all received an item of their own. In the past, when the human realm desired to form a marriage alliance with the divine prefecture, they had been turned down by Donghuang the Great. What was Ji Wudao's intention in doing this? Could it be that he was interested in Donghuang Diyuan? In the world today, Donghuang Diyuan was indeed the most eye-catching of girls. But this did not come as a surprise for those cultivators on the emperor level and was as if they had expected this. No need for that. Donghuang Diyuan, however, disagreed and curtly rejected his offer. "When I become the heavenly emperor, you will be the heavenly empress," Ji Wudao continued, startling the cultivators yet again. Donghuang Diyuan continued ignoring him and made off in the direction of the divine mountain. The divine prefecture had accepted the divine mountain as theirs. Ji Wudao actually wanted Donghuang Diyuan to be his empress. He would be the heavenly emperor, and Donghuang Diyuan would be his heavenly empress. Many people involuntarily turned to look at Di Hao from the human realm. He, whose marriage proposal had been rejected by Donghuang the Great before, currently betrayed no emotion on his face, and no one could guess what he was thinking. If it were in the past, the heir of the human realm would certainly be far superior to Ji Wudao. After all, the heaven realm had been in decline, and the heavenly imperial palace was way past its heyday. The cultivators in the heaven realm, including Ji Wudao, were also cultivating in secret. How could they have competed with Di Hao? However, it was a completely different scenario today. A heavenly path had appeared in the 99 heavens of the heavenly imperial palace, and Ji Wudao had become immersed in the 9-dragon true qi and was on his way to becoming a great emperor and probably the next heavenly emperor as well. The heavenly emperor still commanded a significant amount of respect in the present age. Before the disintegration of the heavenly path, the previous incarnation of the heavenly emperor had been the head of the old heaven court and the ruler of Deva, which was the leader of the 8 legions. Even after the disintegration of the heavenly path, the heavenly emperor was still a commanding figure. The daughter of the heavenly emperor, the sovereign princess, was a goddess that had charmed the hearts of all the men in the world. What a glorious era it had been, and everything that had happened lately made people feel that its glory days were on their way back. Ji Wudao was on his way to becoming an emperor and would inherit the title of heavenly emperor in the future, succeeding the throne. Would he be capable of leading the heaven realm toward a brand new age? As for Di Hao, he was only an heir. As long as the human ancestor was around, he would remain a mere heir. And evidently, the human ancestor might actually be around forever. Thus, the current Di Hao could probably no longer compete with Ji Wudao. All of these felt like a dream. In the long river of time, many changes had occurred. Besides Ji Wudao, Yi Futian was also a classic example. He who in the past had been reduced to a sorry plight by forces from the divine prefecture after his life was now virtually unbeatable by anyone, save for a select few. Just one look from him and a great emperor-to-be would not dare make a move. Aside from him, currently only Ji Wudao was capable of the same thing. After he had threatened to kill, not a single great emperor-to-be had made a move. Ji Wudao glanced at the departing Donghuang Diuan, while he continued to soak in the nine-dragon true qi. The nine-dragon true qi encircled the heavens, and the earth flowed into his body. It was as if it was prepared for him by the heavenly path, bestowed only upon him. Ji Wudao looked away and shut his eyes. He hovered in the sky and soaked in the divine light. The nine-dragon true qi formed by the synthesis of the heavenly law, and the innate nine qi encircled his body and abluted him. The stunning divine light made people realize that they were currently witnessing the introduction of the heavenly emperor. Is the nine-dragon true qi that formidable? Although Yu Futian could sense that the qi was something extraordinary, he was not very knowledgeable about it, resulting in this question posed to the West Emperor standing beside him. The core divine power that is controlled by the head of the Deva is exclusive to the heavenly emperor, and it means the ruler of the heavens, the West Emperor replied. Legend has it that the nine-dragon true qi was created by the innate nine qi that had come about simultaneously as the heavenly path. The innate nine qi is also known as the nine elements and was the product of the three qi Xian, Yuan, and Shi present when the world began. These three qi then produced another three qi, and the nine qi was the result. The nine qi is the source of all paths, and the nine-dragon true qi was born from the synthesis of the heavenly path and the nine qi. This is why the heavenly emperor can control all paths with the power of the nine-dragon true qi. He also cannot be harmed by the powers of the five elements and yin and yang. This means that other great emperors can only play a subservient role to a great emperor that controls the nine-dragon true qi. They would be completely no match for him. Yu Futian listened quietly and nodded his head. He understood the origins of the nine-dragon true qi. Its origin was indeed exceptional, and the fact that it was personally bestowed upon the heir of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao, might mean something. But as things stood, Ji Wudao would be an intimidating figure in the future. Even the power of yin and yang and the five elements were helpless against him. Any power that could hurt him had to be supremely remarkable, ones that only the best great emperors would be endowed with. At that level, there would naturally be some phenomenal figures. After the arrival of the Age of the Gods, extremely powerful great emperors would appear. This included the current 6 great emperors who were all formidable cultivators. For that reason, Yi Futian strived to gain enlightenment on the most extraordinary divine powers and supreme techniques. Everyone continued with their cultivation. This 3-year wait had turned out to be a disappointment for everyone, but they were able to witness the birth of the next heavenly emperor. Now there was only one chance left. Or perhaps there might not even be any more left. Would the heavenly path bestow a divine item to the original realm? No one knew. It would only be revealed after another 3 years. However, compared to 3 years before, the cultivators in the 99 heavens did not feel as excited. Knowing how strong Yi Futian was, even if the heavenly path bestowed an item to the original realm, who could take it from him? It would probably be strictly guarded by Yi Futian. Although he had let cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace cultivate near the other divine items, if the original realm had its own divine item, he probably would not be that generous anymore. Yi Futian himself had no high expectations. He had already developed his micro-heavenly path. And even if he were to be given a divine item, it would not make much of a difference to him. He would not mind even if there were nothing. He would keep calm and carry on. He had to perfect his micro-heavenly path to become a real heavenly path, and he could become a great emperor. Yi Futian continued cultivating, as did the others. Even if the heavenly path did not bestow more divine items, the 99 heavens were still a mecca for cultivation. There was the heavenly path and the path of the emperors. Donghuang Diuan walked to the area where the divine mountain was located. Not only her but also many cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace. She made her way up the mountain. then closed her eyes and quietly meditated. Many people looked at her. First, it was the human realm who brought up the prospect of marriage. Then it was Ji Wudao who wanted to make her his empress. If it was other women, they might have felt honored. But she was Donghuang Diuan, the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Perhaps she thought that it was more of an insult to her. She was probably facing a lot of pressure at present also. The 500th year of the fate of the emperor of Donghuang the Great was nearing. Did this mean that Yi Futian would also become a great emperor soon? If Yi Futian did not become an emperor, no one could disturb the fate of the emperor of Donghuang the Great. Of course, Donghuang Diuan was not the only person feeling pressured. Yu Sheng held the fate of the devil world in his hands. Di Hao had been through many trials and setbacks. Lord Shaman had an upcoming battle with Yi Qingyao. Yan Gi and Dugu Wuxia had to compete with the new generation. Some had already surpassed them. There was also the return of many ancient emperors who would regain their emperor status. Being on the demigod list just would not cut it anymore. For some reason, many people all felt some pressure, whether a lot or little. The appearance of the heavenly path would lead the cultivation world back to its glory days, just as it had in ancient times, and the start of the age of the gods would usher in a time of chaos. What sort of stories would unfold in this time of chaos? In the 99 heavens in the heaven realm, more and more cultivators were entering the demigod level while soaking in the power of the heavenly path. Even more had passed through divine tribulations and were cleansed by the heavenly path. This ablution of the heavenly path was a real ablution that differed from those previously and made the cultivators much stronger. Hence, those who went through tribulations here were considered lucky to have received this rare opportunity. Even many had started to take on the challenge to reach the Emperor-to-be level. They were those that were top-ranking and on the demigod list. This present day, Lord Shaman of the Dark Court was soaking in the power of the Black Lotus. Divine power circulated him and was growing stronger by the minute. Above the skies, an incomparable divine might appeared, and Lord Shaman's aura also became exceedingly frightening, causing many people to turn to look at him. Is he about to become a great emperor? The cultivators wondered to themselves. Lord Shaman's cultivation level had been high all this time, and after attaining the Black Lotus, he could finally take the final step to becoming a great emperor. The aura he exuded now scared the cultivators in the Dark Court into withdrawal. The numerous cultivators in the 99 heavens also drew back. They knew that Lord Shaman would be undergoing his divine tribulation soon and would be on his way to becoming a great emperor. Many people involuntarily looked toward Yi Qingyao. Lord Shaman and Yi Qingyao seemed to be vying for the spot of ruler of the dark world. Now, Lord Shaman had become an emperor-to-be first and would start his journey to become a great emperor. For Yi Qingyao, this was not an ideal situation. However, Yi Qingyao did not seem concerned and continued her cultivation as usual. The divine tribulation of the heavenly path came down, and Lord Shaman raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes contained a deep hunger. He was finally on his way to becoming a great emperor. Sooner or later, the dark world would be his. After a few months, Li Daoshou of the Divine Prefecture received his divine tribulation of the Great Path. As the first ranked in Donghuang Imperial Palace after Donghuang the Great, he also passed his tribulation and started his journey to becoming a great emperor. On seeing this, the cultivators in the 99 heavens all looked shocked upon hearing this. Previously, only the ancient emperors had broken through and became an emperor-to-be, but they had merely regained the level they had been at before. It was now much more straightforward. Yet now it was the cultivators of today who would be starting on the great emperor's journey. This also meant that the age of the gods was about to begin. More and more cultivators had become emperors-to-be, but Yi Futian took no notice. He continued immersing himself in his cultivation, and it was only almost after 3 years that he stopped cultivating. Although he did not have high expectations, he still did want to know if the heavenly path had prepared a gift for the original realm as well. Yi Futian examined the sky above the 99 heavens. He reflected that all the cultivators had leveled up in the 3 years, with a few even becoming emperors-to-be. He felt overwhelmed with emotions and muttered to himself, the era before the disintegration of the old heavenly path was called the Age of the Gods. If the old heavenly path had not disintegrated, the Age of the Gods would probably have continued until today and certainly flourished to an even greater extent. The West Emperor, who was beside him, understood what he meant. He added, although cultivation is difficult, there are so many sentient beings on Earth that it would be impossible to count. Over millions and millions of years, it is not impossible that a group of extraordinary beings could be born. If the heavenly path had not disintegrated, there would naturally be cultivators on the way to becoming great emperors. At present, emperors-to-be are appearing one after another. One group is like me, who were formerly ancient emperors. The other group is made of cultivators from the present age. They were previously already the finest of the bunch, and with the addition of countless years of cultivation, their cultivation level reached the maximum possible. Now with the appearance of the heavenly path, the road to becoming a great emperor is open. And with the bestowment of the divine items and the tree of enlightenment, it is natural that things would be as it is now. It is not as easy as you think it to be. Yifutian nodded after hearing West Emperor's words. He was right. After the disintegration of the heavenly path, it took many cultivators and many years of accumulation before this group of top-notch cultivators arrived. And now, with this rare opportunity presented to them, it was normal that many cultivators would be able to become emperors. He glanced at the cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace. They too had made significant progress, and a few had even become demigods. They were still hard at work cultivating. Who do you think will become the first emperor to be within Yi Imperial Palace? The West Emperor asked. Out of them all, Supreme Swordlord has the highest level of cultivation. Previously he was already a demigod and is only a short distance away from moving up. After that, he obtained a divine sword, so he had the best chance. It would probably be Swordlord. Aside from him, I'm not very clear about the others. Yifutian replied. Yes. West Emperor nodded. Blind Tai's cultivation is pretty refined. He trains with the divine powers of the heaven-splitting divine axe and the divine mountain. He has found the best-suited cultivation method for himself. He also stands a chance of becoming an emperor-to-be in the future, along with a few others who aren't half bad. The cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace all have great potential. There may even be a few great emperors in the future. If there was ever such a day, how glorious would Yi Imperial Palace be? Yifutian would create a new age apart from the 6 great emperors. Definitely, Yifutian laughed and replied. When he had leveled up some more, he would become capable of gifting better training opportunities to the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace, just like the old heavenly path had done with the 8 legions in the past. As the two chatted idly, numerous people lifted their heads as finally another divine might appeared in the heavens. Their hearts raced as they waited. Sure enough, the heavenly path was about to bestow an 8th divine item. What would it be this time? A terrifying demonic chi suddenly appeared in the heavens. It swept through the land, and its frightening air of dominance struck fear into the hearts of many. Would this divine item be a demonic supreme treasure? The previous 7 divine items included those to do with the heaven realm, devil world, and the Buddhists. Now, the 8th item was to be a demonic item. This is no coincidence. It's for the original realm. This heavenly path has a conscience of its own and knows what's happening in the world. Therefore, the gift for the original world will be a demonic item. Everyone knew that Yifutian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, and Emperor Yi Qing once ruled over the demons in the world. He was later exorcised. The heavenly path bestowing a demonic item now obviously meant it was for Yifutian, which could also be said for the original realm. Yifutian was the representative figure of the original realm. At that current moment, Yifutian was also feeling rather shocked. Even though he had not held high expectations for this divine item, he was still surprised upon sensing the demonic power. Did the heavenly path have such a thorough understanding of the beings of the world? Did the bestowment of the 8th divine item mean that it wished to rule over the world again? Finally, the divine item descended from the heavens. It was an enormous divine demon diagram that was so large that it obscured the sky. This divine demon diagram seemed to contain another world within it. The Honghuang realm from ancient times was carved and had the sun, moon, and stars circling it. It included wind, fire, thunderbolts, rivers, mountains, and all tribes. Countless divine lights shone down. It was as if the people were looking at a beautiful and stunning picture of the demon world. From within seeped out a terrifying demonic aura, and different ones at that. It's the supreme treasure of the demon world. The cultivators were astonished. Although this item might not be as good as the heaven-splitting divine axe or the 9-dragon true chi, it was a supreme treasure and extremely valuable for those cultivating demonic powers. Would Yi Futian continue Emperor Yi Qing's legacy and rule over the demonic clans? He indeed seemed to already have many demons under him, just that he faced constraints due to his current level. The demonic clans had been in decline right after the fall of Emperor Yi Qing. Would this divine diagram bring about a change of fortunes? In 21 years, 8 opportunities had come from the heavenly path. This time it was a divine item from the demon realm bestowed upon Yi Futian. The descendant of Emperor Yi Qing received a divine item from the demon realm today. And on this day, there were only the last 10 years left of Donghuang the Great's 500-year reign of the divine prefecture. What would the fate of the divine prefecture be like? How would the rivalry between Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great end? At the moment, Yi Futian was not thinking about 10 years later yet. He saw the huge divine demon diagram floating in the air and his superconscious seeped into it directly. Instantly, it was as if he'd entered the demonic world inside the diagram. The world recorded in the diagram turned into a realistic world, appearing right before his eyes. He could sense a powerful demonic aura. There were dragons, phoenixes, Kylans, Kunpengs, golden turtles, divine birds, gold-winged rocks, Tautais, Xianxias. All demons existed together in this demonic world. He could feel their existence. Of course, this was not real, but it felt no different from something real. He could feel the divine power of all sorts of demons in this diagram. You can come in to cultivate, Yi Futian said to the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace. Many of the people of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivated the demonic way. However, many had not come here. If the great demons that joined him from Demon God Mountain could have assistance from such a divine item, their cultivations would improve rapidly. Palace Lord Yi, are we able to study from this divine item to cultivate too? Other cultivators asked. They were tempted, but they already thought that the divine demon diagram belonged to Yi Futian by default and thus did not dare to be brash. Nowadays, no one dared to offend Yi Futian. Even great Emperor Tabiz did not dare to do so. Since this is a divine item from the heavenly path, anyone who wants to use it for cultivation can use it, Yi Futian replied. He was extremely generous, which surprised many people. However, since Yi Futian agreed, they naturally would not hold back. Many people's divine consciousnesses entered the divine demon diagram in the void and studied the divine power of the divine demon. Third brother, see if this divine item suits you or not, Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu's expression changed as he looked at Yi Futian. This guy, they were extremely close, so he understood Yi Futian's underlying message. From what he was saying, was he preparing to gift this divine demon diagram to him? The heavenly path had sent down this divine item, yet Yi Futian wanted to give it away. This guy. I received a lot of opportunities after the God's Ruins continent was discovered. Gu Donglu replied by transmitting his voice. This item was a gift from the heavenly path here. It's best if you keep it. This item is extraordinary, but it's not that significant for me. It doesn't matter whether I have it because it does not affect my abilities. But if it suits you, it might be very beneficial if you use it for cultivation, so why not? Yi Futian said. Third brother. Since when were you so polite with me? Second sister wouldn't be like this. Everyone in the world thought that he was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, but only he knew that he was not. Even if the heavenly path mistakenly gifted him this divine demon diagram, it is not the most compatible for him. Instead, it was better for third brother. Okay, I'll try it, Gu Donglu said, nodding. Then his divine consciousness stretched towards the divine demon diagram to study the power of the divine demon. Yi Futian smiled. Just as he had said, he had his own little heavenly path now. It was true that this divine item was not very meaningful for him. Naturally, making the most out of it would be the best. However, he could also study it and cultivate now. After his divine consciousness entered the divine demon diagram, he sensed the vast and boundless world. His divine consciousness touched different places in this world, feeling the powers of different divine demons. He also sensed the many divine consciousnesses that were cultivating in here. Oh! At this time, Yifutian sensed a familiar divine consciousness. He followed it and found the region where the divine power of the pure-blooded dragon was at. Here, he felt the force of the dragon god and saw the ancient dragon god. His divine consciousness materialized into a silhouette in the world. He looked in one direction and asked, "Princess, how come you're in here too?" As soon as he spoke, Donghuang Diuan's figure appeared in another direction. She had received the power of the dragon phoenix, so after she saw the divine demon diagram, she wanted to come in here and study the dragon phoenix divine power, but she was caught by Yifutian. "You were the one who said that everyone can cultivate the gift from the heavenly path. Is there a problem?" Donghuang Diuan asked. "Plus, aren't people from your Yi imperial palace cultivating in the divine mountain? What you said is naturally correct. I was just a bit surprised." Yifutian looked at Donghuang Diuan with something like a half-smile, and his voice was a bit teasing. Donghuang Diuan did not respond and continued cultivating, which surprised Yifutian. This woman had been extremely arrogant before. How come she was more shameless now? However, she had rejected Ji Wudao's invitation before. The 9 dragons' true qi had descended from the heavenly palace that Ji Wudao had been at, but she'd still been unmoved. After all, Ji Wudao wanted her to become the empress. Donghuang Diuan naturally would not go there. "Be my guest." Yifutian's divine consciousness left this place after seeing that Donghuang Diuan ignored him. After a while, Yifutian's divine consciousness exited from the divine demon diagram. He looked up into the sky. He could still sense the presence of the heavenly path. 8 divine items had descended from the heavenly path in the past 21 years. Did the 8 items correspond with the 8 legions? Did the heavenly path want to make the other 8 legions surrender and have the 7 realms and the original realm submit under the heavenly path? This was possible. Would more divine items descend? This was not only Yifutian's thought. It was also the thought of all cultivators in the 99 heavens. However, most cultivators believed that this was probably not possible. After all, they'd grasped a rhythm in these 21 years. Since the 8 divine items corresponded to the 8 realms, there would be no more divine items naturally. In addition, would the emperor's fate of Donghuang the Great end 10 years later? Would Yifutian be able to become emperor in these 10 years? No one knew. Even if Yifutian became an emperor, would he be able to sway Donghuang the Great? Donghuang the Great himself was a prodigy and genius unmatched in history. He reached enlightenment, became a great emperor, and ruled the divine prefecture. Countless people worshipped him, and he created a new era. In 10 more years, he would have ruled the divine prefecture for 500 years. He had been an emperor for even longer, while Yifutian had just become a great emperor. Could he engage Donghuang the Great in a battle? Perhaps only time could tell. Many people were a bit excited for the time to come. 21 years was like the blink of an eye. The last 10 years would pass very quickly in an instant. Everyone was waiting to see, awaiting the changes of the world. Would the Buddhist clan's prediction come true? Would the emperor's fate of Donghuang the Great end? Above the heavenly palace in the 99 heavens, Ji Wudao bathed under the divine light. The 9 dragons' true qi had already entered his body and seemed to meld into his path. His entire body grew more dazzling, and he hovered above the heaven palace like the lord of this world. He was a heavenly emperor and could help the heavenly path manage the world order. Ji Wudao opened his eyes and gazed at the people cultivating in the 99 heavens. "More than 20 years have passed," he stated. "The heavenly path from the 99 heavens of the heaven realm heavenly emperor palace bestowed divine gifts for the world to cultivate with. You all have cultivated for more than 20 years here as well. Now, is it time for you to leave?" His voice filled the 99 heavens. Countless people opened their eyes and looked up at Ji Wudao. They saw that, at this moment, Ji Wudao already had the appearance of a heavenly emperor. He was unparalleled and high and mighty, looming above all life. Ji Wudao had given the order of expulsion, making everyone leave. However, the complete heavenly path order was here. This was an emperor path opportunity where cultivators could reach enlightenment. Who would want to miss this chance? Who was willing to leave? Plus, the divine item from the heavenly path was here. Who could bear to leave? Ji Wudao, this place has the emperor path opportunity. People of all 7 realms have gathered here. Plus, a divine item has descended from the heavenly path. The heavenly path here has a consciousness. Since it's willing to drop down an opportunity, it's naturally giving all cultivators a chance. Everyone can cultivate here. The voice that spoke up actually belonged to Di Hao of the human realm. Divine light wrapped around his body. He was also in the great emperor-to-be plane. Actually, Di Hao and Ji Wudao were the same. He had already entered the great emperor-to-be plane before coming here. The human ancestor should have found a path of the emperors in the human realm and invited cultivators of every realm there. However, this was incomparable to the heavenly path here. Ji Wudao's eyes scanned Di Hao, and he said, "As expected, people are never satisfied. Do not forget where you are standing right now. This is the 99 heavens of my heaven realm." "So what?" A great emperor-to-be plane from the dark world said indifferently. "Strong cultivators from every realm are gathered here. Is the heavenly imperial palace going to drive us out?" Right now, strong cultivators from all the top forces were there. No matter how strong Ji Wudao was, would he be able to force everyone to leave? If this led to backlash, it wasn't certain who would defeat whom. Hearing the other's words, Ji Wudao's gaze turned toward the great emperor-to-be and suddenly smiled. It looked a little sarcastic. His body continued upward, and Ji Wudao was floating above the peak of the heavenly palace, standing at the dome of the sky. Divine light showered down from the dome of the sky, bathing him in the radiance. Like a heavenly emperor, he stated loudly, "Do you know who is the heavenly path?" When everyone heard Ji Wudao's words, their pupils constricted. This was a question that they'd been asking. Everyone knew that this heavenly path had a consciousness, but who exactly was the heavenly path? Was it the remnants of consciousness from the ancient heavenly path or the ancestor of today's world? Since it appeared here, it was most likely the latter. But in that case, whose side would the heavenly path be on? Since the heavenly path could bestow divine items for them to cultivate with, it naturally could also send down destructive power to kill them all and turn this place into Armageddon. "Who is the heavenly path?" someone asked. Countless people looked up to the sky. Everyone wanted to know the answer. Who was in charge of the world order right now? Ji Wudao did not answer the question. His eyes looked down and his gaze penetrated the 99 heavens. At that moment, all cultivators in the 99 heavens could see the supreme figure at the top of the heavens. The same thought appeared in their minds. The heavenly emperor was about to return. The age that belonged to the heaven realm was also about to return. Of course, suppose you are willing to cultivate in the heavenly imperial palace and become a member of the heavenly imperial palace. In that case, you can naturally remain in the 99 heavens and study the heavenly path, Ji Wudao announced, his voice shaking the 99 heavens. The heavenly imperial palace has stayed hidden for many years. Now, we are officially recruiting cultivators to join the heavenly imperial palace. However, I must remind everyone, any cultivators who join the heavenly imperial palace must be governed by our rules and obey the orders of the heavenly imperial palace. Those who only wish to enjoy the cultivation resources but aren't willing to follow orders, I must remind them, traitors or rebels will be punished by the laws of the heaven realm. While Ji Wudao spoke, a line of strong cultivators appeared behind him, hovering in the air. They were all strong cultivators of the heaven realm. Other than the great Skylords Black and White Almighty, for heavenly kings, and the 9 star lords that the world had already seen before, there were many other strong figures. This included some strong figures with extremely high statuses and great emperor-to-bes. They were above the great Skylords Black and White Almighty. Just as Ji Wudao had said, the heaven realm had been a weak force for the past years. They had practically isolated themselves from the world to cultivate and rarely showed themselves in the world. They cared even less about the matters of the 7 realms and focused on cultivating. This low cover has lasted for a few centuries until today. The heavenly path appeared in the heavenly imperial palace, bestowing an opportunity and giving divine items. Ji Wudao entered the great emperor-to-be plane. He was about to enter the great emperor plane and become a heavenly emperor. The heaven realm was finally coming back to compete with the 7 realms to become the domineering lord. In much of history, the heaven realm had always been the top realm of the world, standing at the peak of the heavens. Ji Wudao was determined to recover the glory of the heaven realm. He would enter the Great Emperor plane, become the Heavenly Emperor, lead the Heaven Realm toward a new Golden Age, and manage the world order for the Heavenly Path. The 7 realms, including the original realm, would have to obey the Heaven Realm's orders. Now, the first thing that the Heavenly Imperial Palace had to do was expand its numbers and attract cultivators of the world to join the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He believed that with the existence of the Heavenly Path paired with the divine item, countless people would be willing to join the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He was not worried about traitors either. He was already a great emperor-to-be and would soon step into the position of Heavenly Emperor. Starting the moment of his official enthronement, those who followed him would thrive. Those who went against would die, and those who dared to betray him would be killed with no exceptions. In the 99 heavens, countless people looked up to Ji Wudao. A new age was about to arrive. Would the start of the Age of Gods be accompanied by the renaissance of the Heaven Realm? How could the Age of Gods not have the Heaven Realm's Heavenly Imperial Palace? Ji Wudao's ambition was finally exposed. How can we join the Heavenly Imperial Palace? An elder asked. After that, many people in the 99 heavens spoke one after another. They all cultivated in different realms, but many people were not directly under the rule of those emperor-level forces. They were able to determine their fate. Now, the rise of the Heaven Realm was unstoppable. Since Ji Wudao did not care about the 6 emperors and had the Heavenly Path as his background, people naturally did not mind joining the Heavenly Imperial Palace to cultivate. They already saw the future of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Its rise was imperative. Yi Futian also looked up at Ji Wudao. This person was also a genius and an extraordinary talent. He had kept low for many years, hiding his ambition, but today he could no longer hide it. Perhaps he did not need to hide it anymore. A line of mighty figures appeared below the Heavenly Palace. Ji Wudao looked at everyone and continued. Those who are willing to cultivate in the Heavenly Imperial Palace, come to the 99 heavens. From now on, I will reorganize the Heavenly Imperial Palace and govern the Heaven Realm. Strong cultivators from all 7 realms gazed at Ji Wudao. Many of them shot into the sky. The lower ones moved first, going toward the 99 heavens. The top figures did not move for now. They seemed to be calculating things. The place right under the Heavenly Path was undoubtedly the most suitable for cultivation. It was the path of the emperors. If they missed this chance, their chances of becoming an emperor would be much smaller. Thinking of this, how could the strong cultivators pass it up? However, they also had to consider the consequences. If they joined the Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would have to follow Ji Wudao's orders. At that time, if chaos erupted in the 7 realms and there was war, they would not be able to refuse orders to join the war. You had to pay the corresponding price for any benefits you enjoyed. More and more strong cultivators stepped out, gathering toward the space below the Heavenly Palace. Those were the ones who were willing to cultivate in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. They also had very strong cultivations. The Heavenly Imperial Palace governed the Heaven Realm. They probably did not even want ordinary people. They would have to go through a selection process. At this time, some top figures stepped forward too. Those who had gone through tribulation started walking towards that side. They needed to cultivate under the Heavenly Path even more because it contained hope to enter the Great Emperor plane. Everyone saw a large group of strong cultivators swarm toward that region. They felt speechless inside. But this situation was expected too. It seems that we must leave, the Supreme Sword Lord whispered. Even though Yi Futian was powerful and might not be any weaker than Ji Wudao, this was Ji Wudao's territory, below the Heavenly Path. Ji Wudao might borrow strength from the Heavenly Path. In that case, Yi Futian would be at a significant disadvantage if they started fighting. They even thought, shouldn't the 6 emperors be curious that a complete Heavenly Path appeared here? But they had not appeared. Could it also be due to the existence of this Heavenly Path? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, in that case, let us return. Bring this divine demon diagram away. With that, he looked toward where the divine demon diagram was. Many people were still studying and cultivating it, but Yi Futian said, everyone, this divine demon diagram was given to the original realm by the Heavenly Path. I will take it away. Hearing his words, many people felt disappointed. It seemed that they lost their cultivation chance. Yi Futian was going to take away the divine demon diagram. the other strong cultivators would take their divine items away from the heaven realm. There would not be a second holy land of cultivation like this. Yifutian raised a hand and grabbed at the divine demon diagram. A gust of supreme divine power enveloped the divine demon diagram, and then millions of beams of divine light shot out from it. It did not seem to be very easy to take it away. Using his mind, Yifutian covered the entire diagram with divine power. Then his mind twitched again, and the divine demon diagram vanished from the spot. Yifutian had put it away in his world. When the strong cultivators saw this, they were all stunned. Yifutian had collected it with one thought. It was a pity that they would never perceive the divine power of great beasts again. The top figures of other emperor-level forces started copying Yifutian, moving to collect their divine items. Ji Wudao was only driving them away, making them leave the 99 heavens, but did not stop them from taking away the divine items. Since the heavenly path bestowed these divine items, it naturally belonged to the consciousness of the heavenly path. Even Ji Wudao would probably be unable to go against its will. The divine items disappeared one by one, collected by the great Emperor Tebes. They were prepared to bring them back to cultivate. Clearly, they were unwilling to clash directly with Ji Wudao under the heavenly path. It was already a feat to receive a divine item. The people of the Yi Imperial Palace gathered together, getting ready to leave with Yifutian. After cultivating here for more than 20 years, they had made great gains. Everyone's levels had improved. Leaving was quite a pity, but the Yi Imperial Palace believed this was not the only path of the emperors. Yifutian clearly would enter the great emperor realm. At that time, Yifutian could create a path for them, so the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were not worried about the future. This was also why they were calmer. Yusheng, Qingyao, I'm leaving now, Yifutian said to Yusheng and Yi Qingyao, gazing at the two. Okay. Yusheng nodded and did not say anything else. All right, Yi Qingyao also said, nodding in Yifutian's direction. Then Yifutian led the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace to leave first. They departed very calmly. This place did not belong to them after all. It was the Heaven Realm's territory. After Yifutian's group left, the cultivators of other realms gradually left. However, many strong figures also remained. In fact, there were some great Emperor Tebes who were willing to stay. They wanted to continue cultivating under the heavenly path, though it was unclear whether it was willingly or had no other choice. Could Ji Wudao control them all? However, this had nothing to do with Yifutian for now. After Yifutian's group returned to the Yi Imperial Palace in the God's Ruins continent, he took out the divine demonic diagram and had it float above the Yi Imperial Palace. All the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace could study from it. The demon clan cultivators originally from the Demon God Mountain were extremely excited when they sensed the auras in the divine demon diagram. This was practically a supreme divine item for them, a true treasure. Third brother, this divine demon diagram will be under your possession from now on, Yifutian said to Gu Donglu. Okay, Gu Donglu said. He accepted it without complaints. Yifutian left and went to the steps of the Yi Imperial Palace. Standing before the great pavilion, he gazed at the entire Yi Imperial Palace. Little Condor, Yifutian called. Instantly, Little Condor flapped its wings in the distance and appeared before Yifutian in a flash. Boss, what's up? Come with me. Yifutian turned and went to the cultivation court. Little Condor also followed Yifutian. Sit. Yifutian pointed somewhere, and Little Condor sat down, looking at Yifutian with some confusion. Then Yifutian sat down across from him. Training his gaze on Little Condor, he opened up his mind. Little Condor immediately understood what Yifutian was thinking. There was excitement in his eyes like he was anticipating this very much. A gust of divine power seeped out of Yifutian's body and enveloped Little Condor's body. Then, with the movement of his thoughts, Little Condor's huge body vanished from the spot. There was a boundless void in the world within Yifutian's body. Little Condor's figure appeared in the void. He flapped his wings, and he studied the world with his eyes. Was this Master's world? It looked like a complete universe. Whoosh! Little Condor flapped his wings, creating a gale of wind. He flew forward in the void. The boundless universe felt deep and mysterious to the little condor. Doable. A thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. He had wondered before if his little heavenly path would be like the heaven realm after it was complete. But what would it be like if it was incomplete like now? Little condor flew madly but could not fly out of this void. His wings covered the sky and sun, and his vast eyes stared into the bottomless void. Master, is this the heavenly path that you created? It's at the same level as the heaven realm of the outer realms. I can sense the aura of the path. Little condor, I want to experiment on you. It might have some risks, so it's okay if you're unwilling. I'll find someone else. Yu Futian's voice streamed in. Little condor's eyes shone, and he said, Master, of course, I'm willing. As he spoke, excitement glimmered in his eyes. If I succeed, will I be the first demon god in your universe? This was a universe world and heavenly path. He could feel that it was at the same level as the heavenly path in the outer realms. However, it was still evolving. If it reached the final point, would it become the heavenly path itself? In that case, as the first demon beast cultivating under this heavenly path, would he become the #1 pioneering demon? It would be like being the first cultivator since the heavenly path opened up in the world. How could he pass up this chance and give it to someone else? Even though Condor-sama had not read a lot of ancient literature before, he had still heard of many. He wasn't stupid. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. His universe was still evolving and perfecting gradually. With the addition of his experience in the heaven realm, he wanted to put it into practice. In the ancient age of gods, there had been 8 legions below the heavenly path. They represented the heavenly path to govern the world order. These 8 legions were opportunities bestowed by the heavenly path. If you were also extraordinarily talented at cultivating, you could receive the opportunity to manage the world for the heavenly path. Not long ago, the heavenly path in the heaven realm also gifted 8 divine items. This made him thoughtful. He had even seen the 9 dragons' true chi descend from the heavenly path. Ji Wudao had bathed in it, absorbing the 9 dragons' true chi to build his heavenly emperor form. Had the former heavenly emperor of the Deva had such an opportunity before too? All of this made Yi Futian wonder if he could create a batch of top cultivators by developing his own little heavenly path to become the rulers of world law under his heavenly path. Thus, the first thing he did after returning was to immediately have Little Condor try out his world. Little Condor was still flapping his wings and flying in the boundless space. At the same time, the original divine power of the law in the sky fell upon Little Condor. It passed through Little Condor's body in an instant. The huge divine bird bathed under the divine light. Little Condor studied the divine power of order while flying, simultaneously absorbing the power he could comprehend. So comfortable. Little Condor was reveling in it. Was this the divine power of his master's heavenly law? Give me more. Little Condor said excitedly, looking up. Poof, poof, pow. There was a huge boom, and Little Condor's entire body went numb. He couldn't stop shaking, and many of his extremely sharp feathers fell down too. A burnt smell seemed to come from his body. But soon, an extremely comfortable divine power enveloped him, healing his injuries. Little Condor almost cried out loud. Why was he getting bullied like this? He was the #1 divine demon of this heavenly path. How could he be bullied? After a long while, Yu Futian asked, How do you feel? This heavenly path is not much different from the heavenly path of the heaven realm. Master, I can feel some homology, and I can cultivate here too, but the order of this heavenly path is still a bit lacking. It's not as complete as that heavenly path, Little Condor said, discussing what he felt. That is indeed so. Yi Futian nodded. The world tree was probably a divine item from the ancient heavenly path, so it connected. The heavenly path of the heaven realm might even be a remnant of the ancient heavenly path. At this time, Yi Futian appeared before Little Condor. Master, Little Condor called out. This is your heavenly path. Is there a way for me to become a deity directly and be the first demon emperor of the heavenly path? Yi Futian shot a look at him. This guy had quite the appetite. He actually wanted to become the first demon emperor without cultivating. Nice fantasy, Yi Futian said. According to legends, in the ancient times, both divine items and deities were born along with the heavenly path. You're a being from the outer realms. Naturally, you have to cultivate by yourself to reach the path. There should still be shortcuts, right? Condor-sama looked at Yifutian with pitiful puppy eyes. If they weren't close, Yifutian would get fooled by his acting. I can try, Yifutian said. Okay. Little Condor's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Yifutian. He was a bit excited. Was Condor-sama about to become a deity? Was the first demon emperor of the heavenly path going to be born? In the future, Condor-sama wanted to have countless palaces and rule over all the pretty demonesses of the world. Yifutian glared at him, and then he vanished. Strands of auras flowed through the void, like the aura of the heavenly path origin at the creation of this world. I will baptize your flesh with the power of the origin of the heavenly law and reshape your divine soul. This way you can see if you're a better fit for this heavenly path, Yifutian said. However, if you reach enlightenment under this heavenly path later but it's incomplete, then your abilities might be a bit restricted in the outside world. If his heavenly path could be completed one day, he could replace the outer world. But if he couldn't, the people who reached enlightenment in the heavenly path within his body would still be restricted in the outside world. However, this was not very important. The outside world didn't have a completed heavenly path either. Other than the current heaven realm, strands of power of heavenly law dropped down onto little Condor's body. In an instant, little Bonder bathed in the divine light of the heavenly law. The brilliant light covered the vast space. He enjoyed it quietly, letting his physical body and soul go through the baptism without struggling. Yifutian watched all of this happen. When the baptism ended, he planned on using the divine power of the law to baptize little Condor's body and soul directly and see if this kind of immersion technique could help him comprehend the cultivation, thus forming his own divine power. This cultivation technique was even more aggressive than the heaven realm's heavenly path sending down divine items. He wanted to quickly create a top figure. In the Yi Imperial Palace, many people started cultivating in isolation after returning. Many others studied the divine demon diagram. What is the palace lord doing? Someone asked curiously. Yifutian was weird this time. He went into isolation as soon as he returned without giving any instructions. Maybe he had some thoughts while in the heaven realm, someone else answered. Everyone nodded. This was the only possibility. After all, it was getting closer and closer to the time foretold by the Buddha of Destiny. What would happen if that day really came? No one knew. The cultivators who'd gone to the heaven realm had all left, but a frighteningly large number of cultivators remained to cultivate in the heaven realm, joining the heavenly imperial palace. Despite not having a great emperor, the heavenly imperial palace had become the emperor-level force with the most cultivators in one go. After some time in the Yi imperial palace, Yifutian's world did not only have little Condor in it anymore. The core figures of the Yi imperial palace all came here to cultivate. The experiment on little Condor had succeeded. Even though the micro-heavenly path was not complete yet, it was already like the heavenly path. Because Yifutian was the heavenly path, he could bestow some opportunities when people came in to cultivate. Everyone sat cross-legged on different starry worlds. The law of this heavenly path challenged their bodies and souls, making them match perfectly with the power of the law of this world. After the baptism, Yifutian gave different divine power of the law to other people for them to study. For the Supreme Sword Lord, the law of the sword way fell upon his body, letting him sense the divine power of the law for the micro-heavenly path. Lord Chun bathed in the divine light of the stars. Taoist monk Mu bathed in the divine light of the sun. Yifutian gave different kinds of opportunities for all of the cultivators. He would also grow with the people of the Yi Imperial Palace as the micro-heavenly path continued to evolve and perfect, becoming more and more suitable for cultivation. In this world, Yifutian's figure appeared in the empty space. He gazed down below. There was a figure beside him. It was Hua Jieyu. In the ancient times, the heavenly path had the 8 legions below it, Hua Jieyu. After your heavenly path is completed, the strong figures of the Yi Imperial Palace can take their own roles to rule a portion of the heavenly path. You thought of that too? Yifutian asked, chuckling. Hua Jieyu's idea was the same as his. The heavenly path would naturally be ruled by his people in the future. Taoist monk Mu can govern the sun as the god of the sun. Hua Jieyu spoke calmly. She did not seem to be saying it carelessly. Instead, she was already thinking about the future. Lord Chun can govern the stars as the god of the stars. The people of the demon god mountain can be gods of their own demons, but there also needs to be someone in charge to lead the various tribes of demon gods. Can be third brother. Qingyuan cultivates the way of life. She can be the god of life. Those of the Four Corners village can protect the heavenly path. You are this confident that the micro-heavenly path can be completed and replace the heavenly path? Yu Futian asked with a smile. Of course. Hua Jiyu nodded. Then you will be the empress of this heavenly path, Yi Futian said, smiling. Everything that his godfather had wished for back then seemed to be within reach now, but he still had not appeared yet. Where was he? What was he planning? There's another problem, Yi Futian continued saying. This micro-heavenly path is continuously evolving and improving, and I can feel that my abilities are getting stronger as well, but I don't know the technique to complete the micro-heavenly path. There is no one I can learn from either. Even the cultivators who had broken the path in the past probably cultivated in ways different than mine. I am going down a special path, so I still haven't found the way to complete the micro-heavenly path. It might take a very long time. After entering the Great Emperor to be plain, becoming a Great Emperor was definite. It just needed time, even if you were immersed under the heavenly path. But it was different for him. He had his own micro-heavenly path. How could he complete himself? He still had not found the answer as of yet. Since you can create such a situation, you will have a solution, Hua Jiyu said. The micro-heavenly path is complete and similar to all the other realms. Normally, evolution takes a long time. I feel that the final micro-heavenly path will be much stronger than the typical Great Emperor. The other Great Emperors won't be able to compare. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I do think the same for this. It won't be easy to complete it, but once it is complete, it will be above all else, stronger than the average Great Emperor. But what I'm worried about is that before my path is completed, those ancient emperors will have already done it and stepped into the Great Emperor plane, Yi Futian said. After all, those ancient emperors were only repeating the cultivation path again. Now, they had already received such an opportunity. The time it took for them to enter the emperor plane would be much shorter than him. They would reach it before him. What Yi Futian thought indeed became true. Those ancient emperors had already been great emperors countless years ago. After entering the Great Emperor to be plain, becoming a great emperor was the natural next step. Those from the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture were the first to enter the Great Emperor to be plain. Yi Futian's cultivation state in the Yi Imperial Palace was disrupted midway through. An extremely shocking news came from the outside world. It was also terrible news for the Yi Imperial Palace. That day in the Heaven Realm, Ji Wudao had made everyone leave. Only those who joined the Heavenly Imperial Palace could stay to cultivate. But after that, he had an exchange of interest with a group of Great Emperor Tibes. Many Great Emperor Tibes stayed in the 99 Heavens to cultivate. Hao Yin the Great was one of them. And while cultivating in the 99 Heavens, the great path of Hao Yin the Great's was completed, and he entered the Emperor plane. Allegedly, the heavenly path produced an encouraging sight. The divine light of the Great Emperor enveloped the 99 Heavens, and countless cultivators bathed under the radiance. A new emperor was born in the world. This news swept across the world with terrifying speed, spreading everywhere. Nowadays, the 7 realms and the God's Ruins continent discussed this matter. Other than the 6 emperors, there was now a 7th great emperor. What shocking news this was! Hao Yin the Great was a great emperor from ancient times. Though no one knew how strong he had been in the past, his name was extremely domineering. When he became emperor, the world had produced a strange phenomenon. The heavenly path had resonated, and the cultivators of the 99 Heavens all felt the divine might. They felt the urge to worship him. At the same time, everyone thought of something else. Earlier in the 99 Heavens, Yi Futian had been so domineering, intimidating all of the strong cultivators by himself. Everyone believed that Yi Futian would be enthroned, becoming an unparalleled figure, perhaps have a battle with Dong Wang the Great, or even overthrow the position of Dong Wang the Great. No one expected that the world would be unpredictable and change so quickly. Hao Yin the Great had returned completely, entering the emperor plane. How could he let Yi Futian remain? This prodigy who had stunned the era was facing a desperate situation again. He may very well die in the hands of Hao Yin the Great. Perhaps he may never enter the Great Emperor realm. After Yi Futian heard this news, the Yi Imperial Palace was facing a great enemy. Strong cultivators gradually arrived at the surrounding areas of the Yi Imperial Palace. Some even spied on the movements of the Yi Imperial Palace. That day, beams of divine light shot from the dome of the sky outside the Yi Imperial Palace. Countless people looked up, staring at the descending divine light with shock. Was the great emperor coming? The next moment, under the shocked stares of all the strong cultivators, many golden items descended amidst the beams of divine light. They fell towards the Yi Imperial Palace, descending onto the space above the Yi Imperial Palace. Coffins. Golden coffins descended from the sky, landing in the space above the Yi Imperial Palace and guarding against all directions. A catastrophe was imminent. Since Hao Yin the Great became emperor, the news swept across the God's Ruins continent. Many of the cultivators outside the Yi Imperial Palace had all left for temporary refuge. They were worried they would suffer from a disaster like the alliance by the ancient god clans in the past. However, many strong cultivators also stayed. They held a deep faith in the Yi Imperial Palace and chose to remain despite facing a life-or-death crisis. At this time, countless people looked up to the sky. With the Yi Imperial Palace as the center, a dazzling golden divine light shone down in the vast and boundless region. Huge golden coffins hovered in the air, as if they had come to collect the corpses of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivators. Hao Yin the Great had returned, entering the Emperor Plain. He would first sacrifice the most monstrous figure of the current world, Yi Futian, to announce his return. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace all walked out and floated above the Yi Imperial Palace, looking up at the sky. Boom! There was a huge sound, and the sky and land shook. A hole appeared above the dome in the sky, opening up a vast golden passageway. There was a group of might figures at the other end of the golden passageway. They looked down at the lower sky with intense murderous intent. These people were indeed strong figures from the Hao Yin clan. Hao Yin the Great of their clan had returned together, so they had prospered in connection. The Hao Yin clan was an emperor-level force now. Soon, it would gloriously become one of the top forces of the world. The long-cherished wish that they had yearned for had finally come true. More dazzling divine light showered down from the sky. A peerless figure appeared in the center of the heavenly passageway. He seemed to be in another world, but the cultivators in the lower sky could see him clearly. It was a great emperor. Hao Yin the Great had returned. Returning as a great emperor, his temperament had changed drastically. He was utterly superior and looked down on the world. Merely standing there, he represented the heavens. All beings and lives were below him. Seeing the scene before them, the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace and surrounding areas all felt hopeless. The great emperor's might made them feel powerless. The great Emperor Tebes had already been unmatchable in the past, and no one could stop them, let alone a completed great emperor. All great emperors were unparalleled. Even when there had been many great emperors in the ancient age of gods, those who could become great emperors were still those who had reached the peak of the masses. They had already transformed the path and became the world's physical incarnate of the heavenly path. Then they saw the golden coffins shake and drop down from the sky, going straight for the Yi Imperial Palace. These golden coffins seemed to be unstoppable, carrying incomparable force. Then some figures broke through the sky at the same time. The Supreme Sword Lord and his sword were filled with supreme force. He penetrated the sky and stabbed a golden coffin. In another direction, Blind Tai hefted the sky tremor in his hand and slammed into a golden coffin, shattering the wood. Gu Donglu extended a hand and it sounded like many demon gods roared simultaneously. Frightening divine power started surging, breaking into a coffin. Ling Long was more direct. She stepped into the sky directly and destroyed a coffin with one punch. In almost an instant, the golden coffins that had descended were all forcefully shattered by the people of the Yi Imperial Palace. The surrounding strong cultivators were all shaken inside. The Yi Imperial Palace was so strong nowadays. Plus, the strongest of them, Yi Futian and the West Emperor, had not acted yet. But this was also why many people felt even more depressed. They could not imagine what places such a strong Yi Imperial Palace could reach in the future. However, the great emperor wanted to destroy the Yi imperial palace, forbidding it from reaching its peak. The coffins shattered, but the Haotian clan's strong cultivators at the top of the sky were still staring down. Endless brilliant light shone down and a supreme might dropped down. There were terrifying booms and the Haotian divine seal appeared in the sky. It covered the entire sky and sun, coming toward the god's ruins continent. The sky broke, a huge hole opening up as the divine seal came down from the heavens. The cultivators of the vast lands looked up and could only see the divine seal. It plummeted with extremely frightening destructive divine light as if it wanted to destroy all beings. Countless people's bodies shook. Some tried madly to escape from this region, but the divine seal covered the entire sky. There was nowhere to go. It was like they could only wait hopelessly for death. This was an authentic Haotian divine seal. With one blow, it covered the sky and was unstoppable. All beings were about to be shattered under the Haotian divine seal. Suddenly, it started raining in that area. A figure shot up against the tide, going toward the Haotian divine seal that covered the sky. It was the West Emperor attacking. He stabbed with the raindrop divine sword and it landed directly on the humongous divine seal. Countless raindrops stabbed toward the divine seal and marks appeared on it. However, divine light shimmered on the divine seal. It was impenetrable. At the same time, supreme divine might fell upon the West Emperor, pushing him down. He returned to the Yi imperial palace as a beam of light. Kaboom! The horrifying shaking continued. Brilliant light shone down, and many people sprawled onto the ground. Some people whose cultivations weren't enough even let out muffled grunts. It felt like their bodies were about to be broken and crushed. The divine seal contained Haotian divine power. At present, the entire heaven was pressing down. One could imagine how terrifying the might was. If this blow fell down, everyone would die, turning to dust. A great emperor could exterminate countless beings with one thought. This wasn't an exaggeration. Is this really it? Many people felt despair. They looked at the impeding Haotian divine seal. It seemed right above their heads already and was about to fall down. Some people even closed their eyes, accepting this reality. A terrible storm had swept over and the might landed on their bodies. They already saw death. Just then, a beam of light appeared in the direction of the Yi imperial palace. The light continued up, and all the Yi imperial palace cultivators looked up toward the light. Bang! There was a terrifying noise and the heavens shook furiously as if the world was falling apart. The hearts of the strong cultivators beat madly. The terrifying Haotian divine seal had actually stopped. A tiny figure appeared under the divine seal, but it was indeed the figure that seemed so minuscule that it pushed up the sky, stopping the divine seal. Countless beams of light shot out, and the huge Haotian divine seal cracked from the center. It broke into countless pieces and, paired with the huge boom and countless beams of light, the Haotian divine seal fell apart completely. Countless people looked at the white-haired figure in the sky. Their hearts couldn't stop pounding. What just happened? Many people had already closed their eyes in despair. A storm had swept past and the heavens might actually disappeared. They saw a figure standing at the top of the sky. He was not very big, but he was like a heavenly god blocking the sky above the Yi imperial palace. He looked up at the sky, gaze penetrating the air and staring straight at Haotian the Great outside of the space. This scene was still ingrained in countless people's minds even years later. It was unforgettable. Yifuetian had blocked the attack of a great emperor. Countless people looked at the scene above the sky in shock. Their hearts couldn't stop pounding, especially the cultivators who had closed their eyes at that moment and waited for death hopelessly. Their eyes were filled with shock right now. They had actually missed it. They did not see the instant that Yifuetian had appeared and shattered the Haotian divine seal. They heard that above the 99 heavens, Yifuetian had used one finger to hurt the other emperors-to-be. Countless emperors-to-be had worked together, but they were all easily defeated by Yifuetian. No one could stop him. It seemed that he had the frightening ability second only to the great emperors. However, the strongest person under the great emperor plane was still under the great emperor plane. Today it was Haotian the Great who had appeared. He was a returned ancient emperor, a true strong figure of the emperor plane who had completed the transformation. This was why all the cultivators had felt such hopelessness. No one thought that Yifuetian could defeat an emperor. They all thought that Yifuetian was the strongest person under the emperor plane, but great emperors were still the most supreme being. This was what the cultivators believed all these years. It had long been rooted in their minds. The 6 emperors ruled the world, and they were the strongest figures of the world. They were emperors. Each of them was a great emperor who ruled their own world. In everyone's eyes, the great emperor represented supremacy and being without enemies. This was also why they had felt true despair when the ancient emperor returned and appeared above the Yi imperial palace. They thought they had no chance. But now they vaguely felt that they had survived a narrow miss. Even though Yi Futian had only blocked one attack and it couldn't prove that he was able to fight with a great emperor already. No matter what, when they saw that white-haired figure push up the sky, everyone felt intense emotions. Perhaps miracles really could appear and arrive at the Yi imperial palace. That white-haired figure was their belief and their totem. Perhaps it really would be possible? Yi Futian, the god of war. Hot blood flowed through everyone's hearts, transforming into a fierce belief. Everyone's eyes were trained on Yi Futian's figure. They were all anticipating the coming of a miracle. Dazzling light still showered down from the dome of the heavens. But the cultivators of the Haoyan clan in that space were all frozen, seeming as if they had not processed everything yet. Yi Futian had blocked the attack from Haoyan the Great and shattered the Haoyan Divine Seal. They could clearly feel how terrifying the Haoyan Divine Seal was, yet Yi Futian had shattered it. Was Yi Futian just a great emperor to be? Had he gotten some opportunity and already entered the great emperor plane? Not yet. Even though they were extremely far away, they could still feel that Yi Futian had not entered the great emperor plane yet. He had countered the attack from Haoyan the Great as an emperor to be. Even Haoyan the Great himself was a bit surprised. He looked down at the sky, his eyes staring at Yi Futian, and he said, "Yi Futian, you would be an extraordinary figure even in the past. If you become a great emperor, you can go against the heavens and path, becoming a great emperor like the demonic lord and Xianxia. Unfortunately, you'll die in my hands today." The last time when the emperors-to-be of the ancient god clan had attacked the Yi imperial palace to destroy Yi Futian, they had claimed that it would be Yi Futian's honor to die in their hands. Clearly, Haoyan the Great did not think so anymore. It would be meaningless to become a great emperor if Yi Futian was not killed. Yi Futian would enter the great emperor plane one day and would not forgive him. Thus, Yi Futian must be killed. Boom. A supreme might pushed down. It was the might of Haoyan. All the cultivators in the lower sky felt suffocated. They could not bear the pressure at all. Yi Futian's mind twitched, and instantly, many divine walls appeared in the air. They flew downward, enveloping the vast space. The cultivators in the Yi imperial palace and vast land saw divine walls appear above their heads. They covered the sky and sun, and even in the distance, the divine walls glistening with divine light covered the entire sky. They sealed the people inside as if creating their own world. At the same time, the divine might disappeared. They no longer had to endure the divine might from Haoyan the Great. Yi Futian had done this so they would not suffer from the fight. "We can't see anymore," some people muttered softly. Even though it was extremely dangerous, many people still wanted to see the fight with their own eyes. But now they couldn't see anything. Yi Futian had sealed the space, of course. He was thinking for their own safety. "Can the palace lord fight with a great emperor?" someone asked. "Of course," one person answered. Since the rise of the Yi imperial palace, the emperors-to-be at the 99 heavens went down with one blow. So what if it's a great emperor this time? He can definitely hold up a fight. The man spoke with a bright voice as if to give himself more confidence. But in reality, most people were still worried. Could Yi Futian put up a fight against Haoyan the Great? They would not be able to see it now. Yi Futian took a step outside, crossing straight through the space and appearing outside of that sky. He came to the area that Haoyan the Great was in. The strong cultivators of the Haoyan clan all retreated. They feared Yi Futian. The fear was a shadow from the past. They had tried to kill Yi Futian many times and had failed each time. After each time, they had to pay a similar price. 2 ancient god clans had even been wiped out. Haoyan the Great glanced at Yi Futian. In an instant, all the cultivators of the Haoyan clan disappeared, vanishing from before Yi Futian, though he did not care. The body of Haoyan the Great also disappeared. Or maybe it could not be described as disappeared. Instead, he became one with this patch of sky. The law here seemed to have changed too. He looked at the sky. It appeared to be unchanged but also to have changed. Divine domain of the Great Path, Yifutian thought. The Great Emperor had already combined the path and had the divine domain of the Great Path. The sky before his eyes now was not the sky from before. It was Haotian the Great's divine domain of the Great Path. Haotian the Great was the sky. Above the dome of the sky, a face appeared in the air. It was the face of Haotian the Great. When this face appeared, countless beams of divine light shone down from the sky. The beams of divine light plummeted simultaneously, blazing toward Yifutian. He had nowhere to hide within Haotian the Great's divine domain. How strong is a great emperor? Yifutian thought this inside. He had always been wondering what level his micro-heavenly path had reached and what did he lack in comparison to a great emperor. And how strong was a great emperor? Today he finally knew. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of divine light blazed down, hitting Yifutian's body squarely. Yifutian did not hide. The horrifying divine power caused his body to fall down. But extreme divine power flowed across his body, fending off the horrific attack. The intense divine light could destroy everything in the world, but it could not shatter Yifutian's body. His body was no longer a simple body of flesh and blood. The face of Haotian the Great stared at Yifutian in the lower sky. His huge face was one with the sky. It was like the starry sky that great Emperor Ziwei had transformed into. Now he had turned into the vast heavens, forming the divine domain of the Great Path. This was his universe world. However, his face held cold murderous intent right now. Yifutian was actually able to block his attacks as an emperor-to-be. He'd still gotten blasted down to the lower sky, but Haotian the Great's attacks didn't hurt him. It was evident how frightening Yifutian was. How could he still live if Yifutian became a great emperor? At that time, there would only be death. In the ancient age of gods, there were differences between great emperors. It was just like the difference between various cultivators of any plane. Some people were destined to be extraordinary. An even more terrifying might fell upon Yifutian's body. This was his divine domain of the Great Path. The Haotian divine power was everywhere. Many boundless golden stone pillars appeared at the top of the sky. Each stone pillar was carved with beautiful divine runes and they glittered. The frightening divine power surged, and the sky was infused with a suffocating pressure. Right then, Yifutian felt the boundless heaviness. This attack would be even more frightening than the divine light that had plummeted. Die! Haotian the Great thought, and the stone pillars were hurled down instantly, rushing straight at Yifutian. Ignoring the distance between them, they arrived in an instant. Haotian the Great was the sovereign of his divine domain of the Great Path. All of the energy here was under his control. The lives of cultivators who came here would also be under his control. That horrible might weighed down. Yifutian's body suddenly enlarged, transforming into an immense and boundless heavenly god. Divine light flowed around his body. He raised his head at the upper sky. The divine light of sun and moon flowed, and the divine power of the sun and moon surged. It blocked the attack for a moment, but it could not stop the stone pillars from dropping. The frightening divine power represented the path of the world here. Suddenly, countless arms appeared on Yifutian's godlike body. He seemed to have turned into the thousand-armed Buddha. The infinite number of arms lifted at the same time. At that moment, the divine power in his body roared aggressively and flooded into the arms. He cultivated his own micro-heavenly path. His strength came from the world within his body instead of being supplied by the outside world. Yifutian faced forward and raised his two arms to the sky. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of arms made the same movement. They slapped at the sky, and the countless arms pushed out a horrifying divine seal at the same time. It was like thousands of Buddhas at once. Boom! There was an earth-shaking sound. The stone pillars that contained Haotian divine power blasted down, crashing against the divine seal pushed out by the arms. It produced an extremely frightening shaking sound as if the heavens were about to crack apart. The divine power contained in Yifutian's divine seal was the divine power of the world. When it was sent out as the all-heaven Buddha's seal, it was like thousands of worlds were blasted out. The micro-heavenly path was not complete yet, but the divine power it contained was still extremely strong. Bang, bang, bang. The shocking explosive sounds spread, and the surrounding space was about to shatter. The endlessly falling stone pillars shattered with the divine seal, shaking the space within millions of miles. However, there were no other cultivators in this divine domain of the Great Path, so no innocent people were harmed. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack was enough to produce a huge disaster. Then a golden diagram appeared in the dome of the sky. The diagram contained an immense number of runes, and each rune contained the power of Haotian. Boom! The runes fell down in an endless stream. Each rune carried incredible force. It was like a portion of the heavens fell down. The Haotian power gathered into these falling runes, so how terrifying were they? And they were also endless and infinite. The face of Haotian the Great was still there. His eyes were cold and indifferent, gleaming murderously. He was the sovereign within the divine domain of the Great Path. He was the heavens. This diagram was the strongest divine technique that he had created. The Haotian diagram contained endless murderous intent and could destroy all beings within a divine domain. Yi Futian's thousands of hands attacked again. Countless divine seals flew out. The divine seals crashed against the Haotian runes and shattered madly, but the sky was filled with Haotian runes. They were endless. If he had to keep attacking using the divine seals from his arms, the result would already be determined. He would lose undoubtedly. With one thought, the space before him twisted, and a horrifying space vortex quickly appeared. The shocking space vortex expanded wildly. The frightening falling runes fell straight into it and then disappeared. Intense sounds streamed out of the space vortex. More and more runes were swallowed into it, causing the space vortex to shake intensely. Divine power poured out of Yi Futian's body. Billions of runes entered the space vortex. That frightening vortex was like a bottomless hole. World-level divine power of the law. Haotian the Great looked down at Yi Futian. His eyes were icy. Before, Yi Futian had already displayed super-strong combat abilities and different divine power of the law of the Great Path. Today, he felt it even more deeply in the fight with Yi Futian. Yi Futian studied a different kind of divine power of the law. He had advanced by breaking the path, breaking off his path. The path that he did cultivate was not singular. It seemed to be a complete micro-heavenly path at the world level. If this was the case, then where was the end to Yi Futian's cultivation? How strong would his final form be? If Yi Futian became a great emperor, there would be no future for the rest of them. In the ancient age of gods, people like Yi Futian were the cultivators who competed with the heavens. I cannot let this continue, Haotian the Great thought. While the Haotian diagram continued attacking, the figure of Haotian the Great directly transformed into the Great Path in the dome of the sky. He became one with the sky. The sky transformed into his body. Or rather, his body had transformed into the sky. Yi Futian felt the supreme might. He looked up to the heavens. Haotian the Great had already transformed into the sky, and this kind of force was huge. No matter how he enlarged his body, he would still be like an ant before the sky and seem extremely insignificant. Above the sky, the humongous Haotian the Great extended his arm and grabbed toward Yi Futian below him. Haotian the Great had transformed into the sky, so his arm was the sky's arm. It covered the entire space, and there was nowhere to hide when it came down. Every direction was within reach of the palm. Yi Futian wouldn't be able to escape from this huge handprint even if he used enhanced agility. There were huge, frightening booms, and the heavenly handprint grew closer and closer. The sky above Yi Futian's head was pitch black, blocked by that heavenly handprint. If he got caught by that huge hand, he would probably be like the size of an ant. He didn't know if the other could even squeeze him when the hand clenched. Yi Futian stood there calmly, not trying to dodge. The Haotian Great Palm Seal covered the entire air, coming down at him. Frightening divine power flowed across Yi Futian's body. His body seemed to be made out of divine power. It released incredible divine light that pierced one's eyes. Under that divine glow, Yi Futian's body moved. He dove straight at the huge palm that was grabbing at him. The Haotian Great Palm Seal contained immense Haotian divine power. The might was enough to collapse the sky and land and send Great Emperor Tebes sprawling to the ground, unable to resist. But under this extreme Haotian might, Yi Futian actually went up against it. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed directly toward the Haotian Great Palm Seal. The Haotian Great Palm Seal landed, blasting onto Yi Futian's body. However, Yi Futian's body transformed into light that went into the humongous palm seal. He broke it apart from the middle, stabbing in and going upward until he penetrated it. A gaping hole appeared in the Haotian Great Palm Seal. It was a hole broken by Yi Futian's body of Wei. Right then, Yi Futian's figure appeared on the Haotian Great Palm Seal, standing on the back of the hand. As the Haotian Great Palm Seal continued to move, his silvery hair danced in the wind and his white robes flapped. Haotian the Great transformed into the sky, stared at Yi Futian and asked, "What divine power is this?" At this point of the battle, he naturally realized that Yi Futian had broken the path and created many types of divine power. These divine powers were different from all of the cultivators he'd seen before who'd broken the path. Yi Futian was the path itself and could transform his body into the path at any time. Even though he was a great emperor-to-be, his combat ability was already comparable to that of a great emperor. His great emperor-to-be plane was still incomplete, but his divine power was strong enough to match a great emperor's divine power. He naturally understood what this meant. It meant that the level of Yi Futian's divine power was higher than his. He just had a lower plane. How frightening would he be if Yi Futian's divine power was completed one day and his plane caught up? It was unimaginable. At least, he would definitely not be Yi Futian's match. He might be like the extraordinary ancient great emperors who had fought against the heavens and path. He did not think that in this life he could personally witness a junior appear with this talent and even be his enemy. Yi Futian did not answer Haotian the Great's question. He looked up at that huge face. At that moment, he suddenly had confidence. They had not truly exchanged blows before, so he was unclear about his own abilities. He only knew that great emperors-to-be were not their match at all. This had already been proved before, especially in the 20-some years cultivating in the 99 heavens. His micro-heavenly path had been evolving and he was getting stronger. He'd even studied super-strong divine power. It turned out that he could already fight with great emperors now. He'd always known that his cultivation was special. After breaking the path, he'd created the micro-heavenly path, creating his own world, but he did not think he would be this strong. Before him was a great emperor returned from the past. He had not recovered to his optimal state, but he had still reached completion, returning as a great emperor. He was not at a disadvantage even before such a strong figure. This meant that he could battle with great emperors already. This is all a great emperor is? Yi Futian looked up at the sky and uttered with an extremely arrogant voice. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked extraordinary. In the span of a thought, an infinite number of divine swords appeared in the air. Every sword was pointed at the dome of the sky and radiated with frightening divine power. Haotian the Great felt the extremely powerful divine power and grew somber. The swords formed by divine power circled Yi Futian and increased in number, resonating with Yi Futian's body. Go! Yi Futian's mind twitched and the countless divine swords attacked simultaneously. Every sword was formed by heaven-slaying divine power. Humph! Haotian the Great huffed coldly. Countless divine seals fell from the dome of the sky. They radiated brilliantly and attacked the incoming divine swords. They were also infinite and blocked all of the divine swords. Bang! The first divine sword clashed against a divine seal and emitted a horrifying bang. The entire space shook violently. Under Haotian the Great's shocked stare, his Haotian divine seal actually shattered. The divine sword stabbed through it. Yet the frightening swords of heaven-slaying divine power were still charging towards him, about to pierce the sky that he had transformed into. Even though Haotian the Great knew that the divine power that Yi Futian studied had a higher class than his Haotian divine power, he never imagined that his attack would break the Haotian divine seal so easily. He was a great emperor, and yet his divine seal had collapsed under the attack of a great emperor-to-be. There was a muffled sound. The divine seals that filled the air rained down endlessly, almost burying the entire land. The divine swords pierced seal after seal as if they were infinite and could never reach the end. Yi Futian still stood on the back of the great Haotian palm. The hand waved and the divine power of space flooded out instantly as if creating a space passageway. Then the divine swords flowed into it. In an instant, the heaven-slaying swords appeared at the top of the sky, going for that portion of the sky. That portion of the sky had been formed by Haotian the Great. If Yi Futian wanted to defeat Haotian the Great, He had to forcefully break open the sky. The divine swords arrived, blasting against the sky. There were many horrifying sounds that shook the heavens. That part of the sky also trembled, but Hao Yin remained. He did not shatter. This was the great path divine domain of a great emperor. It had been formed by Hao Yin divine power and was incredibly sturdy. Even the heaven-slaying swords could not break it apart. They only made the sky shake. The space within the divine domain also trembled violently. The huge eyes of Hao Tian the Great continued to stare at Fu Tian. His eyes were countless times bigger than Fu Tian. This is all a great emperor is? Hao Tian the Great stared at Fu Tian, but still unshakable by you. Fu Tian looked up at that huge face. An unmatchable storm whipped up around his body. That moment, the great path divine power in his body exploded fiercely. Fu Tian's body enlarged instantly. His hay continued growing, 100 zhong, 10,000, and 100 zhong. While his body skyrocketed, his divine power also strengthened madly. The divine power of his micro-heavenly path fused into the godlike body, transforming into every part of this body, entering his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Even his head became extremely sharp, containing heaven-slaying intent. Bang! With a huge sound, Fu Tian stepped on that palm, finally shattering the palm seal. At the same time, Fu Tian's immensely huge body shot straight into the sky. Everything in his path was destroyed. The Hao Yin divine seals and divine light all turned to dust and ashes under the godlike great path body. As if no type of power could stop him right now. Was a great emperor truly unshakable? Divine technique, heaven slay? The heaven-slaying divine technique this time exploded with heaven-slaying divine power. Fu Tian had transformed into the path and his entire body was made up of different divine power. Even though he continued to use the previous name of heaven-slaying divine sword, it was completely different. It was more than a few levels more advanced. This was a true heaven-slaying divine technique. It could destroy a portion of the sky. In the sky, Hao Yin the Great had a grave expression. His huge and boundless hand left from the sky, transforming into a huge Hao Yin divine seal. Merely the divine seal's light contained the power to destroy the world. It repressed and shattered every being in the world. This was the attack from Hao Yin. A god would block and kill a god. The two extremely shocking attacks crossed and crashed in the air. The world instantly cracked and even the air was about to explode. That destructive storm swept through the entire divine domain of the Great Path. Even more shocking was that the great palm seal that represented Hao Tian shattered. The heaven-slaying divine sword formed by Fu Tian stabbed through the Hao Yin divine seal, causing it to crumble and turn to dust. Carrying supreme divine light, the heaven-slaying divine sword continued upward. Instantly, it passed through everything, blasting into the dome of the heavens. Thud! The sky produced a frightening sound. Transformed into the sky, the face of Hao Yin the Great changed. This attack that carried divine power seemed to have been prepared for him. Could pass through the sky. Fu Tian had created the heaven-slaying divine power after years of experiments in his micro-heavenly path. He added many types of power of the law and finally produced heaven-slaying strength. If his micro-heavenly path were completed, the heaven-slaying divine power would improve, and he would be able to destroy a part of the sky with one thought. Right then, it hit the sky formed by Hao Yin the Great, and cracks appeared in this part of the sky. Frightening divine light appeared from every crack and some places even showed signs of collapse. And right now Fu Tian's attack still had not stopped. The heaven-slaying divine sword he had transformed into blasted onto the sky. There were still countless divine swords nearby that kept going up, hitting the places that had cracked. Countless heaven-slaying divine swords stabbed into the sky, wanting to break it apart and penetrate the sky. Boom! Countless beams of piercing divine light burst out. A gust of supreme Hao Yin divine power shattered the surrounding divine swords. Fu Tian's body also had to bear the supreme might. The next moment, Hao Yin disappeared from this space. The world returned to how it had been before. A beam of divine light from Fu Tian's body shot straight toward the dome of the sky, going towards the outer sky. His figure appeared there, looming in place. He stared above his head. Hao Yin the Great had appeared there. However, Hao Yin the Great no longer had the arrogant attitude from before. When he looked at Yu Futian, he carried cold, murderous intent and a tinge of fear. Yu Futian was not a great emperor yet, but he was already able to threaten him, almost breaking apart the Haoyan and destroying the divine domain of the Great Path. He realized that he did not have to wait. The current Yu Futian was already a threat, and it was difficult for Haoyan the Great to kill him. What's wrong? Cultivators of the ancient Haoyan clan stared at the two figures in the sky. Yu Futian was not dead? Haoyan the Great could not kill him? What was going on? They were not the only ones. The space passageway was still there. Some cultivators near the Yi Imperial Palace in the God's Ruins continent had not gotten locked up, hurried over from afar. They also looked toward the other end of the passageway. At the top of the vast sky, they saw the white-haired figure standing in the heavens, facing the great emperor. He looked unaffected. At that moment, countless people clenched their fists and had excited expressions. Divine light flowed across Yi Futian's body. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel his powerful might. He had not gotten killed. His aura was still as before. He hadn't gotten seriously hurt. What did this mean? Haoyan the Great could not bring down Yi Futian. He was already able to fight against a great emperor. He could be known as a god because of this battle. The current Yi Futian could fight with a great emperor already. This would become the disaster of the Haoyan clan. The current Yi Futian could fight a great emperor. If Haoyan the Great could not kill Yi Futian today, one could imagine what would happen in the future. After this, Haoyan the Great would be even less of a match. He was already a returned great emperor, while Yi Futian could continue advancing. Between the two, Yi Futian would only become stronger as time passed. Old God! Yi Futian looked up at Haoyan the Great and said, "Your ending is my beginning." That utterance proved everyone's guesses even more. The strong cultivators of the Haoyan clan had come with extreme confidence to witness the return of their great emperor and kill Yi Futian and the Yi Imperial Palace. But right now they felt cold shivers all over and felt fear. This was an extreme difference in emotions. After countless years of waiting, they finally welcomed the return of their great emperor. The ancient god clan had become an emperor-level force, and they hoped to go toward the peak, becoming one of the strongest forces in the world. Today, they came to the Yi Imperial Palace to kill Yi Futian. They wanted to use Yi Futian's blood as a sacrifice to announce the return of Haoyan the Great and the rise of the ancient god clan. But instead, this was the result. Haoyan the Great could not kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian even arrogantly said, "Your ending is my beginning." Haoyan the Great was silent. He did not respond to Yi Futian's words. He had pushed the Haoyan divine power to its max in the previous exchange, but he still could not kill Yi Futian. In fact, his Haoyan was almost broken apart by Yi Futian. Countless cracks had appeared. He was more apparent than anyone about what this meant. If they continued fighting, he would not even have the upper hand, let alone be able to kill Yi Futian. "Go!" Haoyan the Great uttered. Then he waved his hand, sweeping all the strong cultivators of the Haoyan clan, and left this space. Instantly, the might in the air dissipated. Haoyan the Great and the cultivators of the Haoyan clan had disappeared, leaving this place. Yi Futian looked at the disappeared figures, feeling a bit surprised. He did not think Haoyan the Great would be decisive and give up directly. Haoyan the Great could not kill him this time, which meant that there would be less hope in the future. Killing him would only be harder. Going downward, Yi Futian returned to the Yi Imperial Palace. The space vortex had disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Yi Futian waved his hand, and the restrictive forces surrounding the vast territory of the Yi Imperial Palace disappeared. All the strong figures appeared on the ground. When they saw Yi Futian's figure, their hearts pounded in extreme shock. He was okay. Yi Futian was all right. They had already given up hope earlier, but the skies had cleared. This meant that Yi Futian's current abilities were already enough to fight with a great emperor. From now on, who could touch the Yi Imperial Palace? They couldn't help but think of the Buddha of Destiny's prediction. Perhaps Yi Futian really would be able to defeat Dong Wang the Great when the time was up. "Palace Lord," the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace all called out. Many people had expressions of reverence. Some Yi Imperial Palace disciples in the Renhuang Plain had very fanatic gazes. their palace lord Yi Futian was already able to fight with a great emperor. This meant that Yi Futian was comparable to great emperors. The Yi imperial palace counted as a true emperor-level force now. After Yi Futian landed, Hua Jieyu, Gu Donglu, and the others surrounded him. Zhuge Mingyu asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yi Futian answered, smiling. "Hao Yan the Great can't defeat me anymore, so he retreated. Even if he continued fighting, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Leaving is the wisest choice." Zhuge Mingyue had a bright smile in her eyes. She seemed very calm, but there were deep emotions within. The youngest little brother from the past was now standing at such a height already. He would soon reach the top and stand at the pinnacle of the world. He didn't kill you so that he will die in the future. I think he left to wait for the others to reach the great emperor plane, Zhuge Mingyue analyzed. After all, they're all great emperors from the ancient times and not very far from the great emperor plane. Hao Yan the Great took the step first, but the others will become great emperors too. By then, they will unite and come together, just like last time. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. He wondered if he should visit the divine prefecture and wipe out those ancient god clans to avoid future threats. "Let's return first," Yi Futian said. Everyone nodded and they all returned to the Yi imperial palace. This time had been dangerous but not damaging. Even Yi Futian did not know what level his actual combat abilities were, let alone them. They did not expect that he could fight against a great emperor already. It was naturally a pleasant surprise. Even Yi Futian had lost count of how many times the force he led had gone through life-or-death threats all these years. They had been extremely passive during each crisis and had to borrow all types of power in order to survive. Now he had finally reached this step. In the future, it would be rare for others to threaten him. Yi Futian's group returned to the Yi imperial palace. Outside, countless cultivators traveled to the Yi imperial palace. When they arrived outside the palace, it was like an extremely pious pilgrimage. The original realm finally had a being comparable to the great emperors. News of the battle between Hao Yan the Great and Yi Futian swept through all of the forces, reaching the enormous emperor-level forces with the fastest speed. Those emperor-level forces all stayed silent and did not release any sound. But everyone knew that there must be a shockwave going through all the emperor-level forces now. All the realms shook violently from this as well. Back then, when the God's Ruins continent had appeared, the Buddha of Destiny had foretold the coming of the Age of Gods. After that, the portion of Heavenly Path appeared, and great emperors really did return. But who would have thought that the first great emperor who had returned in public would be countered by Yi Futian after going to kill him with an unstoppable force and leave in defeat? Everyone knew what this meant. An entirely new era was beginning now. This would be the preamble to the start of the Age of Gods. The Seven Realms and Original Realm would usher in a new era, the Great Age of Gods. Perhaps there would even be God Slayer. Yi Futian could already force back Hao Yan the Great. What was next? It was not impossible for him to kill a great emperor. In the Devil Imperial Palace of the Devil World, the Devil Emperor heard the report, and his eyes had a deep look. His gaze pierced the void, looking into the distance. Yi Futian had not yet become a great emperor, but he had fought with one and made Hao Yan the Great leave in defeat. The micro-heavenly path that he had created was unordinary. This made him suspect what Yi Futian's identity really was. Who was the one that he'd raised? "Keep an eye on the Yi Imperial Palace," the Devil Emperor ordered coldly. "Yes." The person nodded and then retreated. The Devil Emperor's eyes were frightening. The times were changing. What would the future era be like? In the Dark Court, the Dark Sovereign also received the news, but he was quite happy. Yi Futian could already fight against Hao Yan the Great. This meant that he would pose a significant threat to Donghuang the Great. At the same time, the Human Realm, Empty Divine Realm, Heaven Realm, and Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture all had different reactions. However, Yi Futian himself did not know about any of this. The battle made him realize he could fight against a great emperor, and he was quite happy, but this happiness only lasted a short while. After that, he continued cultivating in isolation, bringing all the core figures into his micro-heavenly path to cultivate. He had a sense of urgency. This battle was enough to spread his name across the world, and the 6 emperors would pay more attention to him. This kind of reputation wasn't necessarily a good thing. He would get more attention. In the seven realms, it was clear that he did not have any real friends. Yu Shang and Yi Qingyao had not fully grasped control yet. They couldn't represent the devil realm or dark world. Thus, he had to become stronger. He would only be a bit safer if, one day, none of the six emperors could threaten to defeat him. The six emperors had been emperors for many years, and it was all in the era after the heavenly path collapsed. Yi Futian guessed that their abilities were above that of Hao Yin the Great. Thus, he didn't dare to get careless. Under the micro-heavenly path, everyone bathed in the divine light of the law, comprehending and cultivating. They improved speedily. Cultivating in Yi Futian's micro-heavenly path was cheating. It was like the 8 legions in ancient times. The heavenly path bestowed the power of the law to them directly, letting them rule the law of the world. However, this micro-heavenly path had been created by Yi Futian himself. He was qualified to cheat. He represented the heavenly path. Of course, other than that, they still had to feel for themselves. The 8 legions under the heavenly path back then had all been chosen because they possessed the extraordinary talent to be the representatives of the heavenly path in the world. Right then, Yi Futian's figure appeared in the vast void. He could see the entire world and, naturally, also saw the cultivation statuses of the Yi Imperial Palace members. Still too slow, Yi Futian murmured. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were not untalented. They could be said to be very strong, and all had had great opportunities later. However, their cultivation times were still too short. Time, Yi Futian murmured. Whether it was him or the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace, they all needed time. In any world, time was constant, but in a different world, time might be different. When he cultivated in the Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, he had seen it recorded in the Buddhist scriptures that time had been the same when different Buddhas cultivated in a different world. There was also the stance that time was not real. It did not exist and had been made up. Time itself was an empty concept. Even though people had different sense of time in different situations, he thought about this problem early on. He was the ruler of this heavenly path, so could he control the time of this micro-heavenly path too? Yi Futian sank deep into his own thoughts. Everything in the world was in his mind, operating according to their own law. He sensed everything operating while studying the passage of time. The thousands of operations became more apparent. The concept of time seemed to be clearer too. In the Buddhist scriptures, Buddhas cultivated in different worlds, and some worlds, one day would pass while 1 year would have passed in another world. His micro-heavenly path was a world different from the outside world. Time was just a created concept. It reflected the operations of everything in the world and was also law under the heavenly path. It was just more abstract. In reality, the concept of time had not yet developed in his micro-heavenly path. It was still calculated according to the time in the outside world. If I changed the operations of all beings in the micro-heavenly path, then will this world be different from the outside world? Yi Futian thought. He was entirely in the state of pondering, immersed in it. Under his thoughts, some slight changes appeared in how all beings in the world operated. He also focused on the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace. They did not realize this. Everything in the world was relative. When you were in a world, and only the laws of one being's operation changed, you would be able to catch it quickly. But if everything in the world changed simultaneously, it would be like nothing had changed. When a man moved, they could easily feel that they were moving. But if the land carried him along as it moved, then he would be still. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were all immersed in their cultivation, and no one discovered any changes. Their abilities also kept improving. Bathed in the law of the micro-heavenly path, their changes were dramatic. They improved every day, and as time passed, there were gradually more and more near deities in the Yi Imperial Palace. They started studying their own world and even created their own divine powers. Of course, this was also under the micro-heavenly path, just like the cultivators under the ancient heavenly path. Even if they followed the heavenly path and became great emperors, they would still be under the heavenly path and unable to break free from it. That day, Yi Futian was still studying when he saw Gu Donglu raise his head in one part of the world. "Little brother," he called out softly. Yi Futian's figure appeared before him as soon as he finished speaking. Clearly, Gu Donglu knew that Yi Futian was aware of everything in this world, so he called out directly and Yi Futian appeared as expected. Third brother Yifutian said with a smile, walking towards Gu Donglu. Did you run into problems in your cultivation? Yes. Gu Donglu nodded. Little brother, how is your cultivation? When can the micro-heavenly path can be completed? Not sure. Yifutian nodded. The great Emperor Tebes in the outside world was once great emperors, so it's easy for them to return to the great emperor plane. It's not too hard for other great Emperor Tebes either, but my cultivation is a bit unique. It seems to be a bit different from everyone, and I still haven't found the specific way to become emperor. I can only continue to perfect the micro-heavenly path until it becomes complete itself. Little brother, you're already able to fight with great emperors as a great emperor to be plain. Of course, your cultivation is different from the others. Otherwise, what's the point for the rest of us? This is quite expected. Because your cultivation is special, becoming an emperor might differ from the others. It will be harder, Gu Donglu said. This micro-heavenly path is already very similar to the heavenly path world of the heaven realm. This is a complete heavenly path world. If it becomes perfect, then you can even replace the heavenly path. Thus, this road will not be simple. Have you thought about this before? Yes. Yifutian nodded. I felt this, which is why I have a sense of urgency. In the last battle, you could already fight against Haoyan the Great, Gu Donglu said. You'll only become stronger and stronger. You're already not that different from a great emperor. If you're complete, then it will be rare for you to have an enemy in the world. It's naturally difficult. Nowadays, I have already figured out my divine power, but it was with your help. Even though this can help me cultivate more quickly, I won't have an advantage if I encounter a great emperor in the outside world. Brother, what do you mean? Yifutian had a confused expression. Break the path, Gu Donglu said. Even if you reach enlightenment and completion in the future, my limit will still be a great emperor under your heavenly path and possibly be comparable to Haoyan the Great. Gu Donglu wanted to try his road and figure out his path. Even though I was quite successful in breaking my path, it's still an extremely dangerous method. You might head towards the point of no return, Yifutian said. Cultivating under my heavenly path, becoming emperor is only a matter of time. But breaking the path to cultivate might be a dead end. Even if you succeed, there are still dangers. Third brother, have you thought clearly? I know. Gu Donglu nodded. Okay. In that case, I support you. Yifutian did not discourage him. Gu Donglu had always had his own opinions and was also proud. Fulfilling his path and becoming a great emperor with Yifutian's help was easy. But it was not what he wanted in cultivation. Plus, seeing that his little brother had created his own micro-heavenly path, he naturally wanted to take a step further as well and forge his own road. It doesn't seem to be far from the end of the 500-year emperor fate of Dong Wang the Great, Gu Donglu said. I don't know what will be of the foretelling of the Buddha of destiny. The outside world is probably all waiting right now. Let's go out to see, Yifutian said. With a thought, Gu Donglio's body disappeared. In the Yi Imperial Palace, all of the strong figures were still busy with their cultivations. Not everyone had entered Yifutian's micro-heavenly path, only the core figures. The two walked to the top of the steps outside the Yi Imperial Palace's grand pavilion. There were guards there who had very strong cultivators. Palace Lord, Third Sir. The guards bowed in greeting when they saw Yifutian arrive. How is the outside world? Yifutian asked. In these countless months, a lot of information about Palace Lords spread through the outside world, the guard replied. In the Divine Prefecture, the few ancient god clans have an even tighter alliance now. It's said that some of the ancient emperors cultivated together. They're worried that you will go kill them. Countless months? Gu Donglu asked with a surprised expression. Yes, it has been half a year since Palace Lord defeated Haoyan the Great, the guard said. Gu Donglu was stunned at his words. He seemed to realize something and turned to gaze at Yifutian. Had he misperceived the change in time? There was only one explanation because it was Yifutian's micro-heavenly path. The law of time changed. Yifutian transmitted his voice to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglio's heart trembled. In the time he felt, nearly 6 years had left. He had indeed been cultivating during all those years. Yifutian was already able to change the time in the micro-heavenly path. Yifutian changed the laws of the world of the micro-heavenly path, causing the latter's time to be different from that of the outside world. It was around 10 times faster. A day outside was around 10 days in the world of the micro-heavenly path. Hence, while half a year had passed in the outside world, almost 6 years had passed inside. For cultivators with high cultivation planes, this was naturally extremely beneficial. If they were just in an independent space that was part of this world, it would be meaningless no matter how they changed the time. However, because the world of the micro-heavenly path was not part of their reality, they had more time to cultivate. For the members of Yi Imperial Palace, this was undoubtedly very advantageous for them. They could use this time to cultivate. It was also possible that they could continue to magnify such a change. For now, it was around 10 times. As Yi Fuqian's plane grew, he might be able to create an even more significant disparity. If he could one day make a day in the outside world be a year in the world of the micro-heavenly path, how terrifying would that be? Of course, the benefit of such a time difference was relative. That would not necessarily be a good thing for a mortal with a limited lifespan. The outside world would change every day and the great emperor-to-be figures would gradually reach the imperial realm. Their cultivation would match that of ancient times, returning to levels once absent from the world for many years. However, all of this had nothing to do with the members of Yi Imperial Palace. Yi Fuqian and Gu Donglu continued with their cultivation. Gu Donglu severed his path and cultivated while Yi Fuqian comprehended the power of the law of time. The latter wanted to understand how to control the law of the great path of time. He wondered whether he could utilize it as an attack in combat. In the divine prefecture, countless cultivators were gathered on a mountain in the Taishang domain. In the distance, terrifying divine tribulations gradually dissipated. On the divine mountain, a peerless figure stood erect. It was an elder. He was dressed in modest clothes. However, right now, an astonishing emperor's might emanated from his figure. Before this, many people did not know that the Taishang domain had such a powerful existence. The latter had ascended to the imperial realm. Congratulations, senior, for reaching the imperial realm, a voice called out. Taishang domain chief had come in person to offer his congratulations. He bowed respectfully towards the elder. The elder swept a glance at him. His gaze was actually very sharp. He took a deep breath and then looked up at the sky. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura in the surrounding space. He seemed to be indulging in it. He had finally returned. During the ancient era, he had already proven his way and was granted the title of Tai. He was one of the top 10 sword gods of the divine domain, Tai sword god. During the collapse of the heavenly path, he had merged into his sword spirit and thus escaped the calamity. After countless decades of waiting, he finally encountered the rejuvenation of the heavenly path. The chance for him to prove his way had come, and he successfully reached the imperial realm once again. The surrounding cultivators all had their eyes on him. He stood casually on the divine mountain, yet he looked as sharp as a divine sword. Right at this moment, the wind howled and the clouds churned. The sky opened up and a space passageway appeared. At the other end of it stood an illusory figure. When the crowd saw this figure, they bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness." The person was none other than Donghuang the Great, the ruler of the divine prefecture. "Senior, congratulations for proving your way and reaching the imperial realm," Donghuang the Great said with a smile as he stood at the other end of the space passageway. He sounded sincere. Tai sword god cast a glance at the passageway with an indifferent gaze. The current world was very different from that of the past. There were merely 6 great emperors dominating the world now. Compared to the glorious situation during the Age of the Gods, the current era could be described as pathetic. Donghuang the Great had also known of the existence of Tai sword god. Many years ago, the former had invited the latter to cultivate in Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, Tai sword god turned down his offer. Now, Donghuang the Great extended him the invitation once again, saying, "I have invited Senior to cultivate in Imperial Palace before this. Now that you have proven your way at the Imperial Realm, would you join us? We can explore different cultivation methods together. Currently, there are a few cultivators in the palace who will soon prove their ways." All right, Tai sword god agreed to his request decisively. Then he entered the space passageway. In the blink of an eye, he arrived inside Donghuang Imperial Palace. Donghuang the Great showed himself and personally welcomed Tai sword god. A few great emperors-to-be came forward to congratulate him too. Yet another great emperor has appeared in the divine prefecture. The cultivation world is fortunate to welcome the return of the age of the gods. Donghuang the Great said, beaming. Tai Sword God did not respond to that. His facial expression remained indifferent throughout. He looked at Donghuang the Great and said, Donghuang Imperial Palace should have gathered many divine items over the years. Your collection should contain many divine techniques and secrets of the cultivation world. Where are they now? Since the 6 great emperors ruled over the entire world, the best stuff, including the divine items, would undoubtedly be in their collections. Tai Sword God had just rejoined the imperial realm. He needed to strengthen himself so that his power could develop further. The surrounding cultivators frowned when they heard his question. They stopped smiling and appeared irritated. Donghuang the Great invited him over. He had just arrived, and he straight up asked about the divine items. He seemed to have no respect for all of them here. The divine techniques are in my imperial palace. If you want to cultivate them, you can follow me in. Donghuang the Great replied calmly. He was not angered by the other party's rude behavior. His excellent temperament was well exemplified. Give all of them to me. Besides that, prepare a separate palace for me. Order your men to find me the finest divine items on earth. Tai Sword God commanded. His voice was arrogant, and he spoke as though he was superior to Donghuang the Great. During ancient times, he was the most exceptional sword god. In his opinion, the current great emperors could not hold a candle to him. Even the well-mannered Donghuang the Great couldn't help but reveal an annoyed expression when he heard this. He said, It is good news to the world that the age of the gods is coming. I invited you here to cultivate together and learn from each other. However, what you said has crossed the line. Tai Sword God swept a glance at Donghuang the Great. Tai swords seemed to shoot out from his eyes and entered into the eyes of Donghuang the Great. At the same time, the palace was surrounded by endless sword will. With a shift of his will, Tai Sword God could make the divine swords descend upon the palace and flatten this place. You are a junior. How dare you disrespect a predecessor god? Chided Tai Sword God with a cold voice. Donghuang the Great's gaze similarly turned as sharp as a sword. He looked at Tai Sword God, and an invisible divine power immediately burst forth and enveloped the vast space. The whole world seemed to have come to a halt when his majestic divine power erupted. The divine swords floating in midair shook violently. Then they plummeted to the ground uncontrollably. The facial expression of Tai Sword God changed drastically. He sensed that he could no longer control his own divine power. Time seemed to have frozen. He was actually suppressed by the divine power of the other party. As a great emperor from ancient times, he had always looked down on the current great emperors. From his point of view, they were merely fortunate cultivators who managed to prove their way during the collapse of the heavenly path. Their paths were incomplete. They paled into insignificance when compared to the predecessor gods. However, at this very moment, the divine power emanated by Donghuang the Great subverted his belief. From the looks of it, even though the great paths during the age of the gods were perfect, there were many scumbags too, Donghuang the Great commented. Then he pointed his finger forward. His revelation divine power surged forward and pierced through the body of Tai Sword God. Divine power was stirred up around Tai Sword God's body as he unleashed his power to its limit. Nevertheless, both his divine power and his divine body turned into dust instantly. He was completely wiped off the face of the earth. The death of Tai Sword God did not cause too great a stir. The members of the divine prefecture merely knew that a new great emperor had been born. He had then been accepted by Donghuang the Great into Donghuang Imperial Palace. Who would have imagined that Tai Sword God would be so arrogant and supercilious? He acted as though he was the true master of the divine prefecture. This angered Donghuang the Great, who immediately killed Tai Sword God. The latter was the first great emperor who perished after the world began to change. His death could be considered to be tragic. However, he was only reaping what he sowed. He believed himself to be an ancient emperor figure and acted very arrogantly, looking down on the current great emperors. He misjudged the ability of the recent great emperors and was crushed by one of them, unable to put up a fight at all. This battle also allowed the members of Donghuang Imperial Palace to witness the ability of Donghuang the Great. Essentially, even they had never seen Donghuang the Great fight. After the chaotic era ended, the divine prefecture was unified and the various worlds returned to a time of peace and order. Ever since then, Donghuang the Great had never needed to fight. After many years, this was the only time he had fought. With the flick of his finger, he had slaughtered an ancient emperor. Compared to 5 centuries ago, it was apparent that Donghuang the Great's ability was much more powerful now. Nevertheless, the emperor-level forces had caught wind of the news. They had their spies monitoring the movements of the various forces in secret. It was impossible for them not to hear of such a massive incident in Donghuang Imperial Palace. Currently, Yu Futian was still cultivating in Yi Imperial Palace. Inside the world of the micro-heavenly path, the space was vast. Yi Futian wielded a spear materialized from his divine power. Then, he sent out strike after strike. There were 100 million of his duplicates exercising the same technique simultaneously in the same space. All of them comprehended the spear technique at the same time. This scene was undoubtedly shocking for any onlooker. Like cultivating heaven-slaying divine sword, Yi Futian comprehended the spear technique by stabbing out countless spears in tandem. His strike count reached an astronomical number in a single day. Time flew by. They were unaware of time passing while they were cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed in the world of the micro-heavenly path. Yi Futian became more skillful in his spear technique. Each time he struck, fewer and fewer spears appeared. Finally, one day, only one spear appeared when he attacked. When he thrust the spear forward, his body transformed into an illusory figure. It was as though he never truly existed in this space. However, his spear stabbed into one of the stars. Dong! A dull thud sounded. Time and space began to warp as a terrifying storm crushed the star into dust. Its debris was sucked into the twisted time and space. Yi Futian retreated as he witnessed the star collapsing and being destroyed. When he saw that it was consumed instantly, he could sense his heart beating fast. He was astonished by his own power. Since he started cultivating the law of time and space, he aimed to create an even more powerful attack. He intended to merge his comprehension of the law in his divine technique. From the looks of it, he had succeeded in doing so. Although his new attack was still in the testing phase, the might that it unleashed was already very frightening. If he continued perfecting it, it would surely become even stronger. If I forge a spear with the divine power of heaven slaying and charge it up with the law of time and space before attacking, what kind of might would it unleash? Yi Futian thought to himself. His ability had leveled up after he comprehended the law of time and space. As a result, this world of the micro-heavenly path was better constructed. He had improved much compared to when he fought Hao Yin the Great. He was far from perfect, but he improved consistently. It was as though there was no plateau in his cultivation journey and he could always become stronger. However, the law of the great path that he created was derived from his own world. He was unsure whether his law was applicable in the outside world when his micro-heavenly path reached perfection and became a major heavenly path. He had never altered time or space directly. If he reached the level where he could directly alter time or space, he could not imagine how powerful he would be. Even now, Yi Futian had a feeling that he could defeat Hao Yin the Great. Yi Futian's consciousness enveloped this space. He had achieved admirable improvement in these few years. He had a better understanding of the law of time. He was able to catalyze time in this space to a greater extent. Therefore, even though he had spent a few years inside this world, not much time had passed in the real world. If he continued cultivating like this, the time difference between the outside world and this space would only grow larger. Due to having extra time inside this place, he kept improving non-stop. In the process of improving, he could widen the time difference even further. This was an endless cycle. Third elder brother has comprehended the path, mumbled Yi Futian as he looked over in the direction of Gu Donglu with a smile. Gu Donglu had comprehended his own divine law power. After severing his path and cultivation, he reforged it and comprehended its law. This was a metamorphosis. Although there was no huge change to his cultivation plane, he had more potential to tap into along this path. Lord Qin, Blind Tai, and many others had reached the near-deity plane. They were all pushing to reach the great Emperor-to-be plane. In the future, in this world of the micro-heavenly path, with his help and the advantage of time, all the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace could cultivate at a rapid pace and chase up to the top cultivators in the outside world. Whether they could walk the path of the emperor depended on their comprehension and luck. Yi Futian could help them, but he could not directly create great emperors. Right then, Yi Futian's will shifted, and his figure vanished. In the cultivation court of Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian opened his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. When he appeared once again, he saw that many cultivators had come. Palace Lord Yi, someone called out to Yi Futian. They were cultivators from the devil world. Yushang was present, as well as Yan Gi and the others. The people here were all cultivators who had reached the great emperor to be plain. There were even 2 great emperor figures from the devil world among them. Their figures emanated menacing auras. By just casually standing there, they gave off terrifying pressure. Yi Futian stood there and could easily sense all this. However, he was already someone who could forge a micro-heavenly path. Significant emperor figures could no longer pose a threat to him. The 2 devil emperor-level figures had a look of curiosity in their eyes. Before this, they had heard rumors that even though Yi Futian had yet to reach the imperial realm, he had caused Haoyan the Great to flee in defeat. How exactly had this white-haired youth managed to do so? They even wanted to test Yi Futian to see how he fought against a great emperor. From the looks of it, there are old monstrous ancient emperors in each world, and they have all gradually returned, Yi Futian thought to himself. He was also very curious. During the collapse of the heavenly path, the various gods had perished. How did this happen to all of them? From the looks of it, they had encountered a great calamity. However, not all of them had died. Many great emperors had been waiting for the opportunity to return once again. After the world had undergone a huge change, they began to re-emerge. The divine prefecture, the human realm, and the devil world had such figures. In another location, there were also cultivators from the dark world. They similarly had imperial realm figures in their midst. Lord Shaman was also among their numbers. Lord Shaman, who had reached the great emperor to be plain, still had a very menacing aura. He was already on the path of the emperor and on track to become a great emperor in the future. "You Shang," Yi Futian shouted. He asked, "Why have you come to the imperial palace?" The cultivators of the devil world and the dark world came together. This was not for Yusheng's personal matters. This was the will of 2 emperor-level forces. Yusheng had not come looking for Yi Futian alone. If so, what were they here for? Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said over transmitted thoughts, "Devil Emperor wants you to head to the divine prefecture and deal with Haoyan the Great and the others. In the meantime, he will make a trip to Donghuang Imperial Palace." When Yi Futian heard Yusheng's thoughts, he revealed a strange look. What was the Devil Emperor planning? Was the Devil Emperor testing Yi Futian? Or was the former using him to kill others, using his hands to deal with a great emperor figure of the divine prefecture and paving the way for the former's battle against Donghuang the Great several years later? After all, it wouldn't be long until the end of Donghuang the Great's 500 years of fate of the emperor. The Dark World would also participate. The Devil Emperor would head over to Donghuang Imperial Palace to meet Donghuang the Great. This was done to make it convenient for Yi Futian to act. The Devil Emperor intended for Donghuang the Great to be unable to interfere. Dark Sovereign knows that Palace Lord Yi has deep grudges with the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture. Hence, he wanted us to accompany you to the Divine Prefecture to seek revenge, Yan Gi said as he looked toward Yi Futian. "Palace Lord Yi, are you confident that you can kill Haoyan the Great and the others?" Yan Gi was the top demon sage of the devil world and had extremely high standing. His abilities were also super powerful. Nevertheless, he had to refer to Yi Futian as Palace Lord Yi now. Even though Yan Gi had already reached the great emperor to be plain, Yi Futian could defeat great emperors. Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators of the 2 major forces. From the looks of it, he did not have a choice. Moreover, they had come to support him in seeking revenge. "I don't know," replied Yi Futian. "After all, they are great emperors. However, if all of you are willing to lend a hand, I believe there won't be any problems." Yan Gi said, "We are heading over to provide support. Everything else will still depend on Palace Lord Yi. In the meantime, His Highness Devil Emperor will head over to Donghuang Imperial Palace and chat with Donghuang the Great to stall for you." They would not participate in his battles. This was a matter between Yi Futian and the major ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture. All right, Yi Futian said as he nodded. Since His Highness Devil Emperor is willing to lend me a hand, how can I possibly turn down his kindness? However, I do not know how things will end. If my abilities are lacking, I will still need your help. Rest assured, Palace Lord Yi, answered Yen Gi as he nodded his head. Since you have agreed, shall we head out immediately? Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He informed the members of Yi Imperial Palace and then immediately left with the cultivators of the two Emperor-level forces. Although Yi Futian already planned to seek revenge, being escorted over was not how he imagined it. Was the Devil Emperor hoping that Yi Futian would directly wage war against the Divine Prefecture? The group left the Ruins continent and descended upon the Divine Prefecture. They headed straight toward the Haotian clan in the Nantian domain. According to their sources, the remnants of the ancient god clans were all there. They had gathered together over there to prevent Yi Futian from seeking revenge against them. After all, Yi Futian could already put up a fight against Haotian the Great. They had to be cautious. While they were going to the Divine Prefecture, Donghuang the Great was cultivating in Donghuang Imperial Palace. A divine palace was erected amidst the churning clouds. The figure of Donghuang the Great could be seen sitting in front of the palace, surrounded by misty clouds. He opened his eyes and revealed a profound expression. Then he laughed softly and said, "After a few centuries, the Devil Emperor has actually personally come over again. Your visit has caught me by surprise. Last time, you came to my Devil Imperial Palace, yet you left without stopping for a visit. I have come today to reciprocate your courtesy." A voice sounded, followed by clouds shifting in the sky. An elder appeared. He stood casually with his hands behind his back. He slowly walked toward Donghuang the Great. He seemed like an ordinary old man. No one would have guessed that he was the domineering Devil Emperor who ruled over all corners of the Devil World. The Devil Emperor referred to the incident where the Devil World captured Donghuang Diuan. At that time, Donghuang the Great made a trip to Devil Imperial Palace to bring her back. "Take a seat," Donghuang the Great said as he gestured. He sounded very courteous when he invited the Devil Emperor to sit in front of him as though the two of them were long-lost friends. The Devil Emperor did not turn down the offer either. He sat near Donghuang the Great. The latter waved his hand, and a Weiqi board popped up between the two of them. He said, "Your Highness, since you have come, why don't we have a match?" "All right." The Devil Emperor nodded in agreement as he shifted his attention towards the board. "Your Highness is the guest." "You may go first," Donghuang the Great said as he gestured. The Devil Emperor took a white stone and put it on the board. At the same time, he said, "Donghuang, do you have news of my brother?" Donghuang the Great shook his head. As he placed a black stone on the board, he replied, "Just like you, I have not received any news about him for a long time." "Is that so?" The Devil Emperor followed up with another white stone. His tone was laced with suspicion. "It's absolutely true," Donghuang the Great replied. He sounded earnest, seemingly not hiding anything from the other party. "Who set up the heavenly path in the Heavenly Emperor realm?" The Devil Emperor did not pester Donghuang the Great on the same issue. Instead, he moved on to another issue and asked about the heavenly path that pressured the Heaven realm. "Your Highness, what do you think?" Donghuang the Great raised his head and glanced at the Devil Emperor. He answered with another question. "If I knew the answer, I wouldn't have asked," the Devil Emperor said with a smile. He sounded casual as he brought up yet another topic, saying, "In the past, when the goddess of the Heaven realm first showed her face to the world, no one could hold a candle to her beauty and ability, let alone ladies. There were very few men in the world who could put up a fight with her. She was also the dream girl for countless men." Donghuang the Great revealed a brilliant smile. His eyes glistened with gentleness as he mumbled, "She was the best among all women." The Devil Emperor smiled and continued, "You are admirable. Such a talented lady actually became your wife. She was also willing to give you a descendant." Donghuang the Great's gaze turned mellow as he commented with a smile, "She played a big part in helping Yi Qing and me to become great emperors. As the person with the most outstanding temperament at that time, you were indeed the only person who was a good match for her. Both of you made an admirable couple. Therefore, surely you have a lot of pent-up hatred. As the Devil Emperor said this, he did not forget to place a stone on the Weiqi board. He looked up at Dong Huang the Great, wanting to observe the other party's expression. However, Dong Huang the Great's expression was normal, seemingly unchanged. He still wore a gentle expression. These are all things of the past. Why do you bring them up? Could it be that you came over to talk about these matters? Asked Dong Huang the Great. If outsiders heard their conversation, they would truly believe that the two of them were best friends casually having a chat. Just as the two of them were talking in Dong Huang Imperial Palace, Yi Futian's group arrived at the territory of the Haoyan clan in the Nantian domain. Haoyan City trembled violently. Back then, Yi Futian had slaughtered his way here before. Later on, Haoyan the Great had tried to take revenge when he became a great emperor, but he had been unable to destroy Yi Imperial Palace. Today, Yi Futian had descended upon the city once again. Terrifying pressure enveloped Haoyan City. The Haoyan clan naturally felt this pressure. Faced with such pressure, countless cultivators in the city felt like worshipping the powerful cultivator who emanated it. Although Yi Futian had yet to become a great emperor, his might was comparable to one. The cultivators in the Haotian clan all raised their heads to stare at the figure above. Yi Futian stood in the high heavens like a god. Haoyan the Great, Heavenly Emperor Jiang, and the others also appeared in the sky. The remaining 4 major ancient god clans had allied. Haoyan the Great was the first to attain a breakthrough and reach the imperial realm. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor Jiang, Xianxia the Great, and Wuliang the Great had gathered here, out of the fear that Yi Futian would visit their ancient god clans to eradicate them. In reality, it had not been long since their last battle. However, he had been cultivating for a long time now due to Yi Futian's unique law of time. Aside from Haoyan the Great, only Xianxia the Great had become a great emperor. The other 2 were still one step away from proving their ways. They remained as great emperors to be. They planned to attack Yi Imperial Palace after all 4 of them had regained their status as great emperors. They would have a better chance of killing Yi Futian then. In their opinion, Yi Futian improved at a faster rate than them, but with the combined power of 4 great emperors, they were confident that they could slay him. Unfortunately, they had not expected Yi Futian to be capable of changing the speed of time in his world of the micro-heavenly path. Actually, the longer they spent making preparations, the less advantageous they were. The cultivators of the devil world and the dark world are here too. What are they doing here? Thought the cultivators of the Haoyan clan as they looked at Yushang and the others. Haoyan the Great asked right away. This territory is part of the divine prefecture. For the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace and the Dark Court to come here, do you plan to trigger a war among the 3 worlds? Currently, the situation was chaotic everywhere. Even though the various parties had yet to declare war on each other, it was rather provocative for the cultivators of the Devil World and the Dark World to appear here. Haoyan the Great naturally had to drag Dong Huang Imperial Palace into this mess. Otherwise, the Haotian clan would not withstand 3 significant forces on their own. We're just here to spectate the fight, Lord Shaman from the Dark Court replied. The Dark Court had no intention of joining the battle. Before this, Lord Shaman was greatly shocked when he heard that Yi Futian could force a great emperor to retreat. In the past, he had intended to kill Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian had actually surpassed him. On the other hand, he still remained at the great emperor-to-be plane. You're here to spectate the fight? Haoyan the Great mumbled as he relaxed slightly. There were quite a few returning ancient great emperors among the lineup of the other party. If they declared war on the ancient god clans, the latter would lose miserably. Since they were only here as spectators, Haoyan the Great was still confident that he and Xianxia the Great could take Yi Futian head-on. They might even be able to kill him now. Haoyan the Great did not believe that Yi Futian had improved much in such a short amount of time since they last met. In the heavens above, Yi Futian took a step forward. The other cultivators appeared in different spots in the sky, but they stayed clear of the battlefield. Yi Futian lowered his head to glance at the Haotian clan. A glance from him was enough to make the cultivators of the Haotian clan feel as though a blazing sun had appeared above their heads. The sun shone down on them and radiated the brilliant divine power of the sun everywhere the sunlight covered. The space was set ablaze as the temperature rose. Endless currents of divine fire flowed in space. Many cultivators sensed that their spiritual souls would be crushed under the scorching heat. Their souls would be burned to ashes. Bang! Xianxia the Great's will shifted, and a terrifying divine matrix instantly appeared above Haoyan City. This divine matrix was filled with a destructive aura similar to the force of divine punishment of the heavenly path. The divine power of the sun rained down and was negated by the divine matrix. Could not penetrate the latter. Yifutian glanced at Xianxia the Great. He obviously had noticed that the other party was now a great emperor. The current Haoyan clan had 2 returning great emperors. Yet Yifutian was not afraid. He could already put up a fight against Haoyan the Great back then. After cultivating for several years, his micro-heavenly path had evolved, and his various attributes had grown much more powerful than before. His divine power has grown stronger. Haoyan the Great told Xianxia the Great over transmitted thoughts when he detected the might of the divine power of the sun. Its menacing power covered the divine matrix. Although the former was being negated by the latter, it still was threatening. The divine power of the sun was not Yifutian's strongest divine power. It was a power he could casually unleash from his gaze. I will trap him, then we can kill him together, Haoyan the Great continued. His will shifted, and he immediately transformed into the god of Haoyan. The vast space became his world as his will enveloped the entire city. All the cultivators were within his domain. Beneath the Haoyan divine domain, Haoyan the Great's figure disappeared. He merged with the vast space and appeared above Yifutian. Xianxia the Great's will shifted, and an unparalleled destructive storm immediately surged out from the divine matrix that he forged. Countless beams of divine light shot up into the sky. They shot up towards where Yifutian was. Each aura contained frightening destructive power. Yifutian's figure formed a phantasm. It was a divine body. Back then he self-proclaimed it as the divine body of the heavenly path. Now he had created the micro-heavenly path, making it a true divine body of the heavenly path. It was immovable. The divine power landed on the divine body but could not cause it any harm. Xianxia the Great formed divine seals with his hands. A gigantic silhouette of a Tianxin instantly appeared in the sky and covered his figure. Similar to Yifutian, this was also his phantasm. When it appeared, the storm also moved with it. As the silhouette grew larger, the surrounding storm became even more terrifying. The hearts of all the cultivators of Haoyan City were trembling. They stood within the city, feeling like ants. These great emperors could turn them all to dust by extending a finger. These were great emperors. They were true Tianxin's existences who stood at the peak. Right now, Xianxia the Great had a significant impact on them. He was like a deity who governed the divine punishments of the world and who could judge sinners. The divine matrix contained the power of divine punishment. The menacing force of divine punishment covered the vast space and directly enveloped Yifutian. Right now, it was as though Yifutian was in the eye of a destructive storm. The storm rampaged, and the power of divine punishment was constantly brewing. Die! Uttered the divine silhouette formed by Xianxia the Great. Murderous intent filled the skies as the destructive storm gathered where Yifutian was standing. It was as though the force of divine punishment from the heavenly path had descended to destroy all of existence. Around Yifutian's figure, countless beads appeared. The beads then formed spheres that circled him. They coalesced from the divine power of the world that he had released from his body. Each bead was an independent space that had coalesced into a sphere and orbited his figure, blocking off the destructive, massacring power. The menacing, massacring power rampaged towards him and collided with the beads. A sharp screech filled the air. The space seemed to be torn to shreds as destructive bands of light swept out. The spheres were being ripped apart gradually. It appeared that the divine power of the world was still insufficient to block the attack of a returning ancient emperor. At the same time, Haoyan the Great also struck downwards. A menacing Haoyan Madra came charging down, descending upon Yifutian's defenses. The cracks in his defenses immediately expanded. Yifutian stood still as he sensed all this. His hand swept across his surroundings. Time and space seemed to be distorted. The rampaging storm flowed into the warped space and disappeared without a trace. Is this an application of the divine force of space? Someone thought out loud. All the surrounding cultivators were staring at the battle between Yi Futian and the two great emperors. Divine power circled him. His defensive power was extremely terrifying. It appeared to be the divine power of the world. As for the warped storm that was now unleashing divine light, it seemed to be a powerful application of the divine force of space. As the two great emperors, Haoyan the Great and Xianxia the Great, unleashed a combined attack, the absolute defense forged from the divine power of the world was shattered. Countless beams of the divine light of the heavenly penalty shot towards Yi Futian's figure. Yet they were consumed by the storm. It was as though a chaotic current of time and space had formed around Yi Futian's figure. This chaotic current was like a black hole. It was extremely terrifying. Xianxia the Great pointed a finger to the sky. Even more menacing might burst forth from the divine matrix. Endless attacks surged towards Yi Futian, burying the area where he stood. Haoyan the Great did not stand by idly. He similarly attacked. Countless Haoyan divine seals crashed down, attempting to shatter the divine power around Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure was buried. The cultivators from the outside world could no longer detect him. They could only see the endless attacks as well as the warped storm that circled Yi Futian's body. The cultivators in Haoyan City felt their hearts racing. They did not expect to witness a god-level battle today. This was a war among great emperors. Two great emperors besieged Yi Futian to kill him. Even though Yi Futian had yet to become a great emperor, he was already comparable to one in terms of ability. Therefore, he could be counted as one of them. The terrifying destructive might and the endless attacks did not stand a chance when faced with the distorted space and were consumed by the latter. The spatial storm grew larger and covered this part of the sky. The attacks from the two great emperors failed to penetrate it. What kind of defense is this? Thought Xianxia as he observed the fight. He was astonished. As the top demon sage in the devil world, he was arrogant. Nevertheless, he paid close attention to Yi Futian's development since the latter visited Devil Imperial Palace. Yi Futian's improvement surpassed Xianxia's imagination and had reached a shocking stage. Yi Futian's defense alone was sufficient to put the two great emperors in a predicament. His attack will be as powerful as his defense, Yusheng commented. He seemed to have a lot of confidence in Yi Futian. Yi Futian always paid attention to both his defense and offense to cover all grounds. Now he was focused on withstanding the attacks of the two great emperors. Once he found a chance to retaliate, it was hard to say whether Haoyan the Great and Xianxia the Great would be able to hold out against his attack. Very far away from the Nantian domain where Haoyan City was, Donghuang the Great and the Devil Emperor were in Donghuang Imperial Palace, the most revered place in the Divine Prefecture. They were still seated in front of the Weiqi board. However, Donghuang the Great had activated a passageway. There was an image inside it. The image was of the battle happening in the Haotian clan now. It seemed like no fight in the Divine Prefecture could go unnoticed if Donghuang the Great truly wanted to find out. Donghuang, what do you think? The Devil Emperor asked as he looked at Donghuang the Great, who sat across from him. Donghuang the Great replied, he severed his path in order to attain greater cultivation. He can go toe-to-toe with two ancient emperors even though he is only at the great emperor to be plain. He has created many unique divine powers. He is exceptional. Can he defeat you? The Devil Emperor inquired further. As he asked, his gaze was fixed on the side profile of the other party. He was interested to see how Donghuang the Great would respond to him. Donghuang the Great observed the battle as he acknowledged, he is capable of defeating me. The Devil Emperor narrowed his eyes. Then, he laughed and said, Donghuang, you are crowned the top all-rounder in the world. You are unparalleled and are a one-in-a-million genius. You actually acknowledge that someone is better than you and a junior at that. Donghuang the Great responded, the heavens and the earth welcome major changes and the age of the gods will soon come again. It's not surprising that some monstrous figures have risen. I proved my way and now rule over the Divine Prefecture. However, my achievements are possible only because we live in the current era. During ancient times, there were countless exceptional figures beneath the heavenly path. I am nothing compared to them. The Devil Emperor smiled as he looked at the other party. He praised, You might not be the strongest in this current world, but you are the only one that I admire. He continued, however, as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, he will seek you out to take revenge. Since you believe he might surpass you, why do you still let him leave? Why don't you nip this threat in the bud? He was curious as to how Dong Huang the Great would respond. If that is the case, what difference is there between this era and the previous era? Asked Dong Huang the Great as he also revealed a smile. He looked at the Devil Emperor and said, if he truly stands before me one day, I wouldn't mind surrendering the world to him. When the Devil Emperor heard Dong Huang the Great's response, he stared at the former with his jet-black eyes. He seemed to be judging how much of what Dong Huang the Great said was true. In your opinion, who will win this battle? The Devil Emperor continued asking. Dong Huang the Great looked towards the battlefield and said, Yi Futian. I think so too, replied the Devil Emperor with a smile as he also turned to look at the battlefield. Right now, on the battlefield, the attacks of the two great emperors still could not break through Yi Futian's defenses. Haotian the Great's gaze was as cold as ice. In the sky above, a Haotian great palm grabbed out at Yi Futian. He was attempting to crush the space with his gigantic palm. When Xianxia the Great saw the scene, he ceased attacking. He watched the great palm that blocked out the sky attentively. Under the watch of countless gazes, the great palm came down and grabbed at where Yi Futian stood. When it landed, the warp storm actually crumbled it gradually. The gigantic great palm shattered and was frenziedly swept into the storm. What kind of divine power is this? Wondered the top figures of the Devil World and the Dark World. Their hearts trembled violently as they witnessed this shocking scene unfold before their eyes. The Haotian great palm crumbled frenziedly, and the falling pieces were sucked into the storm. The speed of consumption was astonishing. When the great palm entered into the region of the swirling space, the crowd noticed that time flowed differently in that space. Nevertheless, the great palm still managed to crush the swirling storm as it was sucked into the latter due to its enormous size. The distorted space was similarly collapsing. Both attacks disintegrated. Right at this moment, a beam of divine light flashed. A figure appeared amidst the raging storm. He was none other than Yi Futian. He transformed into a beam of light. With a spear in his hand, he freed himself from the besiegement and charged forward. His speed was incredulously fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xianxia the Great. The spear in Yi Futian's hand stabbed out. For a figure at his level, he could attack even across vast distances. However, Yi Futian chose to fight in close quarters. As the spear stabbed out, Xianxia the Great saw the tip of the spear warp space and time, just like the defensive power around Yi Futian's figure. However, this time it was used to attack instead. Xianxia the Great had already proven his way and reached the Great Emperor plane. Yet, against such an attack, his heart seemed to stop beating. The entire world fell silent, and he sensed an absolute threat. This attack could kill him. A blinding divine light dazzled, and Xianxia the Great transformed himself. His entire person was integrated into the heavenly penalty divine matrix, which resembled a divine diagram of destruction. The destructive power that erupted from it shrouded the entire Haotian divine domain. Yi Futian came down with a spear and stabbed it into the divine matrix. In an instant, with the spear's tip as the center, an unparalleled, terrifying hurricane formed. Time and space seemed distorted as an ominous boom was heard. The divine matrix disintegrated and collapsed as it was caught in the hurricane. The power of that one point instantly spread all over the space. All the destructive forces around it were sucked inside and torn to shreds. The collapsed divine matrix was still capable of launching unprecedented destructive attacks at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was tucked within the distorted storm of time and space, so the attacks could not get close to him. All the cultivators watched what took place in front of them in utter shock. All of this happened in a second. That boundless and massive divine matrix was swallowed up in a blink of an eye. The cultivators in the imperial realm felt the power of that blow and watched intently at the center of the vortex. They felt that the time and space there seemed to be chaotic and completely different from those inside the Haotian divine domain. This strike contained the force of time and space. What kind of power of law had he comprehended? Bang! A loud boom was heard as the gigantic divine matrix was shattered. Someone was seen escaping from that space in a bit of humiliated fashion. It turned out to be Xianxia the Great. He returned to his former standing countless years ago as a peak existence by proving his way to the imperial realm. But he never expected that he would end up in such an embarrassing state by a youngster. Ach! A great emperor had just spat up blood because of a single blow. This was enough to make everyone in the ancient god clan tremble. All of them watched that white-haired man in horror. He was already so powerful? Likewise, Haotian the Great's heart was beating wildly. He already felt that he might not shake Yifutian an inch while the man could still threaten him and Xianxia the Great with his attacks. At this time, Yifutian's divine body was blooming with a dazzling divine light as divine power circulated all around him, turning into numerous long spears. Each spear contained incomparably fantastic power. Countless spears gathered together and surrounded Yifutian. His eyes were so cold, as there was a murderous intent within them. With a single thought, the spears broke through the air and attacked Haotian the Great and Xianxia the Great at the same time and the place below where the Haotian clan was located. Boom! Xianxia the Great could not afford to be careless. He had been injured already. At this moment, he gathered the divine power to transform. Infinite divine light surrounded him as if he was the deity in charge of the heavenly penalty. The divine power gathered into the sword of heavenly penalty, which was massive and humongous. Now it lanced forward. Infinite heavenly penalty divine light roared at the same time and lashed out, colliding with the long spear that came in for the kill. Immediately, there was pure pandemonium between heaven and earth. Haotian the Great blasted out the infinite handprints as well, which collided with those long spears. Haotian handprints crumbled and shattered like mad upon impact. The attacks from Haotian the Great no longer seemed as powerful as Yifutian's. It was not until the gigantic Haotian handprint appeared that it finally blocked the spear attacks. However, Haotian clan was not so lucky. The terrifying long spear directly broke through the defensive power created by the Great Emperor and continued the attacks there. The two Great Emperors-to-be were not enough anymore, and it was apparent they could not stop the onslaught. Haotian the Great's thought moved slightly, and the entire Haotian clan was immediately covered by the vast sky. It seemed as if there was a canopy that had fallen, blocking Yifutian's spear attacks. Yifutian raised his head and looked up. A massive spear appeared before him as he slammed both hands forward. Suddenly, a gigantic long spear ripped through the space and blasted towards the other side. As another shocking boom came out, the defense collapsed, and countless destructive lightning struck down. In an instant, the vast and boundless Haotian clan was attacked. It seemed as if the apocalypse was upon them. It was the fire of anger that came from the gods themselves. Bang, bang, bang. Countless structures vanished into smokes and ashes. Many cultivators from the Haotian clan didn't even have a chance to let out their screams before they were immolated. Those who were hit by the divine power vanished instantly, leaving no traces behind. This time, the cultivators of the ancient god clan had gathered inside the Haotian clan. This blow inflicted heavy casualties. Yifutian did not mean to show any mercy. Back then, what kind of misery did the ancient god clan inflict upon Yifutian? After repeated joint attacks and suppression, they went to Yi Imperial Palace to destroy it. Therefore, Yifutian did not have the slightest sympathy for the ancient god clan now. Those who survived looked up in desperation at the man who hovered above the sky. The ancient god clan, two great emperors, and the two great emperors-to-be could not take down Yifutian and were hunted by him instead. Once upon a time, Yifutian was just a genius talent from the original realm, someone that the ancient god clan had never taken seriously. Many years ago, the city lord of Tianyan City wiped out the Heavenly Mandate Academy with just a single blow. At that time, they looked at Yifutian as if they were looking at some insect. None of the clan lords from the ancient god clan saw Yifutian as a serious threat. But today, when they regarded Yifutian once again, he was like a god. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and Wuxia the Great had not yet completed their enlightenment, and they were incredibly shocked at this moment. They did not expect that as part of the four ancient emperors they would be oppressed by a youngster to such a degree. Times, indeed, had changed. Yifutian still wanted to continue as he gathered up his divine power. However, at this time, a mighty coercion descended. This divine power directly penetrated the Haotian divine domain and invaded this space. Then a voice said, "Enough!" When Yifutian felt this divine power, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. He saw countless divine lights descending, penetrating the Haotian divine domain. The voice was from Donghuang the Great. In a very distant place, he saw Donghuang the Great there. It seemed as if he had opened up a passageway. The last time he was here, the people from the divine prefecture stopped him. This time, he came because of the invitation from the devil world and the dark world. The devil emperor himself was also coming to Donghuang Imperial Palace. Even so, did Donghuang the Great still intend on stopping them? The devil emperor was also there. Yifutian saw the devil emperor. "Your Majesty, Haotian the Great has repeatedly tried to invade the Imperial Palace," Yifutian said as he looked up into the sky. He could feel that the divine power from Donghuang the Great was very strong. "Go back," Donghuang the Great commanded. The divine power from Yifutian's body roared wildly. Donghuang the Great gave a cold snort as the divine power from the firmament submerged the space here. At this moment, Yifutian felt his divine power was unable to separate from his body because everything was being suppressed to the extreme. Under the might of this divine power, his strength was being suppressed irrevocably. This strong, Yifutian thought to himself as streaks of divine light submerged his body. The hearts of Haotian the Great and Xianxia the Great also palpitated. They didn't know that Donghuang the Great was this strong. The Haotian divine domain was pierced completely. Although they had proven the way, it seemed that they were not at all on the same level as Donghuang the Great. In Donghuang Imperial Palace, the devil emperor stared at Donghuang the Great, who was making his move. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. No one could tell what he was thinking. At this time, Donghuang was still sitting opposite of him, but he was facing the position of the passage. Separated by the boundless space, the revelation divine power descended regardless of distance or space. This kind of ability had far exceeded the understanding of ordinary cultivators in Haotian City. In the land of the divine prefecture, countless cultivators were believers in Donghuang the Great. However, they had never seen Donghuang the Great make a move until today. With a single thought, Donghuang the Great had made his divine power descend across the vast and boundless space. This power suppressed Yifutian, who had defeated Haotian the Great and Xianxia the Great. This suppression was so complete that Yifutian could not fight back. Only then did everyone realize how truly terrifying the master of the divine prefecture was. Yifutian's divine power roared fiercely upon him. He raised his head to look at the sky, his body stubbornly moving upward against the momentum despite being under the suppression of the revelation divine power. He seemed unyielding. He wanted to see how powerful Donghuang the Great was. Buzz! An even more terrifying divine might pressed downward as endless divine glory sprinkled down from the firmament. Haotian divine domain was suppressed to the point of disappearing altogether, as Yifutian's body was forced to fall from the sky. His divine power was being suppressed around his body. Yifutian looked at Donghuang the Great across the distance only to hear Donghuang the Great say, "Until you can come to the imperial palace and stand in front of me, you may not roam and rampage in the divine prefecture." When his voice faded, countless paths came rushing down. Yifutian grunted, and his face paled. He felt his divine body was being suppressed as his body fell from the air again. He had no way to contend with his opponent at all. He had cultivated to the current state and created his own micro-heavenly path, which was enough to shake the great emperors. Among the two great emperors, Xianxia the Great was wounded. Haotian the Great couldn't do much to him. If he continued the fight, he felt his advantage would only grow. But even so, he couldn't stop the suppression from Donghuang the Great's divine power. Today, the six beings standing at the top of the world were more powerful than he imagined. "Very well. I will be looking forward to that day," Yifutian responded and retracted his divine power. He understood that he was only in the realm of Emperor-to-be, which accounted for the gap between them. Even if he was able to defeat some great emperors with the help of the micro-heavenly path, Donghuang the Great was beyond the realm of ordinary great emperors. To be able to fight against Donghuang the Great, he would probably need to wait until his micro-heavenly path was perfected. Likewise, the revelation divine power also retracted, and everything returned to normal. Hao Yin the Great and Xianxia the Great both stared at Yi Futian. They could have never thought that when they returned to the imperial realm, they would be greeted not by glory but humiliation and defeat. The suppression of Yi Futian and the strength of Donghuang the Great made their return as ancient emperors seem so small and insignificant. It was as if they were not worth mentioning. The times had truly changed. After the collapse of the heavenly path, the era did not seem to be an era they could understand anymore. Now, a brand new era was coming, but they would no longer be its main players. Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace and the Dark Court. Both parties had invited him to come here. But now that he had done what he could, the Devil Emperor did not stop Donghuang the Great from moving against him. Go back, the Devil Emperor, who was next to Donghuang the Great, urged as well. The rest of the cultivators nodded as they began leaving. Yi Futian glanced at the two figures above the sky and stepped away himself. There were still several years in, and in his world it was decades. After they left, the cultivators in Haoyin City looked at the state of the Haoyin clan at this moment. They were dead silent. The entire Haoyin clan had been destroyed. Previously, Yi Futian had nearly razed it to the ground with a single blow. The ancient god clan had lost many cultivators, and it was a tragic sight. At this moment, the ancient god clan was desolate. How could those glorious ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture, the top forces that once dominated the land of the Divine Prefecture, end up like this? More importantly, this was after the return of the great emperors. Shouldn't this be their time of revival? Everyone's heart was heavy. It felt like they were being crushed by a giant boulder, making them feel beyond depressed. And that boulder was none other than Yi Futian. Donghuang the Great had the power now, yet he did not end Yi Futian. Did he intend to wait until Yi Futian was elevated into the imperial realm? What would happen if Donghuang the Great was defeated at the 500-year mark? What would happen then? That was something no one dared to contemplate. If that were the case, the ancient god clan would undoubtedly be destroyed. In Donghuang Imperial Palace, Donghuang the Great retracted his divine might as the passageway disappeared. He sat there quietly, his attention focused on the chessboard, and then he made his move. Everything was business as usual, like nothing had happened moments ago. The Devil Emperor held a chess piece in hand as he looked intently at Donghuang the Great. He said with a smile, "Your divine power has increased again. 500 years of cultivation. How can there be no progress?" Donghuang the Great raised his head and responded, "You must be the same as well. Under the Devil's Abyss, bearing the tribulation of the Devil's Abyss, and baptized by it. The actual level of your strength today was difficult to estimate. Devil's Abyss was known as the prison of the heavenly path, and it was not a simple contraption." A smile appeared in those profound eyes of the Devil Emperor as he stared intently on Donghuang the Great. He said, "Donghuang, you won't kill Yi Futian now? Do you want to wait until he is an emperor and destroys Donghuang Imperial Palace to stand before you? Do you want to allow him a chance to do all that he wants to do? Is it because you feel guilty about Emperor Yi Qing's death and you want to make it up to his descendants?" "Your Majesty is overthinking," Donghuang the Great said with a smile. "Of course, there is guilt in my heart, but it's not what you think. If I'm wrong." The Devil Emperor's eyes were unfathomable as he stared into the eyes of Donghuang the Great and said, "Then, that's even more interesting. You lost?" Donghuang the Great said as he made his last move on the chessboard. The Devil Emperor looked down, then got up with a hearty laugh. "Then I guess I'll take a look at this game and see who is playing and how it is played." With that, the Devil Emperor took a single step, then disappeared from Donghuang Imperial Palace. After he left, several people came over and bowed to salute Donghuang the Great. The person in the lead was the Princess of the Divine Prefecture, Donghuang Diuan. "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this move by the Devil Emperor?" Li Daoshou, who was next to Donghuang Diuan, asked curiously. "Moreover, it seems that it was the will of the Dark Sovereign to goad Yi Futian to come here to the Divine Prefecture, thus intensifying the grievances between the Divine Prefecture and Yi Futian, no?" Donghuang the Great looked into the distance. Those tranquil eyes of his were so clear that it was as if he could see through everything in this world. "Perhaps as a test, Donghuang the Great responded. Then he looked at Donghuang Duan and the rest of the people and said, "The world has changed drastically with ancient emperors who have returned one after the other. The future has to be a mighty era. In the past, you were all powerful figures standing at the top. But now, you must focus on cultivating harder than ever before and strive to step onto the path of the emperors as soon as possible." "Yes, your majesty." Several of them bowed to salute him again. They too had sensed the pressure. Was the remark from Donghuang the Great suggesting that Donghuang Imperial Palace was facing some crisis? After Yi Futian returned to Yi Imperial Palace, he continued cultivating in retreat. His thought was the same as Donghuang the Great. The world was undergoing significant changes, and no one knew what the future held. When the age of the gods finally arrived, the only way to remain standing between heaven and earth was by empowering and strengthening oneself. If the prediction by the Buddha of destiny and the rest of the world were true, in a few years, he might have another battle with Donghuang the Great. In his own world, he still had decades to cultivate. Therefore, his only goal now was to continuously improve upon his micro-heavenly path so that he could be a contender against Donghuang the Great. Now, his strength was still one level behind Donghuang the Great. In Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian altered the time of the micro-heavenly path so that the gap was getting greater. He came to the space of the void to continue cultivating spear techniques. Numerous phantoms appeared, and spears were unleashed at the same time. Each strike contained an extraordinary power, which could easily penetrate a corner of the world. The battle with Haoyan the Great and Xianxia the Great had given him additional inspiration. His spear techniques incorporated different divine powers of the law, and chief among them was the law of time and space. At the moment of attack, the law of time and space that guided his spear techniques differed from the one guiding the outside world. Thus, it formed a confusion that distorted time and space, causing the terrible time and space storm of Vortex. This strike was comprehended after Yi Futian had executed the move countless times. But Yi Futian felt that it still fell short. This strike could be further improved to render it much stronger, even capable of penetrating any divine domain of the Great Path with just one blow. Among the countless shadows, these long spears contained different rules and orders. There was the divine power of the world and the heaven-slaying divine power that had both been integrated into the spear for this blow to explode. He was curious to see what kind of power would be born under different circumstances. To continue learning from these experiences to create the strongest attack possible from the divine method. The creation of the divine method was complex if based simply on pure comprehension. It had to be perceived, continuously executed, and then perfected. Yi Futian was completely immersed in his own cultivation, comprehending it time and again. He felt that the cultivation of these spear techniques could surpass the power of the heaven-slaying divine sword and augmented his own combat effectiveness. When the ages of the gods arrived, and there were many more great emperors in this world, it would depend on whose rules and order and whose divine method would be the strongest. Yi Futian spent a long time cultivating this time, almost 10 years, to comprehend this one strike. For him, cultivation was the priority at the moment. Last time, if it weren't for those cultivators from the devil world, he wouldn't have gone out at all because he knew it wouldn't do much good. However, when he reached the strength he needed to suppress Donghuang the Great, the ancient god clans could be destroyed at his pleasure. Yi Futian's figure stood in front of a starry world at this time. With a long spear in hand, his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. The long spear broke through the air and pierced that world of stars. Instantly, a divine light pierced through the world completely, then continued its mighty momentum further into the distance. A hole appeared above that starry world. It had been pierced through. Broken. Yi Futian returned to where he was, still holding the long spear. Then he launched another strike. When the strike fell, a violent sound resounded between heaven and earth, accompanied by great commotions. The world disintegrated and shattered in an instant. In this broken-up world, a storm of destruction lurked, raging in that space. Unravel. Yi Futian appeared tranquil. The spear was still in his hand as he looked at another world in the distance. The divine power that came out of the spear in his hand was beyond astounding. At this moment, Yi Futian was solemn. Next, it was the last strike in his 10 years of comprehension, and it was also the strongest. The unleashing of this strike would result in disaster. With a thought, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, the spear made an impact on a starry world right in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, a terrifying vortex appeared in the next moment, and dull rumbling sounds were heard. This corner of the world was collapsing at an incredible speed and was then swallowed up by the vortex storm at an equally terrifying pace. In an instant, that entire world disappeared. Not even a trace was left behind. Even that time and space continuum remained distorted. In front of Yifuyan, a terrifying and persistent vortex seemed to have taken shape, still busy engulfing everything. Entombed. These were the names that Yifuyan gave these three spear techniques. Their attack style was slightly different, but the power was undeniably stronger as it progressed. They were broken, unraveled, and entombed. Yifuyan was quite pleased. This divine method of attack was created in 10 years. If he was to face Haoyan the Great again, he was sure he would be able to slay his enemies successfully instead of letting him off the hook like the last time. Furthermore, the attack of this divine method will increase along with his divine rule power and become stronger. At the same time, if his comprehension deepened, it would also be another factor to make it stronger. He wondered how terrible it would be if his micro-heavenly path was perfected and entombed was unleashed. Would it be able to swallow up an entire realm? After he cultivated, Yifuyan watched the rest of the world to see how the others had progressed in their cultivation. His consciousness was soon attracted to a place as his eyes zoomed in on a certain location. As if he had penetrated the boundless world, he saw Gu Donglu standing in the void over there, as a boundless and gigantic pattern appeared to surround him. In this boundless and massive pattern, there were demon gods with frightening auras with an unparalleled demonic energy that permeated the space. Yifuyan gave the divine demon diagram to Gu Donglu for cultivation. And now, when he was cultivating, Gu Donglu had integrated the diagram into his own path, intending on creating his own divine domain. Afterward, Yifuyan looked at another place and saw the Supreme Sword Lord with his eyes closed, comprehending in cultivation. Hundreds of millions of divine swords surrounded him as he sat cross-legged in the middle of a sword domain. It was as if he had morphed into swordsmanship himself. Somewhere else, Blind Tai was forging in the firmament. His whole body was dazzling with radiance, surrounded by divine flames. His form was massive as he held the divine hammer and beat down on the divine item again and again. There were countless phantoms of the divine hammer in the surrounding space. It was as if they were all motioned by the divine power. The sight itself was shocking. In the place where Chen-Yi was, his body was full of brilliance as he was becoming one with the light. The surrounding world was full of light, which illuminated the infinite space and brought light to this world. After that, Yifuyan watched many people cultivating as well, and when his thoughts moved, the divine rule power would descend in this micro-heavenly path, so that all the cultivators in Yi Imperial Palace could bathe in the divine light of law and feel the power of this micro-heavenly path. Thus, their cultivation could progress much faster and find it easier to comprehend. Since he was the creator of the micro-heavenly path, it was natural that he could create the most favorable conditions for cultivation. After accomplishing all this, Yifuyan continued to comprehend and cultivate to perfect his own micro-heavenly path. He was delighted with everything right now. The flow of time was different, and with time, the people of Yi Imperial Palace would no doubt be able to catch up with those cultivators on the outside. Even if the age of the gods were upon them, there would be a place for Yi Imperial Palace. While Yifuyan and the others were cultivating in Yi Imperial Palace, no one else was idle. Everyone worked very hard. The heavenly realm had now recuperated much of its prosperity from former times, especially where the 99th heaven was located. It was now an extremely popular area with numerous cultivators who gathered here. It was more than expected for those cultivators from before to stay behind. Above the 99th heaven, many top figures cultivated here, and their cultivations were fearsome. In the heavenly palace, Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light of the heavenly path. He sat cross-legged as if there was a divine matrix underneath him that resonated with the heavenly path. It purified and tempered his divine body. At the moment, Ji Wudao's entire body dazzled, like a sun of the heavenly path. The divine light which lingered upon his divine body contained a supreme divine might as if he was high above and compelled those around him to worship him. Ji Wudao had already inherited the throne of Heavenly Emperor and reigned as the current Heavenly Emperor. Although his cultivation was not yet completed and he was one step away from becoming the Heavenly Emperor, he was close to reaching that level of perfection. He was so close that many people thought it wouldn't be long before Ji Wudao stepped onto the throne. At this juncture, a cultivator in the 99th heaven stood up. Just by standing there casually, this man exuded an air of authority that compelled everyone to look up at him as if he was a god. This man was indeed a deity in existence at the level of an ancient emperor. More importantly, he had already recovered his cultivation on the imperial realm, and he was ready to leave. "Where do you think you are going?" It was Ji Wudao. He remained sitting cross-legged above the heavenly palace but seemed omnipotent about everything below and detected that this great emperor intended on leaving. "I have proved myself again in the imperial realm, and my realm is now stabilized. It's time for me to go out and take a look," replied that great emperor. His hair was very long, tied behind him. He had a short white beard. There was a celestial aura about the man. "Elders should cultivate with us a while longer. Wait until your realm is rock solid before attempting to go out," said Ji Wudao. His words caught the attention of many cultivators. Back then, Ji Wudao had proclaimed that those who stayed on to cultivate here were considered members of the imperial palace and must obey his will. In the past few years, those who grew in the heavenly palace were dedicated to self-improvement, so no one had considered leaving. Naturally, there had been no conflict around the subject. But many people knew that conflicts of this sort were bound to occur. Those great emperors were not submissive figures, especially not to a youngster. The main reason they stayed behind to cultivate was that they could not resist the temptation of the heavenly path. But if they became emperors, there was no way they would want to be bound in any way. The realm of the emperor was at the top of the cultivation world, nearly at the peak, which was high above everything else in the world. They were incredibly proud of their own achievements. Indeed, anyone who could comprehend the imperial realm had already surpassed the ordinary state of existence. For them to submit to any other power, it had to be someone compelling for them to submit willingly. "No, the time has come, I will go for a walk." As soon as the old man's voice faded, his figure disappeared. He passed through the 99th heaven and left for the outside. He had no intention to hang around this place more than he had to, and he was wary of this piece of the heavenly path. If the heavenly path were conscious in any way, fighting under the heavenly path would surely arouse the dissatisfaction of the heavenly path and danger would ensue. Therefore, he didn't want to waste his time arguing and chose to leave right away. When they saw the old man leaving, suddenly all the cultivators' interest above the 99th heaven was somewhat piqued. This was the first time someone in the imperial realm had broken his promise after stepping into this realm. Many of them had intended on doing the same thing when it was their turn. They wanted to see how Ji Wudao would handle people like that. Ji Wudao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and gave the area below a quick glance before he got up and walked off in like manner. The figures of both men disappeared simultaneously, leaving the 99th heaven. The old man arrived outside the 99th heaven, above the heavenly imperial city. He continued on his way, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. In the 99th heaven, that piece of heavenly path continued to exist, and he was leery. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended and the old man frowned. He stopped as he turned to look at Ji Wudao, who was chasing after him, and said, "Although you are the future heavenly emperor, your great path has not yet been completed and you dare to chase after me?" When his voice fell, the colors of the firmament changed, and the sky turned into a massive and boundless 8 trigrams. The trigrams circulated, and there seemed to be a pair of yin and yang fishes that swam within it. In the area below, countless cultivators looked up into the sky, their hearts trembled with fear. In a single turning of the mind, the sky was covered and the firmament had been transformed into a matrix. The divine light shot out from the 8 trigrams. It was extremely frightening. Buzz! A massively terrifying divine power fell from the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements between heaven and earth seemed to be contained in it as they unleashed towards Ji Wudao. The destructive divine light penetrated the void, intending to slay directly at Ji Wudao. But Ji Wudao merely stood there quietly without making any evasive moves. When the terrifying divine light fell on him, his divine body dazzled, and the 9 dragons true will rose up. It was the power of the law existing in the heavenly path. This divine power rushed into the firmament as if to turn into part of the heavenly path, rolling towards the 8 trigrams. With the 9 dragons true will protecting him, his body transcended the 5 elements, impervious to the source of yin nor yang. Boom! The terrifying divine power surged, and the pattern of the 8 trigrams above the firmament began to twist and deform. It was as if a supreme force had emerged, devouring the 8 trigrams pattern into it. His great path divine realm was collapsing and being swallowed up. The old man looked up at the heaven and earth surrounding him and saw traces of terrifying divine power besieging his own great path divine realm, turning it into chaotic space. In this chaotic space, a phantom of Ji Wudao appeared, like the master of this world. What's this? The old man's face changed in shock. What kind of existence was Ji Wudao? There is a price for going back on your promises. A voice resounded between heaven and earth. Then he sensed a terrifying aura, which made his great path divine realm collapse like mad until it was destroyed. Even his divine power had been engulfed. Buzz! The divine light of the 8 trigrams radiated, which was transformed by him and bloomed an unparalleled divine light. However, Ji Wudao directly reached out with his hand, as the pattern of the 8 trigrams shattered again suddenly, rushing towards his hands and was swallowed up whole. Bang! Ji Wudao clutched the old man's head in his giant hand. Immediately after, the divine power in his body was frantically devoured by Ji Wudao. Even his spiritual soul was swallowed into Ji Wudao's body. What kind of existence are you? The old man roared as his entire person was being devoured and turned into wisps of currents, all of which were absorbed by Ji Wudao. The cultivators below had no idea what had just happened. All they saw was that when everything returned to its previous tranquility, the old man was already gone. An existence at the level of a great emperor had disappeared just like that out of thin air, immolated by Ji Wudao. This was not a battle between equals but a one-sided suppression. Had Ji Wudao become so powerful already? All hail to the heavenly emperor. The people in the heavenly realm were extremely excited as they bowed to show their obeisance to Ji Wudao, who was above the sky. The heavenly realm had finally been revived. The news of this battle in the heaven realm soon spread. After all, this battle had been witnessed by many. Ji Wudao had kept a low profile for many years, and now he had stunned the world. Ever since the battle at the relic of the old heaven court, every time Ji Wudao appeared after that would bring a terrible shock to the world. Now his caliber was close to that of the heavenly emperor previously. In the heavenly imperial palace, he had been named as the heavenly emperor, the current emperor who was in charge. Just as the world thought that he was still a bit away from reaching the imperial realm, they didn't expect that he would be able to slay an ancient emperor with a perfect great path. How shocking of a feat it was! Ever since the significant changes in the world, there had been several battles, and each battle inevitably subverted the world's understanding. In the battle at the Yi Imperial Palace, Hao Yin the Great failed to take down Yi Futian. Afterward, in the battle at Hao Yin clan, Yi Futian, as a great emperor-to-be, fought 2 emperors at the same time and managed to wound one of the 2 emperors. It wasn't until Dong Huang the Great himself intervened that Yi Futian was stopped. It was also the battle at the Hao Yin clan that Dong Huang the Great took action himself. His actual person was in Dong Huang Imperial Palace while his divine power crushed Yi Futian. The great path divine realm of Hao Yin the Great was ignored by both. Then there was the battle of the heaven realm, during which Ji Wudao had cut down some great emperor in a blink of an eye. No one had even had the chance to know which emperor he was before Ji Wudao killed him. Ji Wudao's move was also meant to remind those who cultivated in the 99th heaven. Those cultivators had promised before they were allowed to enter the heavenly imperial palace to cultivate. If they ever intended on breaking that promise and leaving the heavenly imperial palace after they proved the realm of the great emperor, they would be killed without exception. Ji Wudao deliberately killed his opponent outside the heavenly path, obviously to let the world witness his true strength. Conceivably, few people would dare to attempt the same in the future. Cultivators from all the worlds truly felt the difference brought on by the great changes between heaven and earth. Perhaps they were now in a transitional phase and a new era would follow. Or, in some sense, the moment the gods' ruins continent revealed itself, a new era had already begun. However, after the battle, major news was being passed around, and it was about Ji Wudao's crime. It was said that Ji Wudao had cultivated the extremely ruthless Great Path Divine method. When the gods' ruins continent appeared, in addition to inheriting the relics of the old heavenly court, Ji Wudao had pillaged and plundered. Many cultivators were secretly killed by Ji Wudao, swallowed up by him to absorb these opponents' abilities as his own. In that battle not long ago, he had even devoured a cultivator who was a great emperor. The unorthodox method that Ji Wudao cultivated would bring disaster to the world. Especially now, he had inherited the throne of the heavenly emperor, aided by the heavenly path. His goal was to devour all the worlds and use this heavenly path to control the land of the seven realms. Once this news spread, countless other opinions emerged. Everyone thought that this must be the revenge of the heavenly path. The news of the ancient battle had spread as well. The battle that caused the collapse of the heavenly path many years ago was now known to the world. They speculated that this micro-heavenly path was left over by the heavenly path of yesteryears. As the descendant of Deva, Ji Wudao, who had inherited the throne of the heavenly emperor, was now ready to take revenge on the world. He planned to regain control of everything and take charge of the order in the seven realms. Ji Wudao was the spokesperson of the heavenly path today, just like the Lord of Deva in ancient times. Furthermore, this news was deemed credible by countless other people who believed in these rumors. After all, what they had seen was indeed very similar to the rumors. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the existence of the heavenly path at the 99th heaven and Ji Wudao. Everyone was speculating on how the six great emperors of today would deal with this matter. Would they directly invade the heaven realm? It was possible to infer the strength of the six emperors from the strength displayed by Donghuang the Great. Undoubtedly, they must be greater than those returning great emperors, so the question was whether their strength ruled higher than Ji Wudao's. However, in the 99th heaven, Ji Wudao still had the help of a slice of the heavenly path, which, as many in the world estimated, was the reason why the six emperors did not show up at the 99th heaven once upon a time. Just as this news had spread to all corners of the world, another shocking news followed on its heel. Donghuang the Great and the daughter of the heavenly emperor were husband and wife back then. Donghuang Diuan was the progeny of Donghuang the Great and the daughter of the heavenly emperor. This was a top secret known only by very few people. Since forever, no had ever known who was the queen of the divine prefecture. Now, the world found out that the wife of Donghuang the Great was the daughter of the heavenly emperor, and it was rumored that she was an unparalleled figure whose talents surpassed those from the past or present. She might even have reigned above Donghuang the Great himself. As soon as this news became public, it immediately caused a great sensation. Everyone thought of two things. Ji Wudao had always had a soft spot for Donghuang Diuan and gave in to her requests many times before. Even when the two of them fought in the relics of the old heaven court, Ji Wudao did his best to avoid an all-out war. Afterward, in the 99th heaven, Ji Wudao wanted her to bathe in the 9 dragons' true qi together to become the queen of heaven realm. Then, there was that time when Di Hao of the human realm proposed marriage to Donghuang Diuan, but it was flatly rejected by Donghuang the Great. It was a rather insulting refusal because he made it very clear that he didn't think Di Hao was worthy. So this was it. Donghuang the Great, and a wife who was even more outstanding than himself. This was why Donghuang the Great was so fond of Donghuang Diuan. So, with this relationship, would the heaven realm join forces with the divine prefecture? Ji Wudao was the current heavenly emperor, and Donghuang Diuan was the descendant of the heavenly emperor's daughter. What would happen when the heaven realm allied with the divine prefecture if they were to be united? Yi Futian, who was cultivating in Yi Imperial Palace, also received the news. At this time, many cultivators in Yi Imperial Palace came out of Yi Futian's micro-heavenly path and listened to the reports of those who came. Donghuang the Great, the daughter of the heavenly emperor. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the sky, remembering what the Supreme Sword Lord once said about the daughter of the heavenly emperor. The daughter of the emperor was unparalleled in the past or present. Without her, the world would be colorless. As the truth about the world continued to emerge, many things would eventually surface. What about his own origin? Perhaps it would soon be revealed. How much more was hidden in this world? There must be someone who deliberately spread the news, Fang Gai thought for a moment before he said. These things were secrets which those at the top should only know, but they were now spreading all over the world. Clearly, somebody was leaking this information. Yifutian nodded and said, I've noticed something strange about Ji Wudao before, but it was just some speculation, without any substantiation. Apparently, someone has been paying attention to Ji Wudao or paying attention to all the top figures in the world. For his deeds to be exposed and spread quickly, only Imperial-level forces could accomplish that. Among the 6 Imperial-level forces, who was the most likely candidate? Has any of the Imperial palaces acted? Yifutian asked. We heard that the human realm has sent messengers to every realm, wanting to hold the sword of justice and judge Ji Wudao of the heaven realm. Sword of justice? Yifutian said with a touch of sarcasm. The human ancestor was in existence from ancient times who claimed to be in charge of justice in the human realm. However, was he truly just? It seems that the news most likely was released by the human realm, Yifutian guessed. I'm afraid there will be another unrest coming. The human realm intended on warring with the heaven realm? Then what was the relationship between the divine prefecture and the heaven realm? After all, the relationship with Donghuang the Great should make the heaven realm that much closer to the divine prefecture. However, the current ruler of the heaven realm was Ji Wudao. The news that passed around on the outside world was that the heaven realm was interested in allying with the divine prefecture. However, no one knew if this was true or just a rumor generated by those with ulterior motives. Everything was yet to be revealed. The human realm claims to be dealing in the justice of the world, and if they are out there inviting various Imperial-level forces to fight against the heaven realm, then the Palace Lord's guess must be correct. The news was spreading to all the realms, and only Imperial-level forces had that kind of power required, so there is a high probability that it is the human realm behind everything. Fang Gai also agreed. Will all the Imperial-level forces respond? Asked Yifutian. Yes. Next to him, Zhuge Mingyue piped up. For there to be a complete micro-heavenly path remaining, which most people consider to be a remnant of the heavenly path, how could the land of the 7 realms not covet it? Coupled with today's speculation about the heavenly realm, none of these Imperial-level forces will mind following the trend. Depending on how the situation develops, there is a high probability that they will respond to the call of the human realm. I agree with Mingyue, Lord Taishin concurred. So, the heaven realm will face a major catastrophe? Yifutian murmured. But since Ji Wudao dared to display his full strength, he must be prepared for them. Perhaps, that piece of the heavenly path upon the 99th heaven gave him the confidence. Ji Wudao has endured in silence for many years, and once broke out of his shell, he did not bother hiding all that he is. He even killed a returning ancient emperor with thundering speed. It must be that he was no longer afraid of Imperial-level forces and has the confidence to face them, Fang Gai said. I guess that under that piece of the heavenly path, Ji Wudao's strength might be even amplified further. They knew that piece of heavenly path was a conscious existence. This was not a speculation but a true testament. For more than 20 years, they cultivated in the 99th heaven and had witnessed it with their own eyes. Palace Lord? A voice called out from beneath the sky stairwell outside. Yifutian's attention was drawn to the outside as he asked, What is it? Palace Lord, an emissary from the human realm, has requested an audience with the Palace Lord. The man answered. Although he was standing under the sky stairwell, he knew that Yifutian could hear him clearly. Show them in, Yifutian responded. Yes, Palace Lord. The man retreated to carry out the command as Yifutian and the others looked into the distance. Fang Xiyun said, These people came real fast. The cultivators from the human realm have never been very friendly to us, yet they have the gall to come here. Last time, the human realm came here as well. At this stage of the cultivation, it is already at the pinnacle of the game, directly concerning who will be in charge of the world order. There is no such thing as eternal enemies, just as there is no such thing as eternal friends. It is entirely conceivable for the human realm to come here, Fang Gai countered. Fang Xiyuan nodded thoughtfully. After all, it was his grandfather who was speaking, and Yifutian ultimately agreed with them. The relationship between the 7 realms had been very intricate. When the Devil Emperor mentioned the death of Emperor Yi Qing, it was also because of the attitude of the 6 emperors. However, now that the age of the gods was upon them, the 6 emperors were no longer deciding the life and death of just one great emperor. The situation they faced now was more complicated than ever. A chaotic age was about to begin. Moments later, the cultivators from the human realm came right to the base of the sky stairwell. They were not as insolent this time as when they were here last time. They stood respectfully under the sky stairwell and saluted. Greetings to Palace Lord Yi. The lead cultivator from the human realm was an ancient emperor, but this time he was observing the etiquette to the extreme, which surprised Yi Futian quite a bit. Had they had a change of heart? What brought you here today? Yi Futian asked across from the air. Palace Lord Yi must have been heard some of the matters taking place in the heaven realm. Ji Wudao cultivated unorthodox methods. With the aid of the heavenly path, he grew ambitious by the day. In the future, he will be the cause of the great catastrophe, bringing the world to the brink of disaster. Therefore, the human realm with the sword of justice invites all forces to demand righteousness from the heaven realm by invading together into the 99th heaven. Now, Palace Lord Yi is on the way to becoming a great emperor, and Yi Imperial Palace is already an imperial-level force, so we are here to invite you to eradicate this scourge with us. The cultivator from the human realm replied loud and clear. Yi Futian listened to the other and responded. Yi Imperial Palace is just a new force, small and not yet fully established, and I am just a great emperor to be. In today's world, with imperial-level cultivators returning one after another, and you being also someone of a great emperor, how can someone with so little power like me be partnered with the human realm? They wanted him to get into this mess with them? Yi Futian knew that Ji Wudao was extremely talented, and had once wanted to devour him when the two fought against one another. However, this did not mean that he was going to get involved. The move made by Dong Wang the Great in the Divine Prefecture made Yi Futian realize that his strength was still too weak. He was still several steps behind Dong Wang the Great. At the moment, Yi Futian surmised that he was not yet fully qualified to stand at the same level as the 6 emperors. Even if he participated, he would only serve as cannon fodder. For him, the important task was cultivation. Palace Lord Yi need not be overly self-deprecating. The cultivators from the human realm continued. In the battle at the Divine Prefecture, Palace Lord Yi fought against 2 emperors, and if Dong Huang the Great did not interfere, perhaps you would have killed both of them. Such strength has already shocked the world. With Palace Lord Yi's strength, when you prove the way in the future, you will undoubtedly become the top existence in the world. That's something only the future can tell, Yi Futian said with a smile. However, if every realm were to take action, I'm willing to follow behind and cheer for everyone. When the other man heard Yi Futian's words, he looked up to the top of the sky stairwell. Then the person in the lead said, In that case, don't miss it when the 6 realms make their move, Palace Lord Yi. I definitely won't, Yi Futian responded. We will bid our farewells now, the man said. Travel safe, Yi Futian replied. After the cultivators from the human realm left Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian was seen frown slightly. He didn't quite understand the intention of the human realm, and why would they want to invite him? Since the human realm came here, they probably went to the land of the 6 realms as well to see if any of the other forces would agree to their tactics, Yi Futian said. Everyone nodded, and all of them were waiting for more news. Now, all the realms were connected through the God's Ruins continent, so the news spread even more rapidly and efficiently. They chose to gather at God's Ruins continent because it would be convenient to receive news of any potential developments. A few days later, information came to Yi Imperial Palace. The human realm had invited the 6 realms to deal with the heaven realm. The devil world, the empty divine realm, and the dark world were all willing to go. The exception was the world of Buddhism. However, no one thought that was out of the ordinary. The world of Buddhism had always kept their participation to a minimum. However, the refusal by the Divine Prefecture was a bit intriguing. In Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian and the others were a little surprised when they learned of the refusal of the Divine Prefecture. What's the situation in the outside world now? Yi Futian asked. All the realms may set off at any time, and at the same time, The Heaven Realm may have already secretly formed an alliance with the Divine Prefecture, someone replied. Yi Futian frowned slightly. He had a feeling that there was something more than what met the eye behind this incident, and things may not be as simple as they seemed. However, Yi Futian was happy to see the current situation. Previously, countless eyes from the 6 realms were trained on the Yi Imperial Palace and on him. Now, Ji Wudao had attracted their gazes. The cultivators of the 7 realms were all discussing Ji Wudao and even prepared to attack the Heaven Realm. In this way, the focus on the Yi Imperial Palace was averted. It was like giving him more time to cultivate. And at the moment, time was what he lacked the most. Time in the micro-heavenly path flowed at a different speed, so 1 or 2 years in the outside world was extremely precious to him. This was also why he had rejected the human world. He believed that even though he could fight a great emperor now, he still wasn't qualified for the ultimate game. Cultivation was still a top priority. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace continued to cultivate in the micro-heavenly path. At the same time, people of the Yi Imperial Palace were ordered to report news at any time, and Feng Gai would decide whether to report it up to him or not. Even though there were dramatic changes in the outside world, putting in effort and acting was not easy. It needed time. Within Yi Futian's micro-heavenly path, the heavenly rule power was becoming more and more refined. Everything in the world started operating according to its own law and gradually stopped needing Yi Futian to control it. They could continuously refine themselves and become complete. At the same time, while the people of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivated in the world, the law divine power that they comprehended would also be fed back to the micro-heavenly path, causing the relative law order to be created in the micro-heavenly path. This self-evolving and creative abilities shocked Yi Futian too. Yi Futian had not been cultivating recently. Instead, he observed the operation of the world and discovered an exciting situation. There were all kinds of disorders in the process of the world as a whole, but there was also order within the disorder. It seemed to be following some supreme law, and this law might be the heavenly path's consciousness that had been created. And Yi Futian was the one who could directly influence the heavenly path's consciousness. The heavenly path's consciousness had been born because of him. Thus, Yi Futian began considering something else. How could he utilize this discovery and improve the micro-heavenly path so it was even stronger? Yi Futian closed his eyes. His mind wandered throughout this heavenly path world. That moment, he seemed to enter a state of non-self. He was gone. In his subconscious, he had transformed into the heavenly path, becoming one with the heavenly path. He could see all of the cultivators clearly. He could even feel the flow of every shred of aura on their bodies. He could also feel every strand of the heavenly path intent in this world. He saw everything in the heavenly path, felt all of the laws, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and more. He saw the space and could even vaguely see time. He was even wondering if he could completely control the law of time one day and see time directly. Then the time before his eyes would be tangible instead of illusory. Then would he be able to directly see the past and future, or even enter a certain moment in the past or future? He had read many scriptures of the Buddhist clan's literature before. There were some about time, and there was even the Buddha of the past, Buddha of the future, and Buddha of the present. What exactly was the final point of cultivation? Did the different cultivation techniques aim for the same final plane? The great paths were similar. He had a feeling that the end of cultivation should all be the same, no matter what method they chose. There was a saying among the Buddhists that people were only choosing which way they would reach the other side with. Then what was the end of cultivation? The ultimate plane, was it the heavenly path? Then what was the heavenly path? These were a bit difficult to understand. Yi Futian still could not crack it with his current level. The outside world had already been upended. Not too long ago, there had been a war in the Heaven Realm. 4 realms had allied, and many strong figures of the Emperor Realm had attacked the Heaven Realm. The entire way there had been unobstructed, but they ran into trouble inside the Heaven Imperial City, outside the 99 heavens. They couldn't even enter the 99 heavens. They could not break the 99 defenses and invade until the 4 great emperors had attacked from afar. However, Ji Wudao used the power of the heavenly path and directly killed and devoured all of the cultivators who had entered. Countless great emperors would lay there forever. When the strong figures retreated, they had almost been wiped out completely. The four great emperors even used supreme divine power to forcefully break into the 99 heavens and rescue the people. However, they hesitated outside the 99 heavens and did not enter. After camping outside the 99 heavens for a whole month, the great army retreated. In the end, the physical bodies of the four great emperors still had not appeared and killed their way into the 99 heavens. Instead of fearing Ji Wudao, they feared the heavenly path. No one knew how strong the heavenly path was. If they entered and something happened, no one knew if they would remain there forever like the fallen great emperors. This war shocked the 7 realms. None of the worlds could handle the Heaven Imperial Palace anymore. This war also meant that the Heaven Imperial Palace had finally returned and were unstoppable. Earlier, Ji Wudao dared to aggressively kill a great emperor, and he indeed had the strong confidence. This war also meant that if they wanted to break into the 99 heavens, they could only accomplish it if the 6 great emperors attacking personally. The human ancestor officially sent invitations to the other 5 great emperors to attack the 99 heavens together and kill Ji Wudao, lest he wreaked havoc in the world. The world of Buddhism still did not participate. Dongwang the Great still refused to join the war. The rivalry between the human realm and divine prefecture was deepening. In fact, they had already allied with the devil world and others. No one knew how things would develop. Such a great matter had occurred in the outside world, but Yi Futian did not know anything about it. He was still immersed in his own cultivation. After Feng Gai received the information, he still chose not to disturb Yi Futian's cultivation. He thought the same as Yi Futian. Resting and continuously strengthening was the top priority for the Yi Imperial Palace right now. As for the changes in the outside world, it was unrelated to them for now. Even if it was related, they weren't qualified to get involved. At the moment, Yi Futian was still immersed in the cultivation state of non-self within the heavenly path world. Without realizing it, a lot of time seemed to have passed. A beam of light appeared in the world. Cultivators in different parts of the world saw this light. It fell down, penetrating the vast space, crossing through the entire world. Everyone's hearts pounded intensely, and they looked up to the source of the light. It was a sword, a divine sword forged by the heavenly rule power. This, the hearts of the Supreme Sword Lord and others pulsed. The West Emperor couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at that sword. They had all cultivated in the 99 heavens of the heaven realm. The scene before their eyes was very familiar. In legends, some innate supreme divine items would be born when the world was created because of the law and rules. They're birthed by the world. The West Emperor murmured, causing the people beside him to be shaken up inside. Was Yi Futian's world creating innate divine items too? Huff! The strong cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace shook inside. They all felt strong anticipation. This must be a divine sword born from somewhere in the world. It was equal to a treasure born from the ancient world. Yi Futian's micro-heavenly path was not fully completed yet, but it was already very strong. If it produced divine items, they would be far stronger than ordinary emperor weapons. This sword seems to contain heaven-slaying divine power. The heavens will be destroyed under this divine sword. The West Emperor sensed the pure divine power within the sword. This was a divine item produced by the world. It had been created completely from the heavenly rule power and represented the law itself. If one could control this divine sword, how strong would they be? This sword can be called the heaven-slaying sword. The Palace Lord is immersed in his own cultivation right now, the Supreme Sword Lord said. He might not even know such a divine item has been produced. What is the connection between the micro-heavenly path and Futian like? The divine items are produced from the world itself and contain Yi Futian's consciousness in it, the West Emperor murmured. There should be a connection. The divine items from the heavenly path in the 99 heavens fit the 7 realms. Everyone nodded. However, they had no way of knowing what the connection was like or if there even was one. Their level wasn't high enough. Even though the West Emperor was an ancient great emperor nowadays, he had a feeling that Yi Futian's true level wasn't much lower than him, despite being a great emperor to be. His understanding of the heavenly path and the ultimate meaning of cultivation would not be below him. He became a great emperor because of his rare abilities, but Yi Futian had created the micro-heavenly path. Yi Futian's understanding of the heavenly path world was stronger than his. Everyone surrounded the divine sword and felt the heavenly rule power in the heaven-slaying sword. They perceived it quietly. The swordsmen were even more excited. This was extraordinarily meaningful to them. Since this world produced such a treasure, then there should be a second and third, right? Lord Qin asked softly. Many of the others held slight anticipation. If this world could produce many innate divine items, this would significantly strengthen the Yi Imperial Palace. It could raise the Yi Imperial Palace's overall combat abilities to another level. 1 year later, brilliant divine light appeared in the sky of the micro-heavenly path again. It covered the vast lands, and cultivators in all directions could see it. They looked up to the sky. Countless beams of divine light gathered in one direction, consolidating into a divine item. This was a huge divine seal. The light that burst from the divine seal covered the vast space, even piercing their eyes. And this divine seal contained immense power. When they looked toward the divine seal, they seemed to feel an infinite number of divine seals in the sky above their heads. These divine seals floated above them while giving them immense pressure. At that moment, all the cultivators felt unable to move. Of course, this was only a misperception. The second divine item has been produced. All the strong figures thought. They were stunned, feeling waves of emotions inside. What treasure is this? Someone asked. When the seal was produced, it seemed that many worlds were weighing down on us. This seal is a world. We can call it the Heaven Seal. Someone named the divine item, but of course, the final name would be decided by Yi Futian. However, the Heaven Seal did suit it. Many people began studying the divine power of the Heaven Seal. The divine items produced by this world could help the people sense the heavenly rule power more directly. Plus, Yi Futian would gift these divine items to them. However, there weren't enough to share. Probably only the core figures could receive them. Now, they could only hope that the world would produce more divine items. After much more time, the rule power of the micro-heavenly path gathered together and seemed to transform into a divine item. After a long transformation, everyone saw an eternal door appear in the dome of the sky. What's this? The hearts of the strong figures pounded incessantly. They could not sense anything. Then Feng Xuan took the first step forward and said, "I'll go in to check." Tai Tu, Little Ling, and a few others also followed him. Instantly, many people headed toward that divine door glittering with divine light. When they arrived outside the eternal door, Feng Xuan's eyes blazed. The heavenly path produced the eternal door. It contains the power of time and space. We can go in. With that, he started forward and walked into the door. His figure instantly disappeared from that world. Tai Tu and the others followed him in as well. The four of them had become Yi Futian students at the same time and did everything together. After they entered, they discovered that they had come to a huge illusory world of time and space. "There is not much rule power," Feng Xuan said. "But I can vaguely feel strong spatial power, but I can't grasp it. It's not space. It's time," Duo Yu said. "This door probably isn't used directly for cultivation. Instead, it changes the flow of time. If you cultivate in here, the flow of time will be different from the outside world." Feng Xuan was stunned. Looking at Duo Yu, he said, "Cultivating 1 day in our teacher's world is equal to more than 20 days in the outside world. In this case, this door of time was produced because of the law of time and space. It has the same time as our teacher's micro-heavenly path. Yes, it will be a supreme treasure in the outside world," Duo Yu said, nodding. One could imagine how precious 20 times more cultivation time was. The stronger the person, the more they needed it. "Let us head out first," Feng Xuan said. They exited the door of time and told the others outside. Hearing this, the other strong figures all walked in. Feng Xuan's group entered with them again too. "No, other than having more time to cultivate, this place also contains the law of time. It's just that regular people can't perceive it," the West Emperor said. "If it is not produced by the law of time, then this door of time would not have appeared." Everyone nodded, agreeing with the West Emperor's words. The shock that they felt deepened. This was the third divine item. They did not know how many more would appear. Before, they had waited 3 years at the 99 heavens to receive one divine item, and it did not even belong to them. Now, that anticipation was back. Various divine items came to be in the micro-heavenly path. Everyone was immersed in this cultivation state and improved speedily. There were drastic changes in the outside world too. The heaven realm became stronger and stronger, going towards a renaissance. Conflicts continued between the human realm and divine prefecture, showing signs of a split. If the human realm also stood on the side of the devil world and dark world, then it would be a disaster for the divine prefecture and path of Buddhism. Many people believed that the divine prefecture would be the first world to be destroyed. Donghuang the Great's 500 years of emperor fate may very well be true. However, they no longer thought the person to end Donghuang the Great's emperor fate would be Yi Futian. Instead, it might be the devil emperor or it might be the human ancestor. Of course, it could also be them together. Year 101813 of the divine prefecture calendar. There were only 2 years left of the 500-year emperor fate of Donghuang the Great. The situation of the 7 realms became more and more sensitive. The human realm, devil world, empty divine realm, and dark world subtly allied against the heaven realm and divine prefecture. However, they could not conquer the 99 heavens, so they gave up. As for the cultivators of the heaven realm, they had initially come from all the other worlds, so it was meaningless even if they conquered the heaven realm. Thus, all of the realms placed their target on the divine prefecture, and now all the forces had started to infiltrate the divine prefecture. The storm that had slept for 500 years was about to start again. Skirmishes erupted often in the divine prefecture. Cultivators from all the worlds arrived to take over the 18 domains of the divine prefecture. The domain chief's manor could not counter them at all. It was relatively quiet near the divine imperial palace. It seemed that the Donghuang imperial palace had sensed the danger. However, the heaven realm's heaven imperial palace and the original realm's Yi imperial palace had been resting and recuperating. The two forces received rare cultivation time. The number of cultivators of the heaven realm's 99 heavens kept growing. It was the same for the Yi imperial palace. Countless years had passed in the outside world, and decades had passed in the Yi imperial palace too. Everyone's abilities had improved drastically and were nothing like before. Yi Futian had also improved immensely. Storms had swept through the outside world these past few years, but Feng Gai still stopped himself from ever disturbing Yi Futian's cultivation. He allowed Yi Futian and the others to focus on cultivation and prepare to face the chaotic situation of the current world. These past few years, Yi Futian only came out once. He gifted a door of time and space, placing it in the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. All cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace could go in at any time to cultivate. This way, they could also take advantage of more time. At the same time, the people of the Yi Imperial Palace all lamented about how strong Yi Futian was now. He had produced a supreme treasure like the door of time and space. They had never heard of a treasure like this before, but the Yi Imperial Palace had it now. Nowadays, countless people still came to the God's Ruins continent to cultivate and learn. The law of this world was relatively complete. Cultivators from thousands of places in the original realm gathered here. Now, the God's Ruins continent was already a whole world, connecting to the thousands of worlds in the original realm. At this time, there was a horrifying sound from a specific direction of the original realm. All the cultivators below looked up at the sky, but they did not discover anything either. Kaboom! The muffled sounds continued, and the ground shook. They looked down at their feet and saw that the ground was indeed shaking. In fact, the surrounding space was shaking violently too. What's going on? They were full of fear. The ground was shaking, and the air was shaking too. Was some super strong figure coming? But they did not discover anything. The muffled sounds continued. The frightening booms made their hearts pound violently. What exactly is happening? No one knew. Everyone stopped cultivating, even those in seclusion could not focus on cultivating anymore. They all looked up at the sky. The entire vast space was shaking, and the shaking only got stronger and stronger. Many people felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. It was extremely repressive, and an absolutely horrifying aura spread out, but they could not feel the direction of its source. Boom! It seemed that a hole opened up in the dome of the sky. The sky opened, the space was ripped apart. The turbid space roiled and ravaged, and there was limitless darkness. The horrifying aura came from the limitless darkness. This is... Many people stared up at the broken sky and felt the aura that seeped out of the darkness. They were too shocked to speak. A brilliant beam of golden light shot out of the black hole right then. It was extremely sharp. Golden divine light rained down, landing on the ground from the sky. After that, they heard a dragon roar that filled the space. Tui! Paired with the bright dragon's roar, countless cultivators spat out fresh blood. Some people's hearts could not take the pressure on their hearts, so their hearts exploded directly. They collapsed on the spot and vomited blood until they died. Those with weaker cultivations could not bear it at all. Kaboom! With that horrible boom, many people were killed directly by the dragon roar's reverberations. Others knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. The might from the heavens was suffocating for them. But everyone still forcefully lifted their heads to look at the hole in the sky. Next, they saw an extremely mighty dragon head. The huge dragon head came out of the broken black hole and was followed by a humongous body. Golden Divine Dragon. All the strong cultivators' hearts pulsed. The Golden Divine Dragon was giant. Its body continued to appear in this world. It was over 1,000 meters, but only up to its next had appeared. Demon Emperor. This is a Demon Emperor. The emperor's might pressed down on all the cultivators. They could feel that this Golden Divine Dragon was a Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor Golden Divine Dragon's huge body gradually appeared. Golden Divine light scattered on the ground. Next, an even more shocking scene appeared. All the cultivators of the God's Ruins continent saw a middle-aged man dressed in dark clothing standing on the dragon's back. This Demon Emperor was his ride. Finally, the Demon Emperor Golden Divine Dragon's body, tens of thousands of meters long, crossed over the black hole. The sky returned to normal, but now a man and demon were in the sky. The dark-robed, middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He was merely standing, but he gave off an indomitable might. He gazed around, but no one dared to meet his eyes. He seemed to be the master of the world and the sovereign of the ages. He rode above all beings and looked down at the masses. The dark-robed man looked down. Instantly, a few people's bodies floated at the same time. They began to have pained expressions. Then the man's gaze seemed to pierce them, entering their minds. They floated listlessly in the air. They wanted to struggle, but they could not move at all. Ah! One of them let out a pitiful and pained cry, clutching his head with both hands. "Senior, have mercy!" someone else yelled. But the dark-robed man's expression did not waver. He continued his actions. Moments later, many images appeared in the dark-robed man's eyes. Then the few figures dropped down at the same time. They were not breathing anymore. The vast space was deathly silent. No one dared to step out. They all stayed absolutely silent. Every being was like an ant before a great emperor. They were no different from ants before a great emperor. The man could use one thought to destine them to death. They could not resist at all. "The 7 realms," the dark-robed man muttered. Then he looked up at the sky. The Golden Divine Dragon roared and flew up, rushing into the sky and going towards higher altitudes. In the Donghuang Imperial Palace, Donghuang the Great was sitting on his throne with his eyes closed. At this time, he seemed to sense something. He looked down from the sky. His gaze penetrated the vast space and he saw the scene in the God's Ruins continent. The Lost One had embarked on the path of return to. In the original realm, a figure sat cross-legged in one of the Ruins continents. He was cultivating with his eyes closed. Divine light wrapped around his figure. He sat in ruins, and his will enveloped the entire continent. He felt for the aura of this land's original heavenly path. The current world was separated into 7 realms, but these people standing at the very peak knew that the 7 realms were not the former ancient world. Only the original realm was formed by the world after the heavenly path had collapsed. Now, standing in the original realm, he could already sense a shred of the original aura. Just then, his brows furrowed, and then his eyes flew open. A shocking beam of divine light shot out, piercing the void. It shot toward an extremely far-away place. His eyes were like an indestructible and sharp sword. There was a figure standing in the air outside of the continent. This person was very handsome and charismatic. His body contained the emperor's might, and he was extraordinary. He made people feel reverence merely by standing there as if he was born to be noble and peerless. Wuda. That cultivator's eyes changed slightly. He was an ancient emperor and cultivated in the human realm before. After reaching enlightenment and returning, he came to the original realm. He wanted to study the shred of aura from the original heavenly path. However, he actually encountered Wudao here. A bad feeling grew in his heart. Clearly, he sensed danger. Wudao did not speak. The 9 dragons true will appeared on his body, and he was instantly surrounded by the divine light of sun and moon. An incomparable natural phenomenon appeared in the sky. Golden flames wove through the clouds, and the illusory figures of various gods appeared in the dome of the sky, looking down. And Wudao himself looked down as a supreme lord of the sky. It was as if he had no opponents. The beautiful light shone down from the sky, instantly flooding the continent. The great emperor had an uncomfortable expression. Paired with a huge bang, the entire continent shook violently and crumbled under the dazzling light. It was instantly wiped flat. A burst of supreme might closed down. The great emperor knew that he wasn't Wudao's match. Staring at Wudao, he said, "You are already a heavenly king of this world. Your opponents are the great emperors of the 7 realms. What's the point of killing me? My plane is still lacking a bit. Senior, please aid me in this," Wudao said. After he spoke, divine light enveloped the vast space. Wudao extended his hand, and, instantly, unparalleled devouring force bloomed. All of the divine power was about to be swallowed up. Kaboom! The frightening quaking sounds spread out. The land seemed to be caving in and collapsing. It was all swallowed up. The great emperor started retreating in the other direction. His body glittered with divine light to protect his body. He wanted to escape as a beam of light. But the space was collapsing, and the sky was turbid. Under that immense power, it seemed that he would be within that hungry windstorm no matter where he went. The storm grew stronger and stronger. It swallowed up the sky, flooding the great emperor's figure. A moment later, the world returned to peace. It was as if nothing had happened. But the continent that had floated in the original realm was gone entirely. Not even a speck of dust remained. It was all swallowed up. Wudao took a step forward and left this place directly. After this, similar things happened in other places. News spread through the outer realms that the heavenly emperor of the current world was hunting the ancient gods that had returned. It was very ironic. Those ancient gods had withstood countless years to wait for the right chance. They finally lasted until today, when they could reach enlightenment and return to the path of the emperors. However, what awaited them was not their former glory. The times had changed. The world had changed too. They became the target that others preyed on. Wudao hunted ancient gods to strengthen his abilities. It seemed that the earlier information was not wrong. Wudao, heavenly emperor of the current world, was like the evil emperor. He was extremely dangerous. After the news spread, the ancient gods cultivating in the original realm all began to leave, returning to the 7 realms. Wudao's hunting all occurred in the original realm. He still feared the 6 emperors of the other 6 realms, so he did not step onto their territory for a direct face-off. Instead, he hunted in the original realm. Wudao was already so frightening right now. What would he be like in the future? If he reached enlightenment and fulfilled his path, possessing the abilities of the ancient heavenly emperors, how big of a threat would he be? It was said that the human ancestor and other great emperors were furious after learning of this. Wudao was wildly provoking them. Some of the great emperors he hunted were ancient gods under them. However, they couldn't do anything about Wudao. That day, another uninvited guest came to the 99 heavens. The dark-robed man who had appeared in the original realm previously, riding the golden divine dragon, stood before the 99 heavens. He looked up at the sky, sensing the aura within, and said, "The heaven has died, but the new ruler has not risen yet." Many top figures in the 99 heavens, including many returned ancient gods. They stared at the man who had come on the golden divine dragon, and their pupils constricted. Some people even recognized the man and said, "Huatian the Great." The hearts of these ancient gods all jumped. He was still alive. Huatian the Great was one of the top figures of ancient times. He had broken the path to becoming emperor and had gone against the heavenly path. However, when the heavenly path collapsed, all the gods had fallen. World-slaying tribulations had fallen. The stronger the cultivator, the more difficult it was to survive. Thus, those leading figures had almost all gone extinct. Huatian the Great was a supernatural great emperor. With his abilities, it would have been difficult to survive the world-slaying tribulations, but he still appeared at this moment. How could the ancient gods not be stunned? Huatian the Great seemed not to hear the other's words. He looked up to the sky and asked, "Who are you?" All of the strong figures had shocked expressions. Huatian the Great had been one to fight against the path. He was familiar with the heavenly path's aura, yet he claimed that heaven had died, but the new ruler had not risen yet. Now he asked who the heavenly path was. What did he mean? Could this heavenly path not be a remnant of the ancient heavenly path? Was it a heavenly path created by another strong figure? No one replied. Ji Wudao's figure appeared in the upper heavens and gazed down at Huatian the Great. "Senior, greetings from Ji Wudao," he said. He had devoured many ancient gods, including their memories. He knew many things, so he knew the name of Huatian the Great. He did not expect that such a strong ancient figure could return. Huatian the Great glanced at Ji Wudao and said, "You have the heavenly emperor's aura, so who are you?" "I am Ji Wudao, the ruler of the heaven realm, lord of the heaven imperial palace," Ji Wudao answered. "Descendant of the Deva." A bit of sharpness flashed past Huatian the Great's calm eyes. In that instant, every cultivator in the 99 heavens felt an intense pressure. The pressure weighed down on Ji Wudao, but Ji Wudao resonated with the heavenly path. Divine light shone down, and the aura of the heavenly path enveloped Ji Wudao's body. That scene caused Huatian the Great to furrow his brows, and he said again, "And who is he?" "I can sense the aura left by the heavenly path. But he is not him." This completely shocked all the strong figures of the 99 heavens. If he was not him, then who was he? Ji Wudao looked at Huatian the Great and said, "Senior, you crossed over to another era and returned. We can share the great cause today." Hearing Ji Wudao's words, everyone understood immediately. Ji Wudao should know the truth, which made sense. He was the biggest benefactor of the heavenly path, so of course he knew the entire truth. Huatian the Great glanced at Ji Wudao and said with an indifferent expression, "As if you qualify." After he spoke, the golden divine dragon under him let out an angry roar. In an instant, the dragon's roar filled the air of the 99 heavens. The hearts of the countless cultivators pounded, their divine souls shaking. Some people spat out blood from the reverberations, and some of those who had weaker cultivations died after their souls were shaken apart. The cultivators in the 99 heavens were quite strong, but their bodies still shook and became unsteady. It felt like the world was being upended. This horrifying dragon roar was directed at Ji Wudao, but Ji Wudao continued to stand upright on the heavenly path. 9 dragons' true chi wrapped around him, protecting his body. Frightening divine light of protection appeared around his body. The heavenly path could not be eroded. The dragon's roar could not break through the defense of the 9 dragons' true chi. Huatian the Great looked at the 9 dragons' true chi around Ji Wudao. An unbelievable beam of golden light shot from his eyes. In that instant, sharp golden blades cut through the air, slicing the sky and shooting murderously towards Ji Wudao. At the same time, supreme divine power burst powerfully with Huatian the Great as the center, pouring out and covering the vast space instantly. "Retreat," Ji Wudao uttered. As soon as he spoke, countless cultivators' bodies were snapped. They died in an instant without even having the chance to scream. Those who were stronger used the heavenly path power to protect their bodies, but the golden divine light was like a dimensional blade. It sliced the void, tearing everything apart, and ripped the divine power, cutting toward their bodies. At that moment, blood rained down from the 99 heavens. Countless people died on the spot. Those who moved quickly had already retreated to the distance. Their hearts trembled intensely. That destructive storm finally stopped expanding, but they still felt extreme fear. More than half of the cultivators near Huatian the Great had died in that instant. Right now, when they looked over, they discovered that the area had already transformed into a dimensional storm. The space was getting torn apart wildly. How could the cultivators survive? Many people got lucky because they were quite far away, but their hearts still shook violently. A significant figure returned from ancient times and could kill many top cultivators instantly. It did not even count as an instant. With just one thought, no life could remain around him. Huatian the Great gazed toward the heavenly path in the sky again. With one thought, countless beams of dimensional divine light transformed into dimensional divine blades. They split the space, cutting toward the heavens to break the sky. Ji Wudao's figure appeared under that heavenly path. His body seemed to have become one with the heavenly path. A divine wall instantly appeared under the heavens. Countless divine runes flowed down the wall, and the 9 dragons' true chi wrapped around it. It blocked the sky and stopped the incoming elemental divine blades. Huatian the Great's eyes were frigid. He lifted a hand and grasped in the direction of Ji Wudao. Instantly, the dimensional storm came down on the area that Ji Wudao was in. Huatian the Great clenched his hand, and the dimensional storm immediately tore apart the space, destroying the space that Ji Wudao was in. The space distorted wildly. Under the destructive storm, all the cultivators in that space were about to be turned into endless shards. The cultivators of the 99 heavens looked toward Ji Wudao. This time, Ji Wudao was facing a true frightening enemy. Amidst the shocking dimensional storm, Ji Wudao stood with the 9 dragons' true chi protecting his body and bathing under the heavenly path's divine light. He went forward, but he discovered that he was still trapped in the dimensional storm, bearing the destructive force. Thud! There was a huge sound. Limitless divine power gathered, transforming into a giant golden bell. Ji Wudao pushed his palms forward. Instantly, that huge bell broke through the air and sped through the dimensional space. It forced the space apart and went for Huatian the Great. This was the universe-breaking bell. Divine light dazzled and it tore apart the space, going murderously toward Huatian the Great in an instant. A golden dragon spear appeared in the hand of Huatian the Great. It was immense. He raised his hand and stabbed it toward the void. It clashed against the universe-breaking bell. As a world-shaking sound rang out, the void shook. Countless cracks appeared on the huge universe-breaking bell, and then it shattered. Boom! There was another burst of frightening aura. The heavenly path resonated with Ji Wudao, making a Haotian pagoda appear in the sky's dome. The Haotian pagoda kept growing, covering the sky and sun. It contained supreme divine power and blasted down, killing toward Huatian the Great. Divine light flowed across the spear in the hand of Huatian the Great. In an instant, the countless destructive dimensional storms ripped through around the spear. His entire body dazzled, surrounded by divine light, and he was peerlessly aggressive. Roar! The dragon's roar filled the sky. Huatian the Great did not move, but the golden divine dragon underfoot flew up. It shot toward the Haotian pagoda with extreme speed. Boom! Immense repressive divine power fell. It was like the universe was weighing down, but the instant that Huatian the Great stabbed his spear forward, the world fell apart. Paired with a vast sound, divine light swept through. The 99 heavens shook violently. With Huatian the Great as the center, everything was ripped apart. Countless cracks appeared on the boundless Haotian pagoda, and then it broke into pieces. The golden divine dragon continued up, carrying Huatian the Great through the dome of the sky. It was unstoppable. Ji Wudao trained his eyes downward. He naturally felt how terrifying the other's divine power was. He could kill countless people with one look. His spear shattered the universe-breaking bell and Haotian pagoda. At that moment, Ji Wudao's entire being melded into the heavenly path. A majestic figure appeared instantly in the dome of the sky. Ji Wudao had transformed into a heavenly emperor. The 9 dragons' true chi resonated with the heavenly path at that time, seeming to transform into the most original heavenly rule power. When the cultivators of the 99 heavens saw Ji Wudao, they just felt that he was like the supreme being of the entire world right now. While Huatian the Great wanted to challenge this world, boom! The two had not clashed yet, but 2 bursts of supreme divine power exploded. Countless beams of divine light rained down from Ji Wudao's body. He instantly sealed the world and twisted the heavens. He put his palm down, and a vast divine seal appeared, the universe seal. Meanwhile, billions of beams of dimensional divine light from the golden dragon spear of Wuxia the Great ripped apart the space. They honed in on that heavenly path, wanting to cover and destroy it. The two bursts of supreme power clashed. And, that moment, the entire 99 heavens trembled. The cultivators in the distance retreated again and again. They saw the two attacks crash into each other, and destructive divine light instantly flooded the sky. Countless beams of dimensional storms pierced the sky like lightning, shooting murderously into the heavenly path. Shocking dimensional storms appeared everywhere in the 99 heavens of the heaven realm. Many cultivators in the lower world were directly hit by the dimensional lightning and killed instantly. There seemed to be a dimensional tribulation in the 99 heavens, transforming into a catastrophe. That instant, countless innocent people died tragic deaths. Many people also broke their arms, had their legs sliced, or their bodies even cut in half. However, their vital energy was too strong, so many of them were still alive. It was gruesome. In the center of the battlefield in the 99 heavens, Wuxia the Great's body was forced back to its original spot. Other than his own horrifying divine power, he also had a gust of strong destructive body that surged in his body. It caused the dimensional storm to keep weakening. His divine power was shrinking rapidly too. He looked up and stared at Ji Wudao, who had become one with the heavenly path in the dome of the sky. Massive emperor's might shrouded over him. At that moment, he seemed to be facing the ancient heavenly path. It was the true sovereign of the heavens. Under him, the golden divine dragon let out an ear-splitting dragon roar that rang throughout the air. Senior, you were a mighty figure in ancient times. Since you returned today, why don't we work together for the greater cause? Ji Wudao said loudly. His voice shook the air. As a heavenly emperor of the current world, Ji Wudao did not care about the lives of all the cultivators in the 99 heavens. He had a much bigger goal. So what if those people died? These people were only stepping stones for him to accomplish his goal. If Wuxia the Great were not so strong, he would not try to get him on his side either. If Wuxia the Great could work for him, he would help conquer the world in the future, helping him battle the realms. What kind of being is he? Wuxia the Great was obsessed with his own question. He seemed only to want to know who the heavenly path was. The heavenly path had collapsed. The tribulation of doomsday had descended. He had personally experienced this. Why was there a heavenly path here? It was not the ancient heavenly path, it was only a remnant of aura. And this heavenly path had its own consciousness. It could help Ji Wudao in battle, and it was very strong. He wanted to know who exactly this heavenly path was. Senior, why are you so obsessed with this? Ji Wudao replied. He still did not answer. Wuxia the Great looked at him. Knowing that he would not get the answer he wanted here, he turned around. Instantly, a space passageway appeared in the sky. The golden divine dragon rushed in. Wuxia the Great and the golden divine dragon instantly vanished as if they had never come before. In that battle, Wuxia the Great knew that he had lost to the heavenly path. Since he could not get the answer here, he would look in other places. Someone else in the 7 realms must know. Ji Wudao walked out of the heavenly path and returned to his original form. He gazed in the direction of the disappeared figure and furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that he had to hurry up and cultivate to reach enlightenment and become a true heavenly emperor. The world's changes were intensifying. Supreme figures from ancient times had appeared. There were more and more strong figures. However, this also excited him. This kind of chaotic world was what he wanted. Raising his head, Ji Wudao looked toward the heavenly path. A rare respect appeared in his eyes, and he had a strong obsession in his heart. This world, he whispered, will bow before your feet one day. After he reached enlightenment and became a true heavenly emperor, he would conquer this turbid world and make it submit to him. The heaven realm and heavenly imperial palace would control the world law once again, being the leader of all gods. This was his obsession. Years ago, he had made a grand wish that he would most definitely accomplish it. The destructive devil abyss was in the sky of the devil world. Throughout history, only the devil emperor could enter the devil abyss. The cultivators of the devil world would undoubtedly die if they entered. It was even rare for people to withstand the tribulations from the devil abyss. At the moment, immensely destructive power filled the devil abyss. The blood-red tribulation light seemed able to kill anyone who touched it, and the pitch-black hole could swallow everything. There were also beams of devilish light. They were like the most terrifying destructive lasers in the world. Every time they flashed, a horrifying and boundless vortex of darkness would appear somewhere in the world. This was the prison of the heavenly path in legends. In reality, the devil abyss was more terrifying than in legends. Back then, when the demonic lord cultivated in the devil abyss, he had reached enlightenment and broken through the restraints. He had led billions of devil cultivators to fight against the heavenly path. Right now, a figure stood in the devil abyss withstanding the destructive baptism of the devil abyss. That figure was Xianxia. He had undergone countless tribulations of life and death here in the devil abyss. As a great emperor-to-be, it was also very difficult to survive in the devil abyss. He was constantly struggling at the brink of death. Countless beams of blood-red tribulation light wandered across Xianxia's body. Then he swallowed them to refine his demonic body. Xianxia now had formed the super-demonic form already and was extremely frightening. There seemed to be a pair of eyes hidden in the devil abyss. It was watching Xianxia's every move. What exactly is the devil abyss? Xianxia seemed to sense something and asked a question to the pair of eyes. The world calls the devil abyss the prison of the heavenly path. It imprisons the demonic cultivators and all criminals of the heavenly path, but it's only half right, the devil emperor's voice answered. The devil abyss was created with the heavenly path and is at the same level. However, a world law evolved from the heavenly path, while the devil abyss is a territory of chaos and destruction. It is recorded in ancient literature of the devil world that even before the heavenly path collapsed, an ancient demonic lord was created under the devil abyss. He once fought with the world ruled by the heavenly path and lost. The will of the devil abyss was wiped away too, which is why it was reduced to a prison. But even so, the devil abyss has always been a forbidden area, feared by the heavenly path. The demonic lord awoke and inherited the will of the devil abyss. The devil emperor continued. He led the devil world to declare war against the heavenly path. Thus, the devil world and heavenly path world became two absolute polar worlds. No wonder the devil world has its own cultivation techniques, Xianxia replied. The devil abyss is equivalent to the heavenly path. Yes, the devil emperor nodded. However, it's incomplete. Xianxia, you are extremely talented and inherited the will of the demonic lord. I hope that you can be like the past demonic lord and inherit the will of the devil abyss too and allow demons to be in every corner of the world. Xianxia did not speak further and heard the devil emperor continue, cultivate first. In 1 or 2 years, there will be a big battle. What big battle? Xianxia asked. It is almost time that the Buddha of destiny foretold. Even though we don't believe in destiny, I still want to see if the bald Buddhist donkey's prediction is correct. After the time is up, war will erupt again, but this time it will be started by the human realm. At that time, we will destroy the divine prefecture first. The devil emperor's words made Xianxia's pupils constrict. Would they attack the divine prefecture? But this was good too. Yifutian had constantly been pressured by the various forces of the divine prefecture. If the divine prefecture were destroyed, Yifutian's pressure would disappear. In the war 500 years ago, the human realm had allied with the divine prefecture. Now, the human realm's stance had changed. It would be difficult for the divine prefecture to escape from its fate of destruction. Cultivators of the 7 realms and God's ruins continent could all feel the subtleties of the current world. There were some whispers that when the 500th year of the Donghuang calendar arrived, the human realm and devil world would team up to attack the divine prefecture. They would break up Donghuang the Geat's 500-year rule of the divine prefecture and end Donghuang the Great's emperor's fate. Would the prediction from the Buddha of destiny finally come true? Other than that, more and more great emperor figures appeared in the God's ruins continent Eve since Huatian the Great. You could also say that they appeared in the original realm. They all came by breaking open the space in the same place as Huatian the Great. This created a huge storm in the God's ruins continent these days. Many people guessed that these were all great emperors who had survived the collapse of the ancient heavenly path. After the heavenly path had collapsed, the many gods had died, but some great emperors had used unbelievable methods to survive the disaster. They existed in the world in a different form. For example, great Emperor Ziwei had sealed himself off. Shinin the Great hid inside a guqin, and various emperors used special items to preserve themselves holy. Now, it seemed that some great emperors had been exiled after the heavenly path had collapsed. And now, they found the way back and thus began to appear one after another. In response to this situation, the human ancestor sent strong cultivators of the human realm to guard the gods' ruins continent. When an ancient emperor returned, the human ancestor would order someone to negotiate with them and bring them to the human realm. Some great emperors seemed to want to figure out the world's current situation, so they were willing to follow. However, there were also solitary figures who left by themselves. One day, an extremely strong aura seemed to spread from somewhere in the gods' ruins continent. It was still where Huatian the Great had appeared. It shook the hearts of the surrounding strong figures. It's appeared again. Nowadays, people from every realm searched for news here. Could it be that Huatian the Great found the coordinate for the others to return? Someone guessed. It could be true. Ever since Huatian the Great returned, more people have been returning. The strong cultivators were all guessing quietly. There were also cultivators from the Yi Imperial Palace in the crowd. They were responsible for keeping an eye on the situation and reporting it back at any time. Nowadays, the Yi Imperial Palace was considered an emperor-level force. Thud, they naturally needed to know the news of the outside world. Boom! Paired with a horrifying beam of divine light, the heavens split apart. Then 7 figures appeared at the same time. These 7 people had extremely frightening auras. They were all great emperors. The strong cultivators were all stunned when they saw this scene, and a storm lifted in their hearts. 7 great emperors had appeared at once. The changes in the world were a bit too drastic. Before, there had only been 6 emperors in the world. Now that the space passageway had opened up, 7 emperors could return at once. This made people wonder just how many great emperors had existed during the Age of Gods. Perhaps some of the great emperors of the ancient god clans had been at the top level of that era, but they still weren't strong enough. Only those who could fight against the heavenly path or rule the 8 legions were the true sovereigns of the world. Or perhaps great emperors had different sub-levels, but they were still too far away. They still had not reached the emperor plane, so how could they discuss the different levels of great emperors? These 7 great emperors stood at the dome of the sky. Their auras overtook the world and were incomparable. They even radiated with extremely sharp auras as if they were the rulers of the world. They looked down at the cultivators below. Their divine gazes swept across the cultivators below without holding back. The people were used to this because this kind of situation had happened many times now. Why would great emperors care about cultivators of lower planes? In their eyes, every being below the great emperor plane was like an ant. A group of people walked out. They bowed toward the 7 great emperors that had appeared in the sky and said, "Senior, we are from the human realm. We are under the human ancestors' orders to invite you all to visit the human realm." The 7 great emperors looked down at the person from the human realm who spoke. Poof! Their gaze penetrated the space instantly, and a spear nailed the speaker directly into the air. It stabbed through his body. This abrupt scene shocked all the strong figures, and their expressions dropped. They had started killing without any warning. This had not happened before. The other great emperors who had come were all willing to learn about the situation. The 7 great emperors faced different directions and reached out at the same time. The vast and boundless void was instantly shrouded in a horrifying storm. All the cultivators in nearby regions hovered in the air at the same time. They struggled wildly, but they could not break free. Go! They all wanted to escape, including the few cultivators from the Yi Imperial Palace. But that storm covered them completely. They could not block the divine power. Ah! There were pained cries. The eyes of the 7 great emperors turned white. The pure white orbs looked extremely demonic. In that instant, everyone felt that their consciousness was being peeled away. A horrifying strength invaded their minds directly. Before the great emperors, they might not even be ants. A moment later, the 7 great emperors seemed to have received the memories they wanted. Similar divine light flowed between them, connecting the 7 of them. They seemed to be one unit with no distinction between them. Yi Imperial Palace. The 7 people murmured as if their thoughts were connected. The strongest force on this continent was the Yi Imperial Palace. One cultivator of the Yi Imperial Palace took out a mirror. He used his willpower to put a beam of his consciousness into it. The next moment, there was a poof, and his head was pierced directly. He died on the spot. The 7 great emperors gazed around. The poofs kept sounding as one person was killed after another, and their bodies dropped down powerlessly. The people's lives were like weeds. The 7 great emperors did not even glance at them. They faced the same direction in unison, and then their bodies disappeared. They headed towards the Yi Imperial Palace. In the Yi Imperial Palace, Fang Gai received the news passed back immediately. He headed towards where Yi Futian was cultivating and woke him up, disrupting Yi Futian's cultivation voluntarily for the first time. Yi Futian went before the great pavilion. "Palace Lord," Fang Gai said, "while you were cultivating in seclusion these days, great emperors had gradually started breaking open the heavens and entering. Some guess that these are the great emperors who became lost after the heavenly path had collapsed. They were exiled in the boundless void and finally the way back now. Because great emperors are returning gradually, all the forces have sent people to investigate." The Yi Imperial Palace did the same. Not too long ago, 7 great emperors descended from the heavens and killed all cultivators in that region, taking their memories. They're coming towards the Yi Imperial Palace. I'm afraid they are unfriendly. The people of the Yi Imperial Palace were killed too? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Fang Gai nodded. Yi Futian looked into the distance, and murderous intent flashed past his eyes. The unrest of the 7 realms had not settled yet, but now more great emperors were returning from the heavens. The great chaos had come. The storm was about to start. Yi Futian's body appeared outside the Yi Imperial Palace. All the strong figures of the Yi Imperial Palace were behind him. Their auras were all intimidating. Countless years had passed on the outside, while only a few decades had passed in the micro-heavenly path world. After all these years and having the divine power baptism of the micro-heavenly paths world law, the people who had cultivated in there could not be compared to how they had been before. It was not just them. Yi Futian had created the innate divine item of the door of time and space back then. All cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace could enjoy more cultivation time, so they improved far more than the outside world. Of course, the enemies this time were 7 great emperors. Even though they were very strong, they still could not help. Outside the Yi Imperial Palace, countless cultivators saw the silver-haired figure. They looked at Yi Futian with reverent eyes. They did not know why Palace Lord Yi had arrived. Was there another strong enemy? They had not seen Yi Futian in a long while. The news spread from the Yi Imperial Palace was that Yi Futian had been cultivating in seclusion to respond to the changes of the world. There was only 1 year left of Donghuang the Great's 500-year rule of the Divine Prefecture. It would arrive in the snap. The 7 realms were changing drastically. People claimed that every realm would send their soldiers to the Divine Prefecture when the year was up to destroy the Donghuang Imperial Palace. If that day came, Yi Futian would probably participate too, right? While they were pondering, an immense might suddenly rolled over from a distance. 7 beams of bright light appeared in the sky. The next moment, 7 great emperors appeared in the heavens. Their auras were a bit similar. The might from each of them was shockingly intense. These 7 people were all great emperors. The hearts of the strong cultivators all pounded. What was going on? And who were these 7 great emperors? 7 great emperors had appeared at once. For all these countless years, there had only been a handful of great emperors in the 7 realms in total. What exactly was happening to the world? No wonder Yi Futian was already waiting there. It seemed that he knew of their coming beforehand. However, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he was facing 7 great emperors now. Countless people were fearful and started worrying. They depended on the Yi Imperial Palace, and Yi Futian was their belief. They shared glory and defeat together. Boom! Divine light shone over the vast land, covering the boundless territory. Instantly, with the Yi Imperial Palace as the center, countless people were covered by the curtain of light. Yi Futian would think of their safety before each battle. This made everyone feel more respect for Yi Futian. Then shocking divine light shot out of the eyes of the 7 great emperors at the same time. Their eyes seemed to transform into white orbs as they dove towards Yi Futian. Yifutian was not intimidated at all. His body shot into the sky and slowly rose to the upper sky. The light of sun and moon shot out of his eyes. The white orbs invaded his eyes. It was the power of eye sorcery. In an instant, it felt like he was brought to a barren land. The 7 great emperors looked down on him like gods, like they were the gods that controlled the world law, and they were going to interrogate him. The light of judgment shot into Yifutian's consciousness. But then the world was upended. The divine light of sun and moon shot out. Yifutian's domain appeared in the eye sorcery zone, and a voice sounded in the void. "Get out!" The 7 beams of divine light exploded instantly. All the laws collapsed. His eyes contained his own domain with his own law and order. He would not let others cause chaos there. The 7 people's expressions did not change at all. Their long silver robes fluttered in the wind, and their white orbs still carried feelings of despise. In their eyes, it was as if they saw everyone in the world as weeds that could be killed at their wish. Yifutian's eyes scanned the others. He did not ask who they were. No matter who it was the same if they killed the people of the Yi Imperial Palace. There was only war. He did not need to know who they were. Boom! Blinding divine light radiated from the white eyes of the 7 great emperors. It was like the light of judgment. Everything in its path was about to be annihilated and go through judgment. Even the space was being annihilated. The light of judgment crossed the space as if there was no distance between them, instantly dropping from the heavens. However, it did not hit Yifutian's body. Instead, it was blocked by the curtain of light that enveloped Yifutian's body. The curtain of light seemed to be made out of countless particles. Each particle contained the power of the world as if they were a world. One could imagine how frighteningly strong the defense was. But even so, the light of judgment started eating it away bit by bit, causing the particles to keep crumbling. The light passed through the light screen and went towards Yifutian's divine body. Countless people looked up to the sky. The light screen hanging over their heads had been released by Yifutian. It was probably the same as Yifutian's defense. Even so, the 7 beams of doomsday light of judgment that dropped from the sky collapsed the space, tearing apart all existences. It actually slowly ripped apart Yifutian's defenses and was about to break through. Yifutian was still looking up into the sky, and his eyes were normal. There was no change at all. No wonder these 7 great emperors dared to be so wanton. They had started killing as soon as they arrived and now killed their way to the Yi Imperial Palace. Seeing their attacks, it was clear that they were stronger than Haoyan the Great and Xianxia the Great, whom he had encountered before. Any one of the 7 great emperors had a stronger combat ability than Haoyan the Great, let alone the 7 as one. It was extremely terrifying. Very few cultivators would cultivate similar abilities unless they came from the same teacher or had become allies. But once you reached the Great Emperor plane, everyone studied the path by themselves to create their own path. Every great emperor's abilities should be different. But the 7 great emperors before them were so similar. What was the force behind them? Boom! Divine power burst aggressively from Yifutian's body. Roars sounded within his divine form. His body transformed into the path, and countless types of world divine power burst forth, surging into the light screen. It mended the broken areas. His body went against the tide, and under the shocked stares of the strong cultivators, he floated toward the heavens while bearing the 7 beams of judgment light. This was a direct conversation of divine power. The white orbs of the 7 great emperors finally wavered. They looked at Yifutian with some surprise. He was actually going up the sky. Was this a provocation towards them? Even more shocking divine light shone from the white orbs, and a terrifying storm appeared in the heavens. The sky roiled and roared. The white light of judgment covered the vast space and a frightening divine matrix. What is this? The cultivators below had even more shocked expressions as they looked up at the divine matrix in the sky. Many mysterious and complex images appeared in the divine matrix. The 7 great emperors resonated with the divine matrix. The next moment, countless beams of judgment light descended from the divine matrix. That moment was like doomsday. It was like the ultimate judgment, a judgment for the world. Even though they were covered by the defensive light screen, the cultivators below still had horrified expressions. The scene before their eyes was too frightening. Were these 7 great emperors gods of judgment who presided over the world's punishments? Yifutian saw the divine matrix in the dome of the sky. He lifted his hand and pushed his palm toward the upper sky. In an instant, boundless divine light shone through. A divine seal appeared in the dome of the sky. It was a rectangular divine seal. This divine seal expanded with crazy speed and resonated with Yi Futian's body. Boom! In an instant, divine light pierced the heavens. The rectangular divine seal covered the vast space, transforming into a boundless divine matrix. When the divine print rotated, there were beautiful beams of runes and worlds on the surface. Before, when Yi Futian had been cultivating in seclusion, the micro-heavenly path had created a divine seal. It was named the Heaven Seal. After that, Yi Futian had comprehended a divine technique from the Heaven Seal, which was the world divine seal seen now. The runes seemed like they would jump out. They contained the immense might of divine power. When the judgment of light from the divine matrix in the sky descended, the entire world roared. Countless beams of judgment light fell at once, landing on the world divine seal. Many frightening dark cracks appeared in the heavens like space was being ripped apart. It was exceedingly horrifying, like the true doomsday. Countless beams of judgment light hit the world divine seal and penetrated it bit by bit. However, it could not truly destroy it directly. Palace Lord Yi has become stronger. All of the cultivators below were stunned. He actually blocked such a terrifying attack. It was apparent how strong Yi Futian was nowadays. This was an alliance of 7 great emperors, and each of them was stronger than Hao Yin the Great. The cultivators could not even imagine what level their attack was. It was out of their knowledge range. Yi Futian lifted a hand and slapped the boundless world divine seal forward. Instantly, countless ancient runes peeled off from the boundless world divine seal and blasted toward the dome of the heaven. The 7 great emperors' white orbs shot down to the lower sky. They reached out at the same time, moving in unison, and the divine matrix in the dome of the sky shot out frightening weapons. 7 long spears appeared in their hands. The long spears radiated with peerless light of judgment. They were huge, like the spears of true gods of judgment. Wielding the spears, they headed down the sky, transforming into 7 beams of divine light. In that instant, more beautiful light burst from the divine matrix and shot down murderously toward the world divine seal below. At the same time that they extracted the spears, Yi Futian also extended his arm. Infinite heaven-slaying divine swords were formed around him, and a spear also appeared in his hands. White robe fluttering, silver hair dancing. Yi Futian looked like a true god of the world with his long spear. The cultivators below looked at his backside and felt that Yi Futian was indomitable at this moment. So what if there were 7 gods of judgment? Countless people clenched their fists and felt their hot blood thundering inside. The fear they felt before transformed into anticipation. They were anticipating Yi Futian's most epic battle. Yi Futian's arm moved slightly. The moment the divine attack from the 7 great emperors fell, the infinite heaven-slaying divine swords rose against the tide, blazing toward the upper sky. At the same time, his body transformed into a beam of light that streaked upward. Bang! The instant that the 7 great emperors attacked, billions of beams of judgment descended onto the world divine seal at the same time. The divine seal was destroyed instantly. The 7 judgment gods carried infinite judgment light and continued down, annihilating the sky and judging the masses, slaying all cultivators below them. But at almost the same time, infinite heaven-slaying divine swords shot up into the sky, crashing against the judgment light. That moment, it was like the world was about to be destroyed. Of course, the true battle was between the 7 gods and Yi Futian themselves. The 7 judgment gods used their spears to seal the void and attack Yi Futian. They wanted to bring him to justice. But at this time, Yi Futian also stabbed with the spear in his hand. The spear's blow was shocking. Spear techniques buried the sky. A muffled sound spread from the void. Countless beams of judgment light shot down, attacking Yi Futian with extreme murderous strength. But the moment that Yi Futian thrust his spear, the time and space seemed to be distorted. It swallowed up the world. The storm of distortion that exploded instantly could pulverize everything, and the billions of beams of judgment light were swallowed by the storm of distortion. The spears of the 7 judgment gods shattered. The huge spears of judgment were torn into countless pieces and swept into the time and space vortex. Their bodies shone with extreme divine light. They seemed to sense the danger and wanted to escape from the storm of distortion. The force of judgment was combated by Yi Futian's spear. Boom! With that huge boom, the world split apart. The 7 judgment gods' bodies were ripped apart. Yi Futian's long spear was like a black hole, instantly swallowing everything, including the other party's destructive attack. The 7 heavenly emperors' bodies twisted and disappeared the next moment, reduced to nothingness. The spear swept past, and Yi Futian's body appeared in the upper sky. Everything in his path was turned to dust. The doomsday-like light of judgment vanished without a trace, and the divine matrix in the dome of the sky had scattered. It was as if it had never existed before. In that vast space, only Yi Futian's figure was standing in the heavens. His white robes fluttered, and his long silver hair danced in the windstorm. Everyone looked at him, and it seemed that every strand of his hair was clear. He was a god, a true heavenly god. Every strand of hair could be a weapon. He killed 7 great emperors with one spear. This kind of action had never been heard of before, but they all witnessed it today. The cultivators outside the Yi Imperial Palace were all lucky to have seen this extremely stunning scene. This memory would accompany them forever, unable to be erased. Countless years later, they would still be hot-blooded and excited when thinking back to this scene, feeling very proud to have witnessed this battle of Yi Futians that shocked the world. In the present world, everyone's attention was attracted by the current heavenly emperor. They had forgotten that, in the original realm, there was a monstrous figure who topped the generation with his peerless talent and had no match to date. In today's battle, he killed 7 emperors with one spear. Who could match him? Yi Futian was their religion and their god. It was not just the others. Even the core figures of the Yi Imperial Palace were stunned by this spear, too shocked to speak. This spear attack was too beautiful. Killed 7 emperors. Under the spear, the 7 domineering gods of judgment did not even have the chance to escape and were killed on the spot. They probably never thought that they would die directly here. I missed the last era, but I am fortunate to witness this era, the Supreme Sword Lord murmured. A smile appeared in his eyes. He had missed the stunning figures of the previous era, but he witnessed Yi Futian's path to the top with his own eyes. Before, he had said that the heavenly princess had been peerless, and the world was not as colorful without her. The original realm would be lonely without Yi Futian. Yi Futian's spear attack shocked the gods' ruins continent. News soon spread to the 7 realms and countless people were stunned. Had Yi Futian become so powerful already without them realizing? While everyone focused on Ji Wudao, Yi Futian had quietly risen and killed 7 great emperors with one blow. How talented was he? Nowadays, the few great emperors of the divine prefecture's ancient god clans were probably shivering fearfully. Haoyan the Great, Xianxia the Great, and those who had become emperor afterward, Wuliang the Great and Heavenly Emperor Jiang. In the rebuilt Haoyan clan, the 4 ancient emperors were gathered together. They had already heard the news from the original realm. Yi Futian had killed 7 great emperors with just one spear attack. They did not know who the 7 great emperors were. They had come from outside the heavens, but according to rumors, they had been extremely strong. They were the gods of judgment with overpowering brilliance, but they had been killed by Yi Futian before they could display it fully. There are many voices in the outer realms now, saying that our 4 ancient god clans will follow in the steps of the Tianyan city and Vajra realm. Haoyan the Great said, "What do you all think we should do now?" As great emperors, they actually felt very repressed. After the heavenly path had collapsed, they had survived in the world as a different form and waited countless years to finally return. They thought that after returning, they would have utmost glory in the present world and be high and mighty, looking down at the world that lacked great emperors. But what they did not expect was that they could only be proud ones. That day they teamed up to destroy the Yi Imperial Palace. They had been extremely domineering, killing their way there. They had no glorious moments after that. Up until now, they were even fearful every day, wondering how they could save themselves. This was so tragic. They were great emperors. They had not felt so repressed even in ancient times. In the 7 realms right now, everyone wants to destroy the heaven realm and divine prefecture. Xianxia the Great replied. Yi Futian was hiding away in the original realm and was viewed as non-threatening. If we want to kill him now, we must rely on the divine prefecture's strength. Dong Huang never wanted to kill Yi Futian and kept this threat alive. Now, he has finally risen to the top, becoming someone who can kill emperors. Dong Huang should act now. Hao Yin the Great's expression was cold. If Dong Huang the Great acted, they should deal with Yi Futian. The outer realms say that the various worlds might attack the divine prefecture. It should be soon, and Yi Futian might get involved. I don't know what kind of situation it would be. If he does get involved, Dong Huang should kill him. Nowadays, it seemed that they could only put their hopes on Dong Huang the Great. If the divine prefecture were destroyed, they would still be in danger. If Yi Futian were part of the victorious side, he would not show them mercy. Order people to spread the news that Yi Futian had broken the path to cultivate. Wuliang the Great spoke up. In ancient times, he would be the kind to fight against the heavenly path. He killed 7 emperors as a great emperor to be and is growing extremely fast. If he enters the great emperor plane, he would be completely unparalleled. He will transform into the heavenly path, rule over the gods, and preside over the world law. The other 3 great emperors listened to his words and then nodded, understanding the others' intentions. Why did the human realm, devil world, and other forces want to destroy the heaven realm? It was because the heaven realm had a heavenly path. Ji Wudao had become a heavenly emperor and showed signs of wanting to unify the 7 realms. He was very ambitious and was a threat to the other great emperors. As for his so-called demonic techniques, it was also a reason, but it was not the most important one. The critical point was that he posed a tangible threat to the other worlds. Spreading exaggerated information about Yi Futian also had this effect. The 4 great emperors could not defeat Yi Futian by themselves, so they could only get creative and use lowly and calculative tactics. It seemed a bit pitiful, and they also understood this, but they had no other choice or path to take. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. After Yi Futian killed the 7 great emperors, he returned to cultivate in the Yi Imperial Palace. His attack had helped intimidate the other great emperors who had come from outside the heavens. Many of the great emperors who had previously arrived had blood on their hands. They did not care about the cultivators of the gods' ruins continent at all. They carelessly stole their memories, finding the information that they wanted directly in the people's brains. Great emperor figures were too terrifyingly destructive. Their one mindless action could cause many people to die. Not long after Yi Futian killed the 7 great emperors, another uninvited guest came to the Yi Imperial Palace. It was cultivators from the human realm. In fact, Di Hao had led them here personally. Known as the heir of the human realm, Di Hao had many conflicts with Yi Futian before. They had even fought directly before. The Yi Imperial Palace greeted Di Hao. The world's current situation was a bit strange. Di Hao had come representing the human realm, and Yi Futian wanted to see what the purpose was. Yi Futian sat on the majestic throne and looked down in the sky to Di Hao. Di Hao had become very strong too, being in the great emperor-to-be plane for many years, but he was nothing before Yi Futian. Palace Lord Yi. Di Hao's personality seemed to have changed. He did not have the arrogance from before at all. He knew that Yi Futian was no longer on the same level as him. At least there was a big gap between them right now. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, "What advice is the human realm hoping to impart in this visit? We have had some conflicts with Palace Lord Yi in the past, and I am taking this chance to apologize. I hope you can forgive me," Di Hao said, bowing down to apologize to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression faltered. He was quite surprised. "It's all in the past," he said. "Let us talk about the matter at hand." He was not in the mood for beating around the bush and small talk. "I am sure Palace Lord Yi has seen the changes of the world. Ji Wudao is threatening the safety of the 7 realms, and Dong Huang the Great is plotting in the back. We don't know what he has plotted, but the human ancestor is calling top figures from all the forces to gather at the human realm and discuss this grand matter together. Thus, I came to invite Palace Lord Yi as well." Yi Futian cocked an eyebrow. Something similar had happened before, and they had invited him to fight against the heaven realm, but he did not participate. Now, the human ancestor ordered someone to invite him again. "I have heard of it before," Yi Futian said. "The Yi Imperial Palace is only a force of the original realm and unable to reach the heights of the emperor-level forces of the 7 realms. We are not qualified to participate yet." He looked at Di Hao a bit tentatively. Di Hao looked at Yi Futian. He closed his eyes and then an extremely strong aura burst from his body. Then Di Hao's entire being seemed to change. An illusory figure appeared in the air above him. It was an elder's figure. He appeared extremely ancient and wise, benevolent and kind. There was even auspicious light surrounding him like a natural phenomenon. Human ancestor. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. He stood up and said, "Greetings to the human ancestor. Palace Lord Yi, you are too polite," came a wispy voice from the elder's silhouette. "I heard that Palace Lord Yi killed 7 emperors with 1 spear, shocking the world. How can you be so humble? In the current world, Palace Lord Yi is destined to stand at the very top. How can you not be qualified? I know that Di Hao had a conflict with you. Thus, I came to invite you personally. I wanted to meet the most outstanding junior of the current world." The human ancestor was a being from ancient times. He had lived countless years and was the most ancient great emperor. He was not like those ancient emperors who had fallen and then returned. He had always existed in the world. One could say that the human ancestor was the most senior being in the world. He was also the most respected of the 6 emperors. With the human ancestor status, he was really showing respect to Yi Futian by coming personally. Yi Futian was unable to reject him, so he said, "Since the human ancestor has invited me, how can I not agree?" Hearing that Yi Futian agreed, the human ancestor smiled and nodded, saying, "In that case, I will wait for Palace Lord Yi to come to the human realm." With that, the auspicious light flashed, and the human ancestor's figure vanished. Di Hao's eyes opened. Looking at Yi Futian, he said, "Since Palace Lord Yi has agreed, I will take my leave. Be my guest." Yi Futian did not try to stop him. He nodded, and then Di Hao led his men away. After the cultivators of the human realm left, Yi Futian remained on his throne. The people beside him did not leave either. At this time, Yi Futian's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "What do you all think?" The human ancestor had invited him personally to travel to the human realm and discuss the grand matter. The so-called grand matter was naturally how to deal with the heaven realm and divine prefecture. The human realm has always represented justice in the world. They are also attacking the heaven realm and divine prefecture under the name of justice, but the 6 realms all act for their own benefit. "I don't believe in the so-called human justice," the Supreme Sword Lord said. The human ancestor had a good relationship with Donghuang the Great before. Now, he suddenly wants to destroy the divine prefecture. "I'm afraid there are other secrets. It's not as simple as it seems." The last time Di Hao proposed to Donghuang Diuan was the human ancestor testing Donghuang the Great's attitude. Their relationship started worsening after that. "Correct," Fang Gai said. "The human ancestor is the most ancient being in the world now and is unpredictable. No one can see through him. The temperament he shows is peerless too. There are 2 possibilities for his temperament. 1, he is a true sage who is detached from the world. But judging from his past actions, he might not have reached that state yet. If that is not the case, then it is a guise, which is even more frightening. He was analyzing the revered human ancestor. In the human realm, the human ancestor's status is extremely revered. Everyone worships him. His title is the human ancestor. No ordinary person can enjoy this title. Could it be possible that he wants to attack the heaven realm and divine prefecture for the good of the cultivation world? Lord Taishan said doubtfully. However, he was only expressing his own views. He did have some suspicions, but he felt that they could not see clearly and did not want to directly accuse the human ancestor of being disingenuous. Perhaps they saw things with a bias because of their conflicts with the human realm. At most, he is only thinking for the human realm, Gu Donglu said in disagreement. No matter what the situation with the human ancestor is, we must make the trip. Yi Futian nodded. If the human ancestor was a true sage with unparalleled benevolence, they had to visit out of respect for the senior. There was nothing wrong with that. If it was the other possibility, then the human ancestor was very calculative. Since he had already come personally with an invitation, Yi Futian would be presumptuous not to go. It would most likely be difficult to counter the human ancestor if he attacked directly. "We will naturally know all of this in the future," Yi Futian said. "He must visit the human realm." Year 10,184 of the Divine Prefecture Calendar. The human realm invited all the emperor forces to discuss how to deal with the heaven realm and divine prefecture. Once news of this spread, Countless cultivators traveled to the human realm to witness this grandiosity. Once, the human realm was enemies with the devil world, empty divine realm, and dark world. Unexpectedly, they would sit down together in an alliance. Changes were unpredictable, and anything could happen in the world. If war erupted this time, what kind of consequences would occur? Would the divine prefecture be destroyed? The divine prefecture should still exist, but it was hard to say whether the Donghuang Imperial Palace would survive. Human realm, human divine palace. It was covered in wispy and spiritual-like clouds. There were many spiritual mountains here with many pavilions on them wrapped in auspicious clouds. There were even phoenixes and divine birds flying in the mist. At this moment, many cultivators were traveling through the sky. They rode the divine birds and looked incredibly magical and handsome. There was a grand feast set up on one of the main mountains. Guests came from all directions and landed in the spiritual mountains. They stood there and looked into the distance, anticipation filling their eyes. Today, there will be a grand feast of the largest scale in 500 years. 4 of the 6 current emperors might come, and many of the influential figures who had become great emperors recently would go too. At the moment, there were cultivators in different parts of the mountain. Their auras were all immeasurably deep. The cultivators in the Renhuang Plain could only stand at the bottom. They weren't even qualified to take a seat. After the world's drastic changes, the Renhuang Plain was nothing anymore. Too many strong figures had been created in recent years, whether they had gone through tribulation or were great emperors to be. It was currently the age of the great emperors. The age of gods had already begun. Di Hao stood beside the divine throne at the peak of the spiritual mountain. There were countless great emperors on either side of him. They were all waiting. Even the weakest of those figures were in the great emperor-to-be plain. Right then, amidst the cultivators below the spiritual mountain, a group of people passed powerfully through the clouds and came straight towards this side. It was Yi Futian's group. They were the first to arrive. Many goddesses went forward to welcome them. They bowed in greeting and said, "Palace Lord Yi, welcome." With that, they led the way, bringing Yi Futian and the others to the region of spiritual mountains and led them to sit in one section. "Palace Lord Yi." Di Hao nodded slightly at Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian also nodded in response but did not say anything else. They sat down quietly and started waiting there. They were not the stars of the show this time. The 6 emperors were coming, so he was only a junior. Boom! Terrifying devilish might descended from the dome of the sky. Then beams of devilish light appeared. A group of strong figures abruptly appeared atop the spiritual peak. The strong figures of the Devil Realm's Devil Imperial Palace had arrived. The leader had aggressive might. It was the Devil Emperor who had come personally. "Greetings, Devil Emperor." Di Hao and the others bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Devil Emperor." Countless cultivators atop and below the spiritual mountain greeted at the same time, bowing down. The 6 current emperors were the topmost existence in the world. Everyone held great respect and reverence for the 6 emperors. The Devil Emperor did not speak. He strode forward directly, leading the strong figures of the Devil Realm towards somewhere. His eyes glanced at Yi Futian. "Senior Devil Emperor." Yi Futian rose and bowed from a distance. The Devil Emperor nodded slightly, and then his gaze moved away. Not long after the Devil Emperor arrived, 2 strong auras descended at the same time. Dark divine light fell from the top of the sky, transforming it into a passageway. A group of strong cultivators walked out from it, and on the other end, there was a golden space passageway. It was like a spatial door had opened. Similarly, a group of strong cultivators walked out from it. The dark court and empty mountain cultivators had arrived. "Greetings, sovereign and evil emperor." The strong cultivators rose and bowed again, greeting the 2 standing at the peak, the dark sovereign, the ruler of the dark court, and the evil emperor, ruler of the empty divine realm. Even for Yi Futian, this was his first time seeing their true forms. He had lived in the dark court previously, but he had not seen the dark sovereign's true form either. At this time, the dark sovereign was wrapped in black fog, giving people a doubtful feeling. He also had a silver mask on his face. His entire being was hidden in the nothingness. The evil emperor was slender and had defined facial features. He looked to be in his 40s. Just by standing there casually, he gave off an extraordinary feeling. There seemed to be an arrogant air about him. He did not even look at the people. He just scanned the Devil Emperor's side, found his spot, and took a seat. They've all arrived. This feast was mainly for the Devil Emperor, Dark Sovereign, and Evil Emperor. The three supreme figures had all come personally. This was unprecedented in the past 500 years. Only the human ancestor made these three great emperors come in their true forms. Auspicious light shimmered in the air above the divine throne on the spiritual mountain. The brilliant light shone, enveloping all of the ancient peaks. A figure appeared in the human divine palace, and then he came to the divine throne. It was the human ancestor's true form. "I am very touched that my old friends were willing to come for me," the human ancestor said, smiling at the figures. "The last time we gathered like this must be 500 years ago. At that time, when the world was in chaos, they had gathered before it was resolved. Ever since then, the 7 realms had been at peace for countless years, and war had not appeared again. At present, 4 of the 6 emperors of the world appeared here. There was also Ufutian of the original realm. The situation of the 7 realms has changed. Since the human ancestor invited us, we also would like to hear your thoughts," the evil emperor said. His voice was distant and he sounded very conceited. "You all know of the changes of the 7 realms. There is no need to speak further about it. The heavenly path wants to use Ji Wudao to return and rule over the world again. Donghuang's stance is unclear, but he may partner with the heaven realm. Ji Wudao has shown his feelings for Donghuang Duan countless times, wanting to make her the empress. If Ji Wudao succeeds, the 7 realms will not exist anymore." The human ancestor's voice was ethereal as he slowly continued. "This time, the other side has plotted for many years while keeping us in the dark. Thus, I invited you all here. I hope to destroy the Donghuang Imperial Palace first and take care of Ji Wudao after. What do you all think? If they become allies, won't Donghuang go to the heaven realm? If the heavenly path helps Donghuang, I'm afraid it won't be straightforward," the Devil Emperor stated, seeming to want to test the human ancestor with his words. "Donghuang has ruled the divine prefecture for 500 years. I am sure you all are clear on how significant the divine prefecture is to him. If he is willing to abandon the divine prefecture and be with Ji Wudao in the heaven realm, then he will be giving up the foundations of the divine prefecture," the human ancestor replied. "Little friend Yi is the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing and extremely talented. He also has old rivalries with Donghuang the Great. It's quite suitable for him to inherit Emperor Yi Qing's foundations. What do you all think about handing the divine prefecture to little friend Yi?" Yi Futian's expression was surprised. He did not think that the human ancestor would show such friendliness and give him the divine prefecture to rule. "I agree." The Devil Emperor was the first to nod and agree. He said Emperor Yi Qing was one of the creators of the divine prefecture. It is legitimate for Yi Futian to inherit the divine prefecture. I have no objections to little friend Yi inheriting the divine prefecture. The Dark Sovereign also agreed. The evil emperor did not speak, so everyone looked at him and the human ancestor. The evil emperor doesn't speak, so I will take it as a yes. The group's casual conversation seemed to determine that the divine prefecture would be under Yi Futian's rule. Yi Futian did not speak, but some ideas grew in his mind. The Buddha of Destiny predicted that Donghuang the Great's emperor fate would last 500 years. Would this be refuted this time? Would he inherit the position of Donghuang the Great? If the 4 Realms Alliance attacked the divine prefecture, what would the Buddhist stance be? Would they be bystanders, or would they get involved to aid Donghuang? After we conquer the divine prefecture, the next target would be the heaven realm. The day we conquer it would be the day we decode the mystery of the heavenly path and destroy it to prevent any remaining threats. As for the heavenly realm, the human realm will not touch it. Devil Emperor, Dark Sovereign, if you wish to invade it, you are free to do so, the human ancestor said as if he was not interested in the heaven realm territory. The Devil Emperor had always wanted to break out of the Devil realm so that he would let them. "I want the original realm," the Dark Sovereign said. Yu Fuqian glanced at him. The Dark Sovereign's wish was to have darkness envelope the entire world. The original realm was the origin of the world. The Dark Sovereign must have ulterior motives if he wanted to control the original realm. "Sovereign, you're clear about the changes in the original realm nowadays. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to control the original realm," the human ancestor said. It would be fine as long as you all do not interfere, the Dark Sovereign continued. I will send people to the original realm. If there is trouble, we will resolve it ourselves. What about the empty divine realm? Asked the evil emperor spoke up at this time. These people were splitting up the territory but seemed to have forgotten him. They were not interested in the divine prefecture, but the great emperors seemed very interested in the original realm. Ufutian thought that he was the ruler of the original realm and had risen in the original realm. The others all agreed to put him into the divine prefecture. They probably wanted him to separate from the original realm. However, if they conquered the divine prefecture and destroyed the heaven realm, the relationships between these great emperor forces probably would not be so amicable anymore. Other conflicts would arise. The human realm had always been unfriendly with the devil realm and the other two worlds. You all are having fun. A voice came from the distance. The human ancestor and others furrowed their brows slightly and looked into the distance. The voice traveled from outside the human divine palace's spiritual mountain. They did not pay attention, but just now, after the voice traveled over, an extremely aggressive aura also spread over. Many figures shot into the sky from the spiritual mountain. The strong figures beside the human ancestor also stepped forward. At the same time, shocking auras emanated from various directions. However, the human ancestor raised his arm, stopping everyone. Then an intense beam of light shot over from a distance. It was extremely blinding. The next moment, an extraordinary figure appeared in the heavens before the spiritual mountain. Everyone's eyes were on him, staring icily. Murderous intent swept through. The strongest forces of the world were gathered here today. 4 of the 6 emperors were here, and yet someone still dared to stand in the heavens and look down at them. It was such presumptuousness. Other than Ji Wudao, there was no other person like this in the current world. However, it was not his true form. Presumptuous. The strong cultivators looked at Ji Wudao, who had appeared in the sky. Even if he was a heavenly emperor of the current world, Ji Wudao was still a junior. 4 of the current 6 emperors were at the human divine palace spiritual mountain right now, yet Ji Wudao was so presumptuous. He descended directly and looked down from the heavens as if he was the ruler of the masses. Get down here. A figure walked out. It was a great emperor. He raised his hand and grabbed toward the sky. Instantly, booms filled the air, and horrifying divine power burst forth. Supreme might shrouded the sky. The group saw a huge hand grab towards Ji Wudao in the sky. However, Ji Wudao's entire body dazzled, and divine light wrapped around him. Clang! There was the sound of a loud bell. An ancient bell appeared in his divine form. It broke through the air and hit the handprint, actually penetrating it. It shattered the huge handprint and blasted straight toward the great emperor who had attacked. The great emperor raised his hand to block it. Instantly, countless huge handprints appeared in the air and blasted toward the ancient bell. Kaboom! The huge divine bell seemed to overlook the defensive forces and passed straight through them, instantly going toward the great emperor. Paired with a huge boom, the strong great emperor was forced back and he let out a muffled grunt. The bell's ringing echoed in their ears, filling the air. Universe-breaking bell. The human ancestor looked at it. This was the ability of the ancient heavenly emperor, and Ji Wudao had inherited it. He was the heir of the heaven realm and also received the inheritance of the old heaven court, so it was normal that he was skilled in the old heavenly emperor's abilities. It was unexpected that only his incarnation had come, but he could already hurt a great emperor instantly. Ji Wudao was becoming stronger and stronger. Then Ji Wudao's figure floated down. He looked to the human ancestor and said, "The human ancestor is the most ancient great emperor in the current world. Many of the things from back then must be related to the human ancestor, right?" The human ancestor gazed at Ji Wudao and replied, "Ji Wudao, you received the chaotic heavenly swallowing method and cultivated it into a demonic technique. You swallow and kill cultivators in the dark and will suffer from the backlash. As expected of the human ancestor. You are indeed very knowledgeable," Ji Wudao said with a laugh. "However, if we are speaking of backlash, it should be the human ancestor instead. I heard that everyone is gathered here today to discuss how to destroy the divine prefecture and attack the 99 heavens. So I came to take a look. I, Ji Wudao, will remember everyone present. You all must be more careful when traveling from now on. Everyone stared at Ji Wudao. He had come as an incarnate and dared to threaten all the emperors. How arrogant and wild. Everyone here was a top figure in the world. Ji Wudao, I still have a question. Did Dong Huang ally with you? The Devil Emperor asked, looking at Ji Wudao. He seemed to want to know the answer. Before, it had only been a rumor in the human realm. No one saw that Ji Wudao was working with Dong Huang the Great. Since Ji Wudao came personally, he decided to ask out of curiosity if Dong Huang the Great had already become allies with Ji Wudao. Ji Wudao laughed when he heard this question, and some mockery actually showed on his face. Looking at the Devil Emperor, he said, that coward Dong Huang qualifies to be my ally? Coward Dong Huang? The strong cultivators were all shocked by Ji Wudao's crazy words. Dong Huang the Great was the most renowned figure in the millennium. He had peerless talent, ruled the divine prefecture, and his name was known throughout the world. And yet, Ji Wudao called Dong Huang the Great coward Dong Huang today. This was the first time someone had called Dong Huang the Great a coward. Yifutian furrowed his brows. Why did Ji Wudao say this? Was it because of the sovereign princess? Dong Huang the Great and the sovereign princess were married. Though very few people knew this, Ji Wudao was the heir of the heaven realm, so how could he not know? Also, what connection did Ji Wudao have with the sovereign princess? Ji Wudao had been chosen as the heir of the heaven realm many years ago. Could he have been chosen by the sovereign princess? In this case, had Dong Huang the Great not allied with Ji Wudao? Otherwise, there was no reason for Ji Wudao to humiliate Dong Huang the Great like this. If that is the case, then why are you here? The Dark Sovereign said, looking at Ji Wudao. Did you come here to purposely mislead us? Many people's expressions changed. From the Dark Sovereign's words, it was clear that he would not give up on this mission to attack the divine prefecture. Whether the divine prefecture had allied with the heaven realm was no longer important. If they thought something, then it was the truth. Do you even qualify? Ji Wudao looked at the Dark Sovereign and responded with a cold smirk. I came here to notify you all that since you decided to team up against the heaven realm, then you should be prepared. When I prove my path, there will be true chaos and the 7 realms will bathe in blood. Everyone present must be prepared. Ji Wudao spoke arrogantly, and then his figure faded gradually. Finally, he vanished as if he had never appeared in the first place. Countless gazes on the divine mountains looked toward the vanished figure in silence. No one spoke. Ji Wudao had come to threaten everyone here. The day he became the heavenly emperor, he would bring chaos to the world. Did Ji Wudao have the ability? He was not an emperor yet, but he could kill a great emperor easily. If he became an emperor, his abilities would probably really be enough to counter the 6 emperors. This kind of person was indeed a huge threat. His goal was not only 1 realm but 7, the entire world. He did not want to rule the world. Instead, he wanted to kill and dye the world with blood. In ancient times, there were the 8 legions under the heavenly path, acting as the spokespeople of the heavenly path in the world. They ruled the world. Among them, the Deva was the leader of the 8 legions. The heavenly emperor, leader of the Deva, was the top person under the heavenly path. He managed the world law for the heavenly path. All laws in the world were under his control. He presided over the masses, viewed the people like ants, and thus, in the age after the heavenly path, I created the human realm to focus on human life. I did not think that after countless years, in current times, the heir of the heavenly emperor would be the same. He sees nothing and wants to dye the world with blood, viewing people's lives as mere weeds. The human ancestor spoke slowly. He no longer had the casual feeling from before and was instead extremely solemn, revealing some shades of coldness. He said, I became known as the human ancestor, so I must do something for the people. It doesn't matter if Dong Huang the Great wants to ally with the heaven realm to overthrow the 7 realms. After we conquer the divine prefecture, we can ask Dong Huang what he thinks. If he is willing to ally with us and attack the 99 heavens to destroy the evil heaven court of the present day. The Devil Emperor and others were silent. Yifutian also listened quietly the entire time and never spoke up. It was not time for him to stand up. I invited you all to visit because I hope that you all can have a unified heart. After you return, send armies to the divine prefecture together 7 days later. Do not hurt the mortals and take down the domain chief's manors of the 18 domains. Then we will visit the Dong Huang Imperial Palace. How about it? The human ancestor asked everyone. Sure, the devil emperor replied. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. They would send soldiers to the divine prefecture together and prepare to take down the divine prefecture. Seeing everyone nod, the human ancestor looked toward Yi Futian and said, Palace Lord Yi, after the battle you will lead people to rule over the divine prefecture. The cultivation of the people of the divine prefecture will depend on you from now on. The gears in Yi Futian's brain turned and many ideas appeared in his mind. Still, he could not figure out why the human ancestor did this. But he nodded and said, I will follow the human ancestor's teachings. Palace Lord Yi is the top talent of the 7 realms and destined to stand at the very peak. It is the fortune of the divine prefecture cultivators to have Palace Lord Yi govern the divine prefecture. The human ancestor continued. For this mission, it seems at the moment that Palace Lord Ye's side is the weakest. I will send some people to aid you. In addition, to prevent Donghuang the Great from leading people in a counterattack, you must be careful with the Yi Imperial Palace and leave people there to guard it. Yi Futian was slightly alarmed inside. The human ancestor was thinking carefully for him, but was there an ulterior motive? Such as watching his movements. But in the current situation he was already tied to this war chariot. Even if the human ancestor had that ulterior motive, he could not reject him. Plus, there were no problems with the human ancestor's words. Everything seemed logical and very well could happen. Before he could reply, the human ancestor continued, The devil emperor, sovereign, and evil emperor's forces have developed some great emperors in recent years. Will you all also send some people to aid Palace Lord Yi? By saying that, he seemed even more to be thinking for Yi Futian. Yes. The devil emperor nodded in agreement and said, I will send great emperors to the Yi Imperial Palace to coordinate the equilibrium between the forces and attack the divine prefecture together. Yi Futian glanced at the devil emperor. Since the devil emperor said that, he naturally could not say much else. Nodding, he said, Thank you, seniors, human ancestor and devil emperor. In that case, I will not keep you all here anymore, the human ancestor said. Please return and begin preparing. The set time was very tight. 7 days later, they would attack the divine prefecture together. If they were regular cultivators, 7 days would not even be enough for them to travel back. But they were all great emperors here, the top beings of the world. 7 days was enough for them. In that case, we will start on our way back now, the devil emperor said and led the strong cultivators away. The other cultivators began to return as well. Yi Futian also stood up to bid farewell. This time, everyone was leaving without having stayed for too long. But this pertained to the order and war of the 7 realms, and they had to meet this time to agree. Thus, the significance of this meeting was not in the duration. Instead, it was that the great emperor's true forms had come here together and created the alliance to attack the divine prefecture. After the strong figures returned, news quickly spread from the human realm and dispersed toward the 7 realms with extremely frightening speed. All the cultivators of the 7 realms felt shaken inside instantly. They knew that the world was going to change. The order of the 7 realms would welcome a historical change. The human realm, devil realm, dark world, and empty divine realm would work together to attack the divine prefecture. They would destroy the divine prefecture first and then attack the 99 heavens of the heaven realm. Was the prediction of the Buddha of destiny about to come true? Would the 500-year-long emperor fate of Donghuang the Great come to an end? They did not expect that the world would change so quickly. The 7 realms welcomed an unprecedented war. Yi Futian's group returned to the Yi Imperial Palace. Then he called the core figures of the Yi Imperial Palace to gather and discuss matters. Declaring war against the divine prefecture was out of the ordinary. No one could predict what consequences there would be. Yi Futian had no choice but to be careful. What do you all think? Yi Futian asked everyone in the grand pavilion. The cultivators in the main pavilion were all core figures who had followed him from the Ziwei segmentum. We cannot reverse the trend, the West Emperor said. The human ancestor and others are pushing you forward. This is the general trend. Yu Shang of the Devil Realm has a special relationship with you, and you have some friendship with the Devil Emperor, but he is also part of the trend. There is no choice. Yi Futian nodded. He also felt that the Devil Emperor wanted him to get involved too. The four forces, the human ancestor, devil emperor, dark sovereign, and evil emperor, formed the trend. Even now, he still felt insignificant and could only go along with the flow, participating in this battle. Of course, he personally had enough reasons to participate. In addition, the other side had even given him enough benefits. After conquering the divine prefecture, he would rule the divine prefecture. But if this really happened, no one could predict how the world order would change again. Was it the appearance of the heavenly path in the 99 heavens and Ji Wudao that disrupted the equilibrium, causing the human ancestor and the others to want to declare war? I am a bit worried, Gu Donglu said. Third brother, speak. Yi Futian looked at Gu Donglu. The human ancestor has lived for countless years, and he is unpredictable for us. His current attitude can even make you forget your previous conflicts with the human realm, Gu Donglu said. He is known as the human ancestor, and he is incredibly powerful. He is very benevolent and thinks for all beings in the world, but if he acts differently than how he thinks, then what is he plotting? Everyone fell silent at that. Before, they had discussed how the human ancestor was, and they returned to this question now. The human ancestor was too hard to predict. They could react to enemies on the surface, but it was too dangerous if the human ancestor was setting up a ploy for them. I feel that the human ancestor is extremely tricky. He must have another ulterior motive. It's just that we can't see it, Zhuge Mingyue also said. Her gut instincts told her that the human ancestor was definitely not how he acted. Have you realized that ever since the human ancestor appeared in the Yi Imperial Palace, we lost the initiative? Gu Donglu spoke again. We are just acting according to the human ancestor's wishes. It seems like he has not done anything, but we're indeed already wrapped in this flood. Yi Futian nodded. He thought of what the devil emperor had said to him years ago. Emperor Yi Qing's death back then may possibly have the human realm's ideas in it. If this were the case, then the human ancestor naturally would not be a benevolent and selfless great emperor. He would have his own selfish wishes. The human ancestor had lived for countless years. What were his pursuits? The point is that no matter what motive the human ancestor has, we are already coerced by the trend, the Supreme Sword Lord said. We must join the war. There is no way out. Everyone fell silent. This was the main issue, just like when the human ancestor had come with the invitation. It might not be a bad thing, the West Emperor spoke up. Perhaps the human ancestor only wants to break the equilibrium between the seven realms and thus wants to support us in managing the divine prefecture. At least right now, the human ancestor has not expressed any ill intentions yet. As for his motive, it's unclear at the moment. Yi Futian listened to everyone's words, and his thoughts became clearer. He nodded slightly and said, Then we will fight in the battle. What do you all think? The strong cultivators all fell silent when they heard Yi Futian's words. This war was a war that affected the strongest figures in the seven realms. It was a true peak battle. No one could make a complete prediction beforehand. No one was clear about the six emperors' abilities or who was weaker and who was stronger. From the surface, if the human ancestors' four great emperor forces ally to attack the Donghuang Imperial Palace, then it's a crushing defeat. No matter how strong Donghuang the Great is, he can't be stronger than four emperors, the West Emperor said. Judging from Ji Wudao's words, he looks at Donghuang the Great with scorn. Perhaps he won't participate in the battle due to the wife of Donghuang the Great. Then the only variable would be the Buddhists, whether the Western Heaven Buddhists would get involved or not. Many years ago, the two sides might have reached an equilibrium and thus had 500 years of peace. The Devil Emperor, Dark Sovereign, and Evil Emperor were on one side. The other side was the human ancestor, the Buddha, and Donghuang the Great. But now the equilibrium has been broken. The human ancestor wanted to attack Donghuang the Great. Yu Futian thought back to when he had cultivated in the Buddhist sect. There were some bad people in the Buddhist sect, but overall they were very friendly to Yi Futian. The Buddha must have taught Donghuang the Great back then, too, so they had a special relationship. Plus, the Buddha of Destiny had also appeared to stop the war between the seven realms. It was evident that the Buddhists did not wish for war. Many of the great Buddhas were compassionate, so it was not clear if the Buddhists would directly participate in the battle. However, many great Buddhas did not wish for this battle to decimate the beings of the cultivation world. Whether the Buddhists participate or not, the divine prefecture's strength has still weakened, unless Donghuang the Great decides to go all out and abandon the divine prefecture, Gu Donglu said. In that case, it would also be a catastrophe for the human realm's four forces unless the four emperors can kill Donghuang the Great directly. In terms of overall strength, we are the weakest party. We can't avoid participating in the battle, but we shouldn't attract hatred. If Donghuang the Great targets the Yi Imperial Palace and attacks, it'll be a catastrophe. Yi Futian nodded. He had to consider this point. If the four great emperor forces and the Yi Imperial Palace attacked the divine prefecture simultaneously, Donghuang the Great could indeed choose to go down with the ship. Follow the four emperors, Zhuge Mingwei said. Do whatever they do. I wonder if there'll be a chance to see Master. Gu Donglu gazed into the distance. It had been years since Mr. Du of the cottage was taken away by Donghuang Diyuan. They had no way of knowing if he was still alive and well. They might find the answer if they could step foot in the Donghuang Imperial Palace during this battle. Palace Lord, someone outside the pavilion called at this moment. Palace Lord, cultivators from the human realm have come. They've come so fast. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked outside. They had just returned, and the human realm's strong figures had already come. It seemed that they had been ordered immediately to come. Welcome, Yi Futian said. Then he rose and walked down from the divine throne, saying, Let's go welcome them. Everyone nodded and headed out. They walked out from the grand pavilion and looked down the steps. They saw a group of people coming over from a distance. They were very fast. They came up along the sky stairwell and stopped below after getting closer. We were ordered here by the human ancestor to aid Palace Lord Yi, they said to Yi Futian. You all have worked hard. Yi Futian's eyes swept over the people below. There were 6 people in total and all of them were great emperors. He had not even seen many of them before and was unfamiliar with them. This scene shocked Yi Futian too. The richness of the human realm intimidated him a little. Had he seen the most vital parts of each realm before? These past years, ancient emperors came back gradually, but the human realm could easily send 6 great emperors here. This was extremely generous. You all came from afar. I will have people help you rest and notify you when we embark. Yi Futian continued saying. The 6 all nodded and one person said, We will listen to Palace Lord Ye's arrangements. Fang Gai walked out and led the 6 great emperors to leave this place. Yi Futian watched them leave and had a thoughtful expression. These great emperors were so cooperative with him. What exactly did the human ancestor want? After a while, the devil world also sent 2 great emperors here. Now, 8 great emperors had come to the Yi Imperial Palace. The dark world and empty divine world did not send anyone. Perhaps they thought it was enough for the human realm and devil world to send people. Next, he had to arrange the people who would fight in the battle. Yi Futian naturally had to bring the core combat force with him. In addition, there were his friends and family. Should he keep them with him or leave them in the Yi Imperial Palace? 6 great emperors had come from the human realm, and 2 had come from the devil world. Their opinion was for the human realm to leave 2 great emperors, and devil world leave 1 to help Yi Futian guard the Yi Imperial Palace. The other great emperors would follow him to fight the divine prefecture. This way, they could also catch up to the steps of the human realm and devil world. However, Yi Futian had no way of knowing if they wanted to monitor him. If they had these thoughts, then if something happened to him on the battlefield, the people here would probably be subject to the outsiders, and he would not be able to act freely on the battlefield. While the various realms were preparing to attack the divine prefecture, the cultivators of the divine prefecture also received this news. The entire divine prefecture was shaken, and everyone was anxious. For great emperor forces would unite. Would the divine prefecture change its ruler this time? They heard that the human ancestor appointed Yi Futian to govern the divine prefecture and inherit the mantle of Emperor Yi Qin. Would all of this happen? It seemed quite peaceful in the Donghuang Imperial Palace. Everything was normal. It seemed like nothing was out of the ordinary. At this time, Donghuang the Great sat cross-legged in his cultivation zone. There was a chessboard before him. He was playing chess by himself, analyzing the game. Right then, a cultivator appeared before him. He was soundless as if arising out of nowhere. Is there no other choice? That person looked at Donghuang the Great and asked. Dong Huang the Great was silent. He continued to play chess and then shook his head, saying, "No. The result is set. This is the only step to take." "Okay. I will arrange it." The Comer nodded slightly. Dong Huang the Great lifted his head and looked at the person. "Be careful," he said. "Understood," the other replied. Then he turned and left, quickly disappearing without a trace. Dong Huang the Great lowered his head and continued to play chess. After a long while, the board seemed to turn into a dead end. He could not put down the piece in his hand, and then he said in a low voice, "This is the only step that can be taken." With that, he waved his hand, and the chessboard disappeared. He stood up and turned around, walking in one direction. His backside had a feeling of determination. The North Cliff region had been under the Devil World's rule since the Devil World invaded it back then. This had caused significant criticism in the Divine Prefecture, and many people even doubted Dong Huang the Great. At this time, strong figures of the Devil World continuously appeared at the borders between the North Cliff region and Devil World, arriving at the North Cliff region. The various Devil World armies and independent cultivators hurried toward the Divine Prefecture, prepared to welcome a mighty battle. The Great Emperor's decisions would determine the victory or defeat of this battle. However, back then, the 6 emperors had checked and balanced each other, and battles erupted among the cultivators below the Great Emperor Plain and swept in all directions. It was different now. The times were different. As the ancient emperors returned gradually and more great emperors and emperors to best were created, the modern cultivators were already too strong to be compared to the past. Even so, how could the cultivators of the Devil World miss this chance? The Emperor-level forces determined the battles in the upper level while they would invade the entire Divine Prefecture. They would scatter the seeds of the Devil World in the land of the Divine Prefecture instead of just the barren soil. In addition, strong cultivators of the Human Realm, Empty Divine Realm, and Dark World all gradually came to the bordering regions of the Divine Prefecture. They also had mighty armies. This was a war of aggression. They all believed that after this battle, the Divine Prefecture would no longer be the Divine Prefecture. It would belong to all of them, even though the human ancestor had already agreed to hand the Divine Prefecture over to Yi Futian. That would come later. Before that, they would devour up the entire Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian also led a large army and left the Yi Imperial Palace. After considering things, he did not bring everyone with him. This great battle was to invade the Divine Prefecture, but it was not as simple as imagined. What kind of existence was Dong Huang the Great? If he targeted Yi Futian, it would also be extremely dangerous. Thus, he believed that maybe staying in the Yi Imperial Palace would actually be safer. A few great emperors were guarding the Yi Imperial Palace. Even if Dong Huang the Great ordered great emperors to attack them, they should handle it. As for whether the human ancestor intended to monitor him, he did not care. Since he was already joining the war, he would naturally go full out when it pertained to his life or death. This battle had been caused by the trend. He had no choice. At this time, they were below a passageway in the God's Ruins continent. It was a passageway that led to the Divine Prefecture. Once they stepped over it, they would enter the land of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian took out a mirror. A few figures instantly appeared in the reflection, the strong figures who stood at the peak. The human ancestor, Devil Emperor, Evil Emperor, and Dark Sovereign. Including him, there were 5 people in total. This mirror was a supreme divine item and contained immense spatial divine power. Could contact others at any time and use divine power to track locations. They were not acting together this time. If Dong Huang the Great attacked one party, the others could use this treasure to cross through the void and appear, preventing any accidents. "Let's set out," the human ancestor said in the mirror, giving the order. After taking down the domain chief's manors of the 18 domains, leave people there to guard them. Then head to the Dong Huang Imperial Palace to convene. The others all nodded. Yi Futian put the mirror away. Raising his head, he glanced at the space passageway and took a deep breath. How would this battle turn out? No one knew. Perhaps this would completely change the world order. "Set out," Yi Futian said. After speaking, the group of figures advanced, passing directly through that space passageway, entering the Divine Prefecture. The great armies of the 5 large camps invaded with one command. Simultaneously, the mighty armies of the realms flooded into the divine prefecture. Black clouds covered the sky instantly in some places of the divine prefecture. It was like doomsday. Of course, the divine prefecture was too vast and had countless continents. Even though the armies of all the realms passed the borders, it was still insignificant to the divine prefecture overall. Thus, their first goal was to take down the domain chief's manors of the 18 domains. At this time, within the divine prefecture's Donghuang imperial palace, powerful and mighty strong cultivators appeared in an extremely vast area. Donghuang the Great sat on the 9 heavens divine throne. Below the divine throne, the top figures of the divine prefecture stood in all directions with distinct levels. In the air before them, the sky screens were like various mirrors showing the scenes of different places in the divine prefecture. The mirrors even seemed able to move. They saw the 5 armies scatter quickly after entering. The armies led by great emperors went clearly toward one direction while the other armies had no goal. They dove straight into the divine prefecture. Many cultivators even scattered quickly, going in different directions. Right then, brilliant Buddhist light appeared. The 9 heavens seemed to be filled with Sanskrit chants. Extremely sacred Buddhist light enveloped the vast sky as if auspicious clouds had appeared. Donghuang the Great looked before him and then rose from the divine throne. Donghuang greets the Buddhas, he said. After he spoke, a Buddhist door abruptly appeared amidst the Buddhist light. A mighty Buddhist army walked out of the Buddhist door. Thousands upon thousands of Buddhas gradually stepped out of it. It was incredibly stunning. After that, a sacred great Buddha's true form materialized. Buddhist light enveloped the boundless sky. The Buddha had come personally. Greetings to the Buddha. Donghuang the Great personally bowed in greeting, showing utmost respect. He had once studied in the Buddhist sect, so the Buddha had the grace of teaching him. He was like a teacher to him, so Donghuang the Great had always been very polite to the Buddhist sect. The Buddha. Even the great emperors bowed, so strong cultivators in all directions of the Donghuang imperial palace all rose at once and bowed to show their respect. The Buddha nodded slightly. All the Buddhas chanted at the same time. After that, the Buddha looked toward the sky curtain and saw those scenes. Battles had erupted in many places already. Some cultivators of the divine prefecture had gotten into conflicts with the invaders spread through the divine prefecture. However, how could the scattered divine prefecture cultivators match the invaders? Those invading armies were all powerful. Amitabha, the Buddha said, putting his hands together. This war has still erupted in the end. Chaos has come. I hope it will not spread to the masses of the lower worlds. There was kindness in his voice. The battle of the top figures would not affect the cultivators of the lower worlds, but this kind of battle often affected the entire world. I will try my best to minimize the effect of the war, Donghuang the Great said. Virtuous. The Buddha nodded. I did not think that 500 years would pass so quickly, with the snap of a finger. Donghuang, are you ready? Yes. Donghuang the Great nodded. What shall come will come. 500 years is not short. The top figures of the divine prefecture's Donghuang imperial palace looked toward the two. Even they could not understand the conversation between the Buddha and Donghuang the Great. The relationship between the Buddha and Donghuang the Great seemed to be even better than they had imagined. After Yi Fuqian led the strong figures of the Yi imperial palace into the divine prefecture, they headed straight to the Nantian domain of the 18 domains. Clearly, he had not forgotten Haoyan the Great and the others. Since they chose to attack the 18 domains, then his first choice would be the Nantian domain. Haoyan the Great and the others were in the Haoyan sect of the Nantian domain. If he attacked the domain chief's manor, would Haoyan the Great's group participate in the battle? The mighty group of strong figures started for the Nantian domain. There were great emperors, so they were extremely fast, passing through the space without stopping. Not too long after, they descended into the Nantian domain. But the moment they arrived in the Nantian domain, an intense beam of light suddenly lit up from the chief's manor of the Nantian domain. The pillar of light shot into the clouds, shocking all the cultivators in Nantian city. Yi Fuqian saw the beam of light from afar that reached for the sky, and his brows furrowed slightly. After that, strange movements came from the mirror. Yi Fuqian took it out and heard the Devil Emperor say, the domain chief's manor used a spatial divine matrix to leave as soon as we descended. They must have gone to the Donghuang imperial palace. They probably destroyed the transmission formation directly and then fled to the Divine Prefecture's imperial city. Yes, the others nodded. They all encountered the same situation. The domain chief's manors of the 18 domains chose to evacuate instead of fighting them in the chief's manors. At this time, inside the Divine Prefecture's Donghuang Imperial Palace, Donghuang the Great rose from his divine throne. He took a step forward and appeared outside the Donghuang Imperial Palace. He sat cross-legged above the imperial city. The mighty group of strong figures behind Donghuang the Great trained their eyes on his figure. Then Donghuang the Great extended a hand and waved it. Instantly, countless beams of divine light converged in the heavens, transforming into instrument strings. They gathered before Donghuang the Great and materialized into a divine guqin. After that, everyone watched Donghuang the Great sit down, extend his 10 fingers, and strum the strings. The great emperor has not played a musical piece in so many years, someone murmured behind him. They were extremely shocked inside. At this moment, Donghuang the Great's long black hair fluttered in the wind. He was ineffably elegant. The music rang out, instantly drawing people into a miraculous artistic conception. It was the divine piece, Yukio. Donghuang the Great personally performed Yukio. When Yukio rang out, the heavens moved. The countless cultivators in the entire imperial city heard the music. At that moment, they all raised their heads and looked in that direction. They seemed to see an elegant figure. It was Donghuang the Great. That day, all the realms united to attack the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang the Great played Yukio at the imperial palace. The clouds changed in the heavens and infinite divine light fell. A magical force appeared in the world. When the divine light shone down, all the cultivators in the imperial city felt that the power of their great path was restricted. With Yukio laws no more, many cultivators murmured. What was Donghuang the Great doing? They looked up at the changes in the heavens, and their hearts trembled violently. Waves of shock went through their hearts. The sky above their heads had changed. It was enveloped in divine light, and endless streams of rune light actually flowed through. It transformed into a super-divine matrix that covered the sky. At present, all the beings were under the sky and this divine matrix. They bathed in the light of the divine matrix, and their great paths were sealed off. Many people reached out, wanting to release the power of their great paths, but they found that they could not at all. It was completely sealed off. An invisible force appeared in the world, sealing everything. Why is His Majesty sealing the imperial city? Someone asked quietly, looking up to the sky. They did not believe that Donghuang the Great would do anything to them, but they did not understand why he was doing this. His Majesty is not only sealing the imperial city, of course. An elder looked up to the sky with fierce shock in his eyes. He said, His Majesty wants to seal the entire Divine Prefecture. How big was the Divine Prefecture? There were 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. Each domain had countless cultivation continents. Most continents had billions of cultivators. The vastness of the Divine Prefecture was unimaginable. But at this moment, the skies above all the continents in the Divine Prefecture were changing. That horrifying divine light spread with frightening speed through the entire Divine Prefecture. The strong figures of the human realm were currently at the Taichu domain. The human ancestor furrowed his brows now. He heard the music. Then a beam of divine light flashed past the heavens. That instant, the heavens transformed into a divine matrix. Countless beams of divine light fell from the sky, suddenly sealing off the divine power of the cultivators behind him. What's going on? Someone asked. Despite being a great emperor, even he felt that his divine power was sealed off and restricted. What is this? People gradually began to speak out. Their expressions were all extremely shocked. Raising their heads, the guqin music streamed into their ears, causing them to enter Yukio's artistic conception too. That moment, they realized that it was Donghuang the Great playing the music. The human ancestor looked up at the sky. His eyes were extremely sharp. This divine matrix was going to envelop the entire Divine Prefecture. Or perhaps the entire world. Revelation Divine Matrix, the human ancestor whispered, looking up. As expected, Donghuang the Great had not wasted his 500 years of cultivation. At the same time, the same scene happened where the Devil Emperor, Evil Emperor, Dark Sovereign, and Yifuqian were. The Revelation Divine Matrix enveloped the sky. turning the entire sky into a divine matrix. The cultivators of the divine prefecture were all shocked. All of them seemed to have been handicapped. When the divine light of the revelation divine matrix fell, no one could be spared. The human ancestor and others' eyes penetrated the vast space. They saw Donghuang the Great playing the piece in the Donghuang Imperial Palace. He sat cross-legged and moved his hands. Instantly, the instrument strings flew out from his fingers, abruptly transforming into terrifyingly sharp swords. The divine swords broke through the space, crossing the void directly. The human ancestors group was far away in the Taichu domain, but divine swords suddenly appeared above their heads. 1 became 2. 2 became 3. Infinite Tianxing divine swords were formed. They rained down from the sky, shooting toward the human ancestor and others. The cultivators below the human ancestor were all trembling. Under the revelation divine matrix, they were all restricted, and now the Tianxing divine swords were attacking. If no one could block the swords, they would die without a doubt. This was the power of a top great emperor. They could not counter it at all. Billions of cultivators could die in an instant. The human ancestor raised his palm. Instantly, a boundlessly massive silhouette of the human god appeared in the heavens. It covered the sky and wrapped around the strong cultivators. It raised its palm against the endless divine swords and destroyed them. Similar scenes were happening simultaneously in other places. Where Yufutian was, divine swords also came murderously at them. The revelation divine matrix had fallen on him, wanting to seal off his divine power. But when the divine swords came, he still took a step forward and pushed his hands out. Boundless divine power broke through the constraints, and countless fists blasted at the divine swords, pulverizing them. However, Yufutian did not feel any pride. Donghuang the Great was far away in the Donghuang Imperial Palace, but he could remotely send down the divine matrix and make such powerful attacks. Exactly how strong was Donghuang the Great? Donghuang, you know the rules of war. The human ancestor transmitted his voice across the distance. His voice filled the vast void, resounding through the divine prefecture's imperial city. I know. Otherwise, all cultivators below the great emperor plane who entered the divine prefecture would already be dead, Donghuang the Great replied. His voice was extremely domineering. In the war 500 years ago, they had been the only great emperors in the world. The war had been started by cultivators of lower realms. Attacks by great emperors would be too destructive, and cultivators would go extinct. If the 6 emperors started killing freely, no one knew how many people would die. Thus, Donghuang the Great only used the revelation divine matrix to restrain them instead of killing them. Otherwise, as he said, all invaders below the great emperor plane would already be dead. The vast divine prefecture of the entire world was all under the range of the revelation divine matrix. Good that you know, the human ancestor replied. Then his body expanded crazily, transforming directly into the divine human, the supreme figure of the human world. As this figure continuously expanded, the cultivators beside the human ancestor became incredibly insignificant, just like ants. They looked at that crazily expanding body, and their hearts pounded violently. The cultivators on the side already had their line of sight blocked. On the other hand, the hearts of the cultivators of the Taichu domain trembled horribly. They all saw that huge god grow until he was boundless. The cultivators of the Taichu domain had never seen such a terrifying giant before, and the human ancestor showed no signs of stopping yet. His head went towards the revelation divine matrix in the heavens. The cultivators beside the human ancestor had no space anymore. They stood on the human ancestor's body like ants. They were highly insignificant, like a drop of water in the sea or a speck of sand in the desert. Finally, the human ancestor's body stopped growing. The people of the Taichu domain gaped. Was he still a human? The human ancestor let out a breath, and it transformed into a cloud. The entire Taichu domain was under his feet. Countless cultivators from the Taichu domain were on his body. They were all trembling fearfully. Right then, the human ancestor lifted a finger. That finger was like a boundless and sharp sword, containing an extremely horrible and sharp aura. It was a humongous sword of the divine human, and he stabbed it toward the revelation divine matrix in the sky. Boom! A dull sound spread. The frightening crash shook the heavens violently. Then a hole was pierced through in the revelation divine matrix. The human ancestor's finger sliced past and ripped the revelation divine matrix. The hole kept enlarging. He stepped on the ground, and there was an earthquake in the Taichu domain. Cracks appeared in the entire continent and countless buildings collapsed. Many cultivators were thrown directly onto the ground. With that one step, the human ancestor's body shot into the sky and advanced with incredible speed. The revelation divine matrix in his path all crumbled and shattered. In a blink, the human ancestor's huge body disappeared from the Taichu domain. The cultivators of the entire continent looked at the huge figure going into the distance, and their hearts pounded. He had transformed into a giant, going shoulder to shoulder with the sky. It was like he could grab the sun and moon from the heavens if he reached out, and this did not affect his frightening speed at all. The figure going into the distance created a madness that shook the entire continent. If it hit another continent, then it would collapse directly. Even the revelation divine matrix could not withstand it, let alone the continents of the divine prefecture. The human ancestor raced forward, going upward. His body was like a city. Each time he moved was the length of a city. One could imagine how frightening his speed was. He could crumble a continent or a star with one slap of his hand. In the Donghuang Imperial Palace, Donghuang the Great continued to play the guqin more and more anxiously. He mended the revelation divine matrix whenever it broke. Countless beams of divine light enveloped the madly running human ancestor, causing his speed to be a bit disrupted. He slowed down a little. Soon, an extremely frightening revelation windstorm enveloped the human ancestor's huge body, but the human ancestor continued forward, forcibly withstanding the storm. His steps did not stop. Various divine swords suddenly appeared in different directions above the divine prefecture. Every divine sword was boundlessly large, like god-slaying swords. While Donghuang the Great played the music, those god-slaying swords pointed in one direction. As his fingers strummed the strings fiercely, the countless mighty divine swords abruptly attacked one area. As if the distance did not exist, they locked down on the human ancestor's huge frame. While racing madly, the human ancestor saw the boundless divine swords coming at him from the sky. They tore the space apart and transformed into an extremely frightening beam of sword light. Passing through the sky, they stabbed toward his huge body. His steps slowed down. He raised a hand and pushed forward, transforming into a huge divine seal that crashed against the incoming murderous divine sword light. Everything shattered instantly. What was frightening was that the divine swords seemed to come down endlessly. The human ancestor's divine seals were also inexhaustible. If there were a continent around the human ancestor's body, it would probably be destroyed directly. Donghuang the Great seemed to have purposely chosen this time to attack. While Donghuang the Great and the human ancestor were fighting, the Devil Emperor, Evil Emperor, and Dark Sovereign were not sitting still. They led their armies directly toward the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They headed straight for the final destination in the Divine Prefecture, since the strong figures of the 18 domains had all evacuated to the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They would resolve this huge battle together in the Donghuang Imperial Palace. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Futian also led his strong cultivators forward. They were on the same side of the battle. Since they were already at this step, he could only keep going forward and take down the Divine Prefecture. He could not retreat anymore. All the strong figures were in the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They looked at Donghuang the Great, who was playing the guqin, and they knew that it was not very possible to stop the human ancestor and the others from arriving. After all, the other side had 4 of the pinnacle-level figures, 4 of the 6 emperors, and Yi Futian, Yi Imperial Palace, God's Ruins Continent, at the same time that the strong figures went to war in the Divine Prefecture. The most powerful fighters of the core of the Yi Imperial Palace had left with Yi Futian. 3 great emperors were left to guard it. The rest were people of the Yi Imperial Palace who did not have very high cultivation levels. Right then, a guard outside the Yi Imperial Palace raised his head. He suddenly perceived danger, as if an invisible force was coming down. The next moment, they learned the true feeling of this repressive weight. A suffocating might enveloped the Yi Imperial Palace. A space passageway opened up in the heavens, and a line of strong cultivators walked out from it. The group had frightening auras, and the leader was even more shocking. His body radiated with emperor's might. Great emperors were attacking. Strong figures from the Donghuang Imperial Palace? The people in the Yi Imperial Palace felt their hearts pounding. If they were from the Donghuang Imperial Palace, why did they choose the Yi Imperial Palace? They must be the weakest force of this alliance. Inside and outside the Yi Imperial Palace, countless cultivators looked up to the sky. They all felt the extremely strong pressure. Palace Lord Yi had left to fight in the war in the Divine Prefecture, but people had come to attack. Would they bring about a catastrophe? Just then, 3 great emperor-level figures appeared. They were the 3 great emperors from the human realm and devil emperor who had stayed. They were guarding this place. Divine power surged on their bodies as they looked into the heavens. One great emperor from the human realm stated boldly, "People from the Donghuang Imperial Palace? Why are you hiding?" The leader had a silver mask over his face. A subtle current flowed, hiding his face. His long hair was down and he dressed plainly. However, his body contained a repressive might. Merely standing there, he was like a god arrogantly overlooking the world. He was unparalleled. Boom! An extremely wild aura swept through. A horrible and destructive windstorm instantly swept the heavens and a dark current appeared in the sky. It was like a destructive tribulation. The great emperor from the devil world narrowed his eyes. Staring at the figure in the sky, he asked, "Who are you?" Why did he feel like the great emperor who appeared was like someone from the devil world? The Comer did not respond. The horrible aura burst from his body and instantly sealed off the Yi Imperial Palace's territory. At that moment, countless beams of tribulation light appeared in the sky inside and outside the Yi Imperial Palace. Countless tribulation runes radiated from the Comer's body. Every rune was like a tribulation. Countless beams of tribulation light fell, shrouding over the 3 great emperors. At that moment, all the cultivators inside and outside the Yi Imperial Palace felt despair. The great emperor who had descended was powerful. It was possible he could wipe out the 3 great emperors guarding the Yi Imperial Palace. It would be a disaster for the Yi Imperial Palace if that happened. At the same time, in the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian suddenly stopped while hurrying toward the Donghuang Imperial Palace. His expression instantly turned ugly and even a bit pale. He had already received news that strong figures had invaded the Yi Imperial Palace. But the 5 large forces were working together to attack the Divine Prefecture right now. How could the Divine Prefecture send someone to attack the Yi Imperial Palace? If it was not the Divine Prefecture, what other forces could it possibly be? These 4 forces were an alliance, attacking the Divine Prefecture with him. The human realm and devil world had even left great emperors to help guard the Yi Imperial Palace. It most likely was not them. Then there were only 2 possibilities, the Divine Prefecture and Heaven Realm. If it were the Heaven Realm, then with Ji Wudao's arrogant personality, he would probably go personally and attack directly. However, it was not Ji Wudao who had come. He took out the mirror and transmitted his voice. "Seniors, the Yi Imperial Palace suffered an attack. I'm afraid I must head back." The human ancestor and devil emperor had also received the news and knew that Yi Futian was not lying, and the battle had already erupted there. "Return with me," Yi Futian said to the strong cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace. Then he led the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace away. As for the great emperors from the human realm and devil world, they split up and continued toward the Divine Prefecture Donghuang Imperial Palace. Divine power wrapped around everyone from the Yi Imperial Palace, and they hurried with frightening speed, stepping through the void. They were incredibly fast. They wanted to rush back to the Yi Imperial Palace as quickly as possible and hoped that they could make it in time. Everyone else was also very anxious, but they did not disturb Yi Futian at this time. They could only hope that the great emperors could last. "Donghuang, is it your people who made a sneak attack on the lower world?" the human ancestor said, his voice resounding in the Donghuang Imperial Palace. "Sneak attack?" Donghuang the Great replied. "You all came to attack the Divine Prefecture, so why can the Divine Prefecture not attack your territory? Does the human Divine Palace have enough defenses?" Donghuang the Great seemed to admit that the people at the Yi Imperial Palace had been sent over by the Divine Prefecture and the Yi Imperial Palace was only the beginning. They would attack the other forces later. This made the other great emperors furrow their brows. Did the divine prefecture have another strong great emperor, other than Donghuang the Great? They had all left some strong figures for defenses, but it would be hard to say if it were some super strong great emperor. They would first see what would happen to the three great emperors at the Yi Imperial Palace. Not long later, the human ancestor's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned ugly. His great emperors had fallen. The two had been killed one after another. Devil Emperor, what about your man? The human ancestor transmitted his voice to ask. Just got killed, the Devil Emperor replied. The two top figures picked up speed and finally arrived at the Donghuang Imperial Palace. There were frightening booms. The moment that the human ancestor's majestic body appeared, the cultivators in the imperial city all started fleeing madly. They were worried that they would be affected by the great battle. The human ancestor's frightening figure could slap them to death easily. Donghuang Buddha? The human ancestor looked toward the outside of the Donghuang Imperial Palace. The two top figures were there. Donghuang the Great played the guqin with both hands. The Buddha stood to the side. With the four emperors appearing, the top 6 emperors of the world would all be in this imperial city. The hearts of countless cultivators trembled. They looked up at the 6 emperors in the sky. The strongest 6 people in the world had all arrived. Human ancestor, you are a cultivator from the ancient times and had cultivated until now, the Buddha said. You are known as the ancestor of humans. In this case, why must you create conflict? The world is undergoing great changes and everyone can cultivate better now. We are entering the age of gods too. Wouldn't it be better for the 6 emperors to govern the world order and wait quietly for the coming of the age of gods? The Buddha cultivates Buddhism and is very benevolent, the human ancestor said. Can't you see Donghuang's ambitions? Plus, there is still Ji Wudao of the Heaven Realm. If they aren't rid of this, the 7 realms will face disaster. Since the Buddhists can predict the future, can you see the future world? The Buddha gazed at the other. His eyes seemed to contain light as he nodded. I saw it. How is the future? The human ancestor asked. Order is recovered in the world, and the age of gods arrives, the Buddha said. Who rules the world order? The human ancestor asked. I do not know, the Buddha replied with a smile. On the other side, Yi Futian finally hurried back to the Yi Imperial Palace, but it was all too late. By the time he returned to the Yi Imperial Palace, it had already been shattered. The 3 great emperors had been killed, and all the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace had disappeared. They did not die. They were taken away. Did Donghuang the Great do this to threaten me? Yi Futian asked softly. He did not think it would be so fast. There had been 3 great emperors here, but they could not stop the other and had all gotten killed. The people who had returned all had pained expressions. They did not know what they should do now. Return, Yi Futian said, and continued to bring the people back to the divine prefecture. Since Donghuang the Great had taken the people away, they could only head to the Donghuang Imperial Palace to find Donghuang the Great. But would there still be a chance to make Donghuang the Great hand the people back? In the Donghuang Imperial City, pressure enveloped the entire city. Everyone held their breath, staring at those grand figures in the sky. At this time, the repressive aura enveloped the imperial city. The ultimate battle of the emperors could start at any time. They saw Donghuang the Great stop playing. He waved his hand, and the guqin disappeared. He stood up, looked at the 4 emperors, and then his body vanished directly from the spot. The human ancestor looked in a specific direction, and his huge body also vanished. After that, the Devil Emperor, Evil Emperor, and Dark Sovereign also pursued Donghuang the Great. They all knew that in the ultimate battle of this war, it was about the life or death of Donghuang the Great. If Donghuang the Great was killed, then it meant that this battle would be over. If Donghuang the Great could escape, then it was meaningless even if they destroyed the divine prefecture. Amitabha, the Buddha's figure also vanished. Donghuang the Great's figure appeared in the empty void far away from the imperial city. He was even far from the mainland of human cultivation. How frightening would their battle be? If they started fighting in the imperial city, every burst of power could cause the city to be destroyed. The cultivators would not withstand the might of their battle at all. The four strong figures on the human ancestor side locked onto Donghuang the Great's location. They chased after him with incredibly frightening speed. Boom! With a loud boom, Donghuang the Great penetrated the space and then vanished. The human ancestor huffed coldly, and then the figures of the four great emperors disappeared one by one. The Buddha who pursued them also vanished. It was like they had never appeared before. In the Donghuang imperial city, the strong figures of the divine prefecture and world of Buddhism stood outside the imperial palace. Meanwhile, the imperial city also had the top figures of the four major realms. They looked up and saw that the 6 emperors had disappeared from this place. Instantly, the strong figures of the 4 emperor-level forces gazed at the Donghuang imperial palace. This battlefield now belonged to them. A horrifying aura radiated out. Great emperors stepped forward, going toward the Donghuang imperial palace. They crushed over, preparing to conquer the Donghuang imperial palace. As for the 6 emperors who had left, it was 4 against 2. It must be a definite victory. Donghuang the Great's figure appeared in the endless void of the original realm. The 4 emperors were still tight on his tail. This was far from the gods' ruins continent. It was a true void with very sparse populations. They could barely see any cultivators. Donghuang the Great clearly was choosing his battlefield purposefully. He chose the void of the original realm. This way they could go full out in battle. However, there were still many stars and lands in the endless void. It was just that there were no traces of human cultivators. Donghuang, when are you going to flee until? The human ancestor's voice rang out, echoing in the void. He raced madly forward, stepping through the void. With such a majestic and huge body, every step was like crossing an entire star. When he made a step, his body crashed against a planet. There was an explosive boom and that planet shattered directly. Stop! His voice rang out again. As soon as the human ancestor spoke, divine power burst out crazily. His huge body was still growing, becoming extremely frightening. The divine human's looming figure appeared in the boundless and vast void. The figure of the divine human transformed and seemed to become one with the universe. His hand grabbed toward the void and the terrible booms shocked the worlds. A planet that blocked the hand was destroyed directly. Human cultivators were so minuscule under that palm, even Donghuang the Great's figure was like an ant. That palm print was boundless and still growing. It was like Donghuang the Great would not be able to escape from the hand. No matter how he escaped, he would definitely get snatched up. Boom, boom, boom. Many of the stars left behind in the void collapsed and were shattered. At this time, Donghuang the Great turned around. The instant that he turned around, his entire body dazzled. The light shone in the sky, illuminating the boundless void, and fell upon the human ancestor's huge body. The strong light was revelation divine power. Even though the human ancestor's majestic body was boundless, he was still covered by the divine light when the revelation divine power illuminated the vast world. The speed of his extended arm seemed to slow down. It was getting slower and slower. Before, Donghuang the Great had used the revelation divine matrix to release divine power and had covered the entire divine prefecture. But at this moment he was only targeting the human ancestor. Amidst the revelation divine light, billions of divine swords appeared and fell down in the vast void. Every divine sword was impossibly huge. They attacked the human ancestor at the same time that the revelation divine light shone down, flooding this part of the sky. Every divine sword had extremely frightening golden runes on the surface that tore apart the space, penetrating it as they went down. The human ancestor took a powerful step and instantly crushed the space. Countless beams of divine power penetrated the void, hitting the infinite divine swords. In an instant, the extremely sharp divine swords suffered the attack by the powerful divine power. There was a muffled sound, and then many divine swords exploded and shattered. At the same time, a figure rushed over from another direction. He was impossibly fast as he raced straight towards Donghuang the Great. This figure was entirely pitch black and had frightening demonic might wrapped around him. Everything in his path was destroyed. The divine swords raining down murderously at him also shattered. They could not stop him at all. Donghuang the Great glanced at the Devil Emperor. He saw endless destructive intent around the Devil Emperor. However, Donghuang the Great surprisingly did not hide. He urged the revelation divine power to the max. At the same time, seeing the Devil Emperor come at him, he raised a palm and attacked the Devil Emperor directly from across the space. The Devil Emperor's palm was also expanding. The two great emperors started close combat and their palms slammed directly together. In that instant, the surrounding worlds collapsed and shattered crazily, and wild currents flowed through the space. Even more frightening was that a terrible beam of destructive light flowed through the wild currents. The void was exploding. Donghuang the Great's physical body was also attacked by the extremely destructive divine power, and it seemed that his body was about to explode and disintegrate. But at the same time, the Devil Emperor's inextinguishable super-demonic form also suffered from an extremely horrible attack. Donghuang the Great's palm made the Devil Emperor feel that his spiritual soul was warping. He saw an awful vortex that wanted to rip his spiritual soul into countless pieces. Bang! With a huge sound, the surrounding space shattered and collapsed madly. The two both retreated. Destructive divine light shot out of the Devil Emperor's pitch-black eyes as he stared at Donghuang the Great in the distance. He had been the junior before, but after 500 years, Donghuang the Great was unexpectedly just as strong as him. The Devil Emperor stared at Donghuang the Great. His expression became even more serious. His figure grew larger until he became a peerless demon god. An extremely destructive storm enveloped the vast space. A demonic sound reverberated in the air. In the sky above, billions of demons appeared. There were tens of thousands of demon gods who stood tall in the sky. They had rallied to the summons of the Devil Emperor and resonated with his figure. For a moment, the space was filled with the terrifying demonic sound. It could cause people to have mental breakdowns. Amitabha, a voice called out. Then, the light of Buddha enveloped the vast space. Opposite the Devil Emperor, within the divine domain of billions of demons, the silhouette of the Buddha appeared. His body became a golden body that was 10,000 zhang tall. The light of Buddha on his figure shone across the land and enveloped the vast space. The demonic might and the light of Buddha clashed against each other. The scene was astonishing to behold. This was a battle between two of the strongest figures. It was a battle between Buddha and demon. Dong! With a loud sound, the Buddha put his palms together. Immediately, various Buddhas appeared in the sky. These Buddhas glowed with the blinding light of Buddha as they recited the sound of Buddha. Buddhist voice circled the space. Countless Buddhist runes radiated from their figures and kept expanding until they covered this part of the sky. They headed straight towards the divine domain of billions of demons and enveloped them. The Devil Emperor stepped up into the air. His glabella instantly lit up with frightening demonic light. A demonic rune appeared in the sky. At the same time, demonic runes appeared on the billions of demons. The runes rained down. Each and every demonic rune contained extremely destructive power. They clashed with the Buddhist runes that were charging towards them. The heavens and earth shook. The space seemed to collapse frenziedly as terrifying cracks appeared. The Devil Emperor and the Buddha were battling amongst the cracks. They were standing a distance across from one another. They seemed very calm. The Devil Emperor was domineering while the Buddha stood erect like a mountain. Both sides were unyielding. Buddhist power and demonic power were initially diametrically opposed forces. Both were forces that were powerful and domineering. Now they were clashing head-on with each other. One could imagine how terrifying that was. At the same time, elsewhere on another battlefield, the evil emperor appeared high in the sky. Unparalleled spatial divine light enveloped the vast, desolate domain. Instantly, spatial divine power descended and sealed the space off. He wanted to prevent Donghuang the Great from continuing to flee. Evil Emperor, you handle sealing him off. Sovereign, you and I will work together to kill him off. The human ancestor instructed the evil emperor and dark sovereign as his voice filled the space. The devil emperor was occupied with the Buddha. As such, the three of them would be in charge of hunting down Donghuang the Great. This time, they had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. It was 4 against 2. This was not the time for etiquette. They naturally would not hesitate to all attack at the same time. The evil emperor controlled the divine domain of space and could seal Donghuang the Great here, preventing him from escaping. The devil emperor and the Buddha were battling elsewhere. The human ancestor and dark sovereign would join forces to kill Dong Huang the Great. Such an arrangement should suffice. The evil emperor and dark sovereign accepted the command of the human ancestor without any objection. Their main goal today was killing Dong Huang the Great. This was something that could not be postponed anymore. Before this, Yi Imperial Palace was attacked. This might be a sign that Dong Huang the Great still had hidden troops working in the background for him. This was also a threat to them. As long as they killed Dong Huang the Great, everything would end. Rumble. A dull sound reverberated in the sky. The humongous body of the human ancestor stood high above as he looked down on Dong Huang the Great. A thunder domain appeared above the ladder. Dong Huang the Great raised his head to glance at the sky. His expression turned serious when he sensed the terrifying might flowing within the thunder domain. The divine power within it was not an ordinary great path of thunder. Instead, the divine thunder of the heavenly path was created by the human ancestor. It was akin to the thunder that split the space apart while the world was still a void. It was charged with an overwhelming destructive might. Rumble. Frightening lightning flashed in the chaos thunder domain. Each streak of lightning was as sharp as a sword and contained unparalleled power. The human ancestor had been cultivating for eons. His ability was unfathomable. He could crush a star with a single palm strike. While he dashed across the endless space, stars crumbled right away under the shockwaves of his motion. If he attacked, he could destroy many continents with a punch. He could even annihilate a small world. No one had truly experienced the human ancestor's ability before. Dong Huang the Great might have the chance to do so today. Human ancestor's gaze was piercing as he looked down on the space below. He shifted his will, and immediately countless beams of light plummeted down from the Chaos Thunder domain. These light beams were the Chaos True Thunder swords that he created. One sword was sufficient to penetrate through a continent and destroy it easily. Now, 9999 Chaos True Thunder swords descended in tandem. 9999 was the number of perfection, foreshadowing the destructive might the swords contained. To the side, Dark Sovereign had yet to attack. When he saw this attack unleashed by the human ancestor, he felt his heart tremble violently as well. He became more cautious. He was uncertain of how powerful the human ancestor was. However, a single attack from the latter was enough to instill fear in the crowd. When 9999 Chaos True Thunder swords plummeted simultaneously, they could annihilate an entire segmentum. Yet, all these swords were used to target Dong Huang the Great alone. One could imagine how shocking the destructive power was. The Chaos True Thunder swords overcame the vast distance and reached Dong Huang the Great in a split second. However, they slowed down when they came close to him. A menacing storm of revelation divine power could be seen stirring up around the body of Dong Huang the Great. The revelation divine domain expanded outwards with him as its center. Laws and paths did not exist within this domain as it forbade all divine powers. Therefore, the Chaos True Thunder swords were on the brink of being destroyed upon entering the domain. Their advancement had been slowed down. Human ancestors swept a glance across the battlefield. The Chaos True Thunder swords, which were emitting destructive divine power, penetrated the storm of revelation and continued charging towards Dong Huang the Great. Their raging powers exploded inside the revelation divine domain. Countless divine swords materialized around the body of Dong Huang the Great. They fused with the revelation divine power and transformed into the divine swords of revelation. "Go," commanded Dong Huang the Great as he looked at the sky. The divine swords of revelation pierced through space and collided with the Chaos True Thunder swords head-on. The divine swords of revelation were specialized in annihilating all paths. Moreover, their might was maximized while they were in the revelation divine domain. Therefore, they sliced through the Chaos True Thunder swords and reduced them to dust. 9999 Chaos True Thunder swords were obliterated in an instant. This caused the human ancestor and Dark Sovereign to give Dong Huang the Great surprised looks. The revelation divine power was an extremely domineering divine power, which had never been comprehended by others before. Dong Huang the Great mastered and optimized it, unleashing its power to its full potential. Over the years, his revelation divine power grew stronger and stronger. Cultivating a divine power required a lot of time. The human ancestor had been cultivating for many ages. His divine power was profound and had been perfected. In terms of the depth of their divine powers, Donghuang the Great had gotten the short end of the stick. Dark Sovereign looked at Donghuang the Great. Then he attacked as well. Majestic revelation divine power enveloped Donghuang the Great. Suddenly, underneath his divine domain, a dark lotus materialized. This dark lotus was similar to the one that appeared in the 99 heavens of the heaven realm. It looked like something that could only be found in the abyss of death. It was the embodiment of darkness. The dark lotus grew larger and began to blossom. Streaks of dark currents flowed out from its petals. Soon, the dark lotus grew into a gigantic organism. It wrapped the entire revelation divine domain within it as its petals extended upwards. The dark lotus intended to engulf the divine domain as the dark currents seeped into the latter. The revelation divine domain was infiltrated by the dark currents. Soon, many dark currents circulated inside the divine domain, and they slowly corroded the revelation divine power. The vast region enveloped within the dark lotus turned into hell. The surrounding space was corrupted. The aura in space ceased to exist. Everything was tainted. Only death and destruction remained. What was even more frightening was that the dark lotus was continuing to grow. It was as though hell had opened its bloody, gaping mouth and was about to consume Donghuang the Great and his divine domain. Rumble. A terrifying storm was whipped up in the revelation divine domain. Divine power roared frenziedly as it continued to spread outwards. It broke through the restraints of the dark lotus and even suppressed the divine power contained within the latter. The two divine powers affected and suppressed each other. They were both extremely powerful. Back in the day, the 6 great emperors were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Just then, the body of Dark Sovereign similarly grew larger continuously. He became a gigantic war god of Azura. He and the human ancestor stood in different locations. Donghuang the Great was flanked by them. Up above, the evil emperor was also holding the fort. It seemed that it would be difficult for Donghuang the Great to escape this besiegement. One person was in charge of sealing while the other 2 would be going all out. Even the one who was sealing might join in the fight. 3 great emperors versus 1 great emperor. One could imagine what sort of predicament this was. The human ancestor raised his hand and immediately even more frightening power coalesced in the Chaos Thunder domain. Countless bolts of lightning rained down and struck within the Revelation Divine domain. At the same time, an astonishing power was gathering in the center of the Chaos Thunder domain. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered frenziedly. The powerful destructive force was like the law of destruction controlled by the heavenly path. Divine light radiated and shot down. The cylindrical beam of intense light immediately penetrated the space. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed and shattered. It was like a heavenly strike that could eliminate all of existence. It directly charged towards where Donghuang the Great stood. Donghuang the Great lifted a finger and a gigantic divine sword pointed up at the heavens. It clashed with the beam of divine light. Even more dazzling intense light burst forth. It was blinding. However, that was not the actual attack from the human ancestor. Up above where the intense light was radiating from, a divine sword gradually appeared within the Chaos Thunder domain. The beam of destructive light that shot down came from within this divine sword. The light contained within the divine sword was already powerful to such an extent. How terrifying would the divine sword itself be? The human ancestor had cultivated for countless eons and was the oldest among the 6 great emperors in the current world. In his battle with Donghuang the Great today, he unleashed his true divine power as he attempted to kill the latter. Down below, Donghuang the Great naturally sensed how terrifying the Chaos True Thunder Sword that was forming was. The beam of intense light alone was already putting him under tremendous pressure. Rumble. The storm formed from revelation divine power circled Donghuang the Great's figure. Around him, a menacing vortex appeared. At that moment, Donghuang the Great's eyes changed. They contained unparalleled divine power. Up above him, the Chaos True Thunder Sword slowly slid out. When it fully emerged from the Chaos Thunder domain, it finally came crashing down, penetrating the outer shell of the Revelation Divine domain and charging towards Donghuang the Great. Everything around the sword was turned to ashes. All powers ceased to exist, even divine power. Just as the Chaos True Thunder Sword was about to slit the throat of Donghuang the Great and end everything, the world suddenly fell silent. When the Chaos True Thunder Sword was right in front of Donghuang the Great, It seemed to enter another dimension. Donghuang the Great's figure was shining brightly. His body had become Wei. Just as the divine sword was about to end him, it suddenly stopped. It was not just the divine sword, everything around him had stopped. It was as though a vacuum had appeared around him. The Chaos True Thunder Sword lost its power at that moment. In this vacuum, there was no way, or rather, all laws of the outside world lost their power in this domain. Even the powerful Chaos True Thunder Sword could only inch forward. Time seemed to have slowed down. Donghuang the Great extended a finger and touched the Chaos True Thunder Sword. In an instant, the sword, which contained unparalleled destructive power, was immediately shattered and destroyed. It turned to dust which was scattered to the winds. When the human ancestor and dark sovereign saw this scene, their eyes narrowed. They were both staring at Donghuang the Great. He seemed to have mastered the esotericism of revelation divine power. In that instant, he had unleashed its ultimate form. Revelation divine power could imprison all laws in this world. It could suppress other divine powers, causing them to cease to exist. This would happen when such a divine power was cultivated to its extreme limit. Other techniques and the laws of the world could not exist under revelation divine power. There was only nothingness. What did the ultimate form of revelation divine power look like? It might be that its ultimate form was like the heavenly path. If Donghuang the Great had become the heavenly path and he had attained perfection in his cultivation, then, with a mere thought, no other laws would exist in the world. Rumble. Just then, a dull thud could be heard coming from around Donghuang the Great's figure. The miraculous sensation just now disappeared. It seemed that even a person as powerful as Donghuang the Great could only maintain the form for an instant, could not be sustained for long periods. Had Donghuang the Great truly cultivated the ultimate form of revelation divine power? Even if 4 great emperors were to join forces against him, they would most likely not be a match for him. When revelation divine power entered its ultimate form, the other cultivators would not use their divine powers. How could they still fight then? I never imagined that you would actually reach this stage with just 5 centuries of cultivation, said the human ancestor as his towering figure gazed down below. This domineering, proud son of heaven was even more powerful than he had imagined. From the looks of it, the human ancestor had still underestimated Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great looked up at the human ancestor. The former had a cold and indifferent look in his eyes. If the human ancestor had not instigated this war, Donghuang the Great would have continued to secretly make preparations. The ultimate form of revelation divine power was the void. If he had cultivated such a plane, he would be more confident to use it against the other great emperors. However, he was already out of options. The human divine palace was located amidst the celestial mountains in the human realm. Clouds surrounded the territory where the exquisite palaces stood. A figure stood quietly just outside of the foggy region. His temperament was extraordinary as he looked down on everything in the world. He appeared almighty, as though he was the ruler of the heavens and the earth. He stood at the peak of the heavenly path. This person was none other than Ji Wudao, who was crowned the latest heavenly emperor. The forces of the human realm and the other 4 realms had gone to attack the divine prefecture. This was known to all. Now that the 6 great emperors were occupied, who else could stop him? If the divine prefecture was destroyed, would the great emperors attack the 99 heavens and destroy the heaven realm? Ji Wudao strode forward and walked into the celestial mountains. Rumble. A formless wave of divine power enveloped the entire celestial mountain range. From the looks of it, there was a matrix protecting the region set up in human divine palace. Intense divine power permeated the space and transformed into a light screen. The matrix was activated after sensing that there was a powerful figure invading the territory of the human divine palace. Countless figures looked at Ji Wudao from inside the matrix. Their gazes were cold. All of them had been informed about the intruder. Ji Wudao stood in midair. His long hair danced in the wind as 9 dragons' true qi surrounded his body. He looked like the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. A dull sound reverberated. His 9 dragons' true qi coalesced into a divine sword. The sword glistened with divine light. It was the ultimate sword of the heavenly emperor. The person who wielded this sword could rule over all living creatures. The divine sword absorbed the essence of the heavens and the earth as 9 dragons' true qi circled it. It emanated a brilliant divine halo. An unparalleled halo similarly burst forth from Ji Wudao's body as he charged down with his divine sword. Rumbling sounds echoed in the space. The sky was torn apart by the blinding divine light. The sword of the heavenly emperor descended upon the gigantic light screen, causing it to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the screen, and the divine sword also managed to stab through it. However, the light screen was not shattered. The defensive power of this mountain protection matrix was apparent from its toughness. Ji Wudao plunged and landed on the light screen. He thrust the divine sword downwards. An unparalleled light erupted from the divine sword. The divine power stored in the mountain protection matrix surged into the sword frenziedly. It then flowed into Ji Wudao's body. The cracks on the light screen propagated. Its defensive power was also weakened. The celestial mountains shielded inside the matrix shook. The facial expression of the cultivators inside the matrix changed drastically. They thought, has Ji Wudao's power grown to such a frightening extent now? Can he actually destroy the mountain protection matrix? When they raised their heads, they could see dazzling divine light radiating from Ji Wudao's figure. The might of the mountain protection matrix was still being weakened. Soon, the entire matrix was consumed by the divine sword. The light screen disappeared, and the celestial mountains were exposed under Ji Wudao's attack. Ji Wudao looked down, and his divine consciousness enveloped the space. All the celestial mountains were covered by his will. Many cultivators emerged from the mountains and stared at Ji Wudao with wary gazes. The human ancestor had led a team of cultivators to attack the divine prefecture. Quite a number of great emperors had left with him. Therefore, there should only be a few cultivators who remained here. Ji Wudao's invasion would be a massive threat to these cultivators. Ji Wudao. Right at this moment, voices came from the celestial mountains. It sounded like a few people had spoken in unison. Their voices caused the space to tremble, and the echoes of their voices could be heard far and wide. The cultivators on the celestial mountain narrowed their gazes. Whose voices were these? Ji Wudao also revealed a strange look as he glanced towards the vast celestial mountains. In that direction, there were quite a number of terrifying auras. The next moment, dazzling lights appeared. Above the ethereal celestial mountains, four figures emerged. Each one of them had a terrifying aura. They were all at the imperial realm. When they released their might of the Xianxians, many cultivators in the human divine palace were in awe. They had never seen these great emperors before. The human ancestor seemed to have kept a few hidden trump cards. There were 4 extraordinary great emperors holding down the fort here. Even the remaining great emperors who were tasked to guard human divine palace had not seen these 4 great emperors in the sky. Each of the 4 great emperors had powerful items in their hands. These items emanated very powerful divine powers. All the cultivators in the celestial mountains looked attentively at the sky. They could sense that these 4 great emperors were extraordinary. As expected of the calculating the human ancestor, said Ji Wudao as he stood below the 4 great emperors. He swept a glance across the 4 of them. He had a bold look of confidence. He said, I wish to see how much the human ancestor has up his sleeve today. One of the 4 great emperors wielded a whip. His golden whip contained a powerful aura. The great emperor beside him held a pagoda. Unparalleled divine force of space emanated from it. The 3rd great emperor wielded a divine hammer. Right now, it contained a menacing destructive might of lightning. The final great emperor had a spear that was emanating astonishing destructive power. Rumble. The great emperor, who was holding a pagoda, waved his hand. The pagoda immediately expanded rapidly. It floated above Ji Wudao's head. Endless golden divine light descended and instantly enveloped the space below. The space was completely sealed off. Under the effects of the pagoda, everything would be sealed away. This was the God-sealing tower. At the same time, the great emperor that wielded a golden whip lashed out with his weapon. It struck across the space towards Ji Wudao. The great emperor with the divine hammer swung out. Destructive divine lightning struck down from the sky. The thick pillar of lightning was like a destructive wave as it crashed towards Ji Wudao. 3 great emperors attacked simultaneously. Their powerful attacks blasted out towards Ji Wudao's figure. Ji Wudao did not dodge and remained standing there. 9 dragons' true chi circled his figure and a protective divine light appeared around him. It was superior to the 5 elements, so he was not affected by their attacks. The sealing divine force of space, the god-beating whip, and the pillar of lightning all struck the divine light that protected Ji Wudao's body in tandem. However, they actually could not harm Ji Wudao. "Are you for all that human ancestor has left?" Ji Wudao asked as he looked up at the 4 great emperors. His robes fluttered in the wind. A peerless emperor's might emanated from his gaze. Rumble. Around Ji Wudao's figure, a terrifying phantasm of the heavenly emperor appeared. When the phantasm extended its palms, a menacing vortex was swept up. It was as though a frightening, chaotic divine beast had seemed to consume the sky. The endless divine power charging towards him surged into his body instead. Even the countless cultivators in the vast human divine palace sensed this unparalleled consuming power. The chaotic heavenly swallowing method was a frightening divine technique from ancient times. It could consume the heavens and the earth, the sun, moon and the stars, and even an independent world. If no one here stopped him, Ji Wudao would consume the entire human divine palace. In the vast sky of the original realm, battles were still raging on 2 separate battlefields. The battle between the Buddha and the Devil Emperor shook the heavens and the earth. The Buddha unleashed all Buddhas returning to the source while the Devil Emperor summoned billions of demons to fight alongside him. The surrounding space was collapsing and shattering. Destructive storms swept across the vast space, breaking apart countless stars. Right now, both of them had become gigantic gods. One was the demon god who ruled over the devil world, while the other was the lord of all Buddhas. If they were battling in the cultivation world, the world would most likely have collapsed. The battle between the 6 great emperors were indeed battles of the highest caliber. It was a pity that no one else was around to witness this. Devil Emperor. Just then, the light of Buddha shone in the sky and Buddhist voice reverberated in the space. A voice cried out. The Devil Emperor's jet-black eyes were looking in the direction of the person who had cried out. Around him were destructive storms. "Take a look at this," said the Buddha. A Buddhist light screen immediately materialized in the space. It was like an ancient mirror. An image instantly appeared on it. The Devil Emperor glanced over the mirror. He frowned and revealed a strange expression. To his surprise, the image shown was of the battle occurring in the human divine palace. Ji Wudao had slaughtered his way into the human divine palace and had unleashed the chaotic heavenly swallowing method. It was very frightening. The 4 great emperors could not hold him back, and the entire human divine palace was trembling. The human ancestor, who was fighting to the side, appeared unaware of this. He was still attempting to kill Donghuang the Great. It was naturally impossible for the human ancestor to be completely in the dark about this. Even the Buddha had seen the battle occurring in the human divine palace. How could the human ancestor still be in the dark? However, he was still here. He had no intention of leaving. Buddhists don't lie. Let me ask you this. Have you truly allied with Ji Wudao? Asked the Devil Emperor. His voice sounded as cold as ice as it reverberated across the space. When the 6 great emperors began to fight, Ji Wudao had also swept in and slaughtered his way to the human divine palace in the human realm. What was the meaning of this? Was he threatening them? The Devil Emperor could not help but be suspicious of this. He speculated that Ji Wudao's insults towards Donghuang the Great before this were intentional. Ji Wudao did so to cover up that they were in cahoots. In reality, the divine prefecture and the heaven realm had already joined forces. No need to be anxious. You will see if you keep on watching, continued the Buddha. Just as it appeared as though no one could stop Ji Wudao, the sky above the human divine palace changed. Unparalleled divine light appeared. In the sky above, divine power churned and roared. Absolute light rained down. Then pillars of light descended from the heavens. Unparalleled divine light landed in the human divine palace in the human realm. This change caused the Devil Emperor to narrow his gaze involuntarily. What was this? Then, he saw that the golden divine light that descended from the heavens was the silhouette of great emperors. They appeared in the sky above the human divine palace and gazed down below. They were clad in dazzling divine armor. Peerless divine might emanated from their figures. In the image, even Ji Wudao was looking up in the sky above. He narrowed his gaze, clearly also astonished at the scene before him. Do you understand now? The Buddha asked the Devil Emperor. The ability of the human divine palace is far more powerful than all of you have imagined. The Devil Emperor frowned as he glanced at the battlefield in the image. Ji Wudao defeated the previous 4 great emperors, but the great emperors who descended from the sky had even more frightening power. They were about to fight him. How many imperial realm existences did the human divine palace have? All this time had the human ancestor been hiding his true power? On another battlefield, the evil emperor who was sealing off the space also saw the image summoned by the Buddha. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. When he shifted his attention back to the battlefield, he noticed that ethereal divine sounds could be heard reverberating in the sky. A domineering divine might descended along with the sounds. Then, a gigantic palm materialized out of nowhere, and it slammed downwards. The palm was covered in runes and possessed the power to annihilate a world. It smacked onto the revelation divine domain, and it could continue pressing downwards despite the resistance of the domain. The human ancestor was determined to bury Donghuang the Great underneath this giant palm. At the same time, the Dark Lotus controlled by the Dark Sovereign kept consuming the revelation divine power frenziedly. The Dark Sovereign herself transformed into the war god of Azura. She wielded the dark spear of destruction. She stabbed it into the revelation divine domain and thrust it forward, pointing it towards the body of Donghuang the Great. Under the joint attacks of the 2 great emperors, the revelation divine domain was suppressed. The giant palm coming from the sky seemed to be merged with the chaos thunder domain. When the palm pressed down, endless destructive attacks continued to rain down on the domain. The giant palm and the divine spear of destruction approached Donghuang the Great simultaneously. He had no way to escape. Bang! The world-destroying divine spear pierced the body of Donghuang the Great as a destructive storm rampaged. At the same time, the giant palm crashed into his body. This scene caused the hearts of the 3 great emperors to tremble violently. Had they succeeded in killing Donghuang the Great, the terrifying giant palm did not stop. Instead, it continued plummeting downwards. The Dark Sovereign's facial expression turned drastically when she noticed that it was heading towards her directly. The palm covered the sun and the sky. An unparalleled power burst forth from the body of war god Azura. Tens of thousands of arms grew out from her body, pushing the descending palm upwards. However, the countless arms crumbled immediately after coming in contact with the palm. Destructive attacks kept raining down. Nevertheless, the Dark Sovereign had disappeared from her original spot and reappeared elsewhere. Only then did the terrifying giant palm dissipate. The Dark Sovereign raised her head to glare at the human ancestor. Her gaze was cold and was full of murderous intent. As expected of the great Emperor of Benevolence, who is in charge of upholding justice in the human realm. Are you preparing to get rid of darkness while you are at it? The Dark Sovereign mocked. Dark Sovereign, you cultivated the dark power of death and brought disaster upon the world. By right, you should be eliminated, the human ancestor said in an indifferent tone. He did not hide this at all. He immediately admitted that he indeed wanted to kill the Dark Sovereign. Right then, the Dark Sovereign shifted her gaze and looked at the image summoned by the Buddha. She said, "From the looks of it, the one with the most secrets was you. Is your goal to rule the 7 realms? No, I am doing this for the greater good. I want the people of the world to be able to cultivate even better and rule this land." The human ancestor replied. The Dark Sovereign laughed. No one knew the intention behind her laughter. Just then, in the vast space, dazzling divine light coalesced. Endless light gathered together. This caused the human ancestor and the Dark Sovereign to reveal strange looks as they glanced over in the direction of the light. Then they saw the endless divine light gather together and gradually form the silhouette of a person. His face was clearly distinguishable. It was Donghuang the Great. The human ancestor as well as the Dark Sovereign narrowed their gaze. They stared at the silhouette which had appeared. He wasn't dead? How was this possible? They had unleashed their strongest attacks to annihilate Donghuang the Great. How could he have survived? Do you still wish to continue? Asked Donghuang the Great as he looked at the Dark Sovereign, the evil emperor, and the others. The human ancestor was also astonished when he saw Donghuang the Great. He was well aware of how powerful his attack was. He was confident that he had eradicated Donghuang the Great with that attack. That was why he switched targets to the Dark Sovereign and intended to kill two birds with one stone. To his surprise, not only did Donghuang the Great survive, but he also emerged unscathed. The human ancestor revealed a pondering look. Then he seemed to have thought of a possibility. He stared intently at Donghuang the Great and stated his speculation, saying, "I have long heard rumors of Donghuang the Great cultivating one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers. Now I know exactly which superpower you mastered." As he said this, he turned to the Devil Emperor, the Evil Emperor, and the Dark Sovereign. He warned, "If we do not kill Donghuang today, we will most likely not get another chance to do so in the future." The Devil Emperor and the Evil Emperor looked at Human Ancestor. They realized that there was more to the Human Ancestor and Donghuang the Great than what met the eye. They both had trump cards that had not been revealed before. Even though the Devil Emperor and the Evil Emperor had expected this, they were still surprised by the things they had experienced during the battle. The Devil Emperor thought of a lot of things. He took another glance at the image summoned by the Buddha. In the image, Ji Wudao was still fighting with the great emperors in the human realm. Before this, the Devil Emperor had joined forces with the other 3 great emperors to fight against Donghuang the Great and the Buddha. However, this 4-against-2 situation had been overturned. No one dared to act recklessly now. The 6th Buddhist superpower, elimination of outflows, is comparable to omniscient in terms of how powerful it is. Once cultivated to the highest level, the cultivator can even transcend the cycle of reincarnation, said Human Ancestor. Currently, Donghuang the Great has yet to reach that stage. We still have a chance to kill him. If we wait until he has completely mastered elimination of outflows, we will never have the chance to do so again. 2 of the 6 Buddhist superpowers were extremely difficult to cultivate. They were considered higher-level superpowers among the 6. They were omniscient and elimination of outflows. The person who had managed to cultivate omniscient was the Buddha of Destiny. He had reached the point where he could peer into the destiny of others. However, because the Buddha of Destiny had cultivated omniscient, he had yet to prove his way and reach the imperial realm. This was because the great path of fate was too difficult to acquire. As for Donghuang the Great, he reached the Great Emperor plane by cultivating other techniques besides elimination of outflows. This Buddhist superpower was but one of the many techniques he possessed. After he got the imperial realm, he continued cultivating elimination of outflows. By then, he could comprehend it deeper and hence had obtained very high attainment. The reason why he could survive the fatal blow just now was due to the elimination of outflows. The Human Ancestor's speculation was indeed on point. The Human Ancestor had been cultivating for eons. Therefore, he was more knowledgeable. Unfortunately, the Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign were very wary of the Human Ancestor. They couldn't trust the latter wholeheartedly like before, especially not after they had experienced the Human Ancestor attacking the Dark Sovereign after delivering the fatal blow to Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great said, "The Human Ancestor has been ruling over the human realm in the name of justice. You have been manipulating the situation in the 7 realms. You have not changed at all. Everyone, think back to past events and what's happening now. If this world is a chessboard, you should seriously consider who are the chess pieces and who are the chess players." Everyone fell silent after listening to his words. They did not attack him again. Instead, they shifted their attention to look at the battle happening at the Human Divine Palace through the image summoned by the Buddha. If the world was a chessboard, who were the players? Who maintained the balance of the world back in the day? Who would break the balance of the world today? Who exactly was in control of this game of chess? The 6 great emperors were all figures at the pinnacle of the world. They naturally understood some things at a glance. Why was the Human Ancestor attempting to shatter the equilibrium of today? I do not need to elaborate on the relationship between Donghuang the Great and the Heaven Realm. While invading the Divine Prefecture, Ji Wudao is slaughtering his way into Human Divine Palace. Is this a coincidence? Asked the Human Ancestor loudly. Everyone, you all have to think carefully about many things. Donghuang has been setting this up for many years. If we let him leave alive today, it will most likely be difficult to end things in the future. Donghuang the Great and Human Ancestor both had different perspectives. The 6 great emperors all had their suspicions. However, they all chose silence. The other four great emperors did not state their opinions. Who could they trust? It might be that neither of them were good people, be it the human ancestor or Donghuang the Great. "I will take my leave," said the devil emperor suddenly. A frightening storm then swept up around his figure. He immediately became a beam of red light that disappeared from where he stood and vanished without a trace. When Dark Sovereign saw the devil emperor retreat, he swept a glance at the human ancestor and then similarly retreated. He was born in darkness and had never trusted anyone. The human ancestor's ambush made him even more enraged. If that were the case, he would let the human ancestor and Donghuang the Great fight against each other. Both of them were now mortal enemies. They couldn't return to the previous status quo. Only the human ancestor and the evil emperor remained here. Even if they wanted to kill Donghuang the Great, it would not be possible. The other party also had two powerful cultivators, Donghuang the Great and the Buddha. Nothing would come out of this battle. Outside of Donghuang Imperial Palace, the various cultivators still battling ceased doing so. Many cultivators then began to retreat. Various forces received news that the six great emperors had stopped fighting. Since the great emperors were no longer fighting, their battles were naturally meaningless. It was a mess in Imperial City currently. Nevertheless, both Donghuang Imperial Palace and the Buddhist forces had strong foundations. Therefore, even though they had lost several members, the remaining cultivators still managed to keep their enemies from invading the palace. The great emperors failed to eradicate Donghuang the Great. Countless people in the Imperial City were shocked by the news. The members of the Six Realms were dubious about the whole situation. For great emperors collaborated, yet they could not kill Donghuang the Great. Even with the aid of the Buddha, it was still 4 against 1. They held an absolute advantage. Shouldn't they have taken him down? What exactly happened during the battle? Right now, Yi Futian was still on the way back to Imperial City. He was still too late in returning. Everyone had been taken away. He could only head to Donghuang Imperial Palace. Just as they were about to arrive at Imperial City, Yi Futian encountered the cultivators of the Devil World. Yushang was also present. "What is the matter?" Yi Futian asked Yushang. "The fighting has ceased over there. They failed to take down Donghuang the Great. You can't go to Donghuang Imperial Palace," Yushang told Yi Futian. The other cultivators of the Devil World also blocked Yi Futian and the others from entering the city. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. He looked at Yushang and said, "I must go." He met Yushang's gaze and said, "Matters have reached this stage. There is no other choice to be made. If Donghuang the Great wanted to kill me, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until today. There are some things that I need to ask him." Yushang fell silent for a short while and then made way for Yi Futian. He said, "I will follow you." However, the cultivators of the Devil World were still in their way. "Everyone, please let me through," said Yi Futian. Demonic might emanated from the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. When they heard Yi Futian say this, they still did not make way for him. They said to Yusheng, "Devil Emperor decreed that Yi Futian cannot enter Donghuang Imperial Palace." Yi Futian frowned. Yusheng did the same. "Let us through," Yusheng ordered. Was the Devil Emperor protecting Yi Futian? However, Yusheng's command seemed to be unheard. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace still blocked their path and would not budge. What is the meaning of this? Yi Futian furrowed his brows in annoyance. Yusheng had already ordered them to retreat, but the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace still would not let them pass. It seemed they must have received orders from the Devil Emperor. Even more, it had to be extremely stern orders. Otherwise, they would not be behaving so. Just that, why would the Devil Emperor do so? Was it to prevent him from entering Donghuang Imperial Palace to ensure his safety? Move aside. Yi Futian raised his voice as he barged his way forward. Divine power moved around him and his mood seemed to be souring. This was his matter, not Devil Imperial Palace's business to meddle in. Even after he and Yusheng had clearly expressed their viewpoints, they still would not let him through. He felt they had gone overboard. Devilish power flowed from the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace, and they remained where they were. Yusheng's expression darkened. A mighty devilish power surged from his body, and he made a rapid dash forward. The sky shook as he barked, "Make way! The Devil Emperor has made an order that we are not allowed to let Yi Futian enter Donghuang Imperial Palace. Yushang, you have to follow orders and stop him from going to Donghuang Imperial Palace. This is to protect both of you," a great emperor figure explained to Yushang. Boom! A ferocious aura emanated from Yi Futian. He suddenly rushed forward, and with a raise of his fist, countless beams of light came forth and clouded the entire sky. This one casual fist alone contained an immense amount of power. Each attack from his fist contained the divine powers of the world that formed by the accumulation of innumerable particles from the world. It was earth-shattering in its intensity. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace grew pale. When the attack swept past, their defense formation immediately collapsed as many cultivators were tossed out. They all spat out blood from their mouths. Even those on the Emperor level could not handle this blow. Buzz! Yi Futian moved his will, and divine light surrounded the sky at once. Unlimited divine swords of destruction were formed, and they pointed toward the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace. At the same time, he continued moving forward while coldly stating, "If anyone blocks my way, don't blame me for not showing any mercy." Then he went directly straight through the crowd. The cultivators had a menacing look on their faces, but the divine swords circling them significantly deterred them. Yi Futian was much more powerful than them, and no one could stop him. They could only watch Yi Futian pass through. Yushang followed him while he swept his gaze upon the cultivators standing on both sides of them. His eyes were cold. Why would the Devil Emperor hand down such orders? But now was not the time to think about that already. They continued moving forward at a rapid pace. Before long, they had arrived outside Donghuang Imperial Palace. The palace was vast and stood tall and mighty. Lifting one's eyes, one could see a heavenly door guarded by statues of legendary beasts like the divine dragon, the ancestral phoenix, the qilin, and the black tortoise. There were multitudes of cultivators around the place. Not long ago, they had gone through a huge battle and had been cast out. Although the enemy's withdrawal was due to the War of the Six Great Emperors having no conclusion, they were still considered to have blocked the enemy's strong attacks. And now, at this very moment, Yi Futian stood outside the Imperial Palace. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were very acquainted with Yi Futian. Of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture, quite a few had previously interacted with Yi Futian. Currently, they were all present. When the 5 great forces, including the human realm, had invaded the Divine Prefecture, the chief manners of the 18 domains had all gathered at Donghuang Imperial Palace. Naturally, they would be here. Many were old acquaintances of Yi Futian, who held a deep resentment against him. Seeing Yi Futian standing there now filled them with emotions. He was previously a nobody in their eyes and was someone they thought they could use as they pleased. Now, as he stood there, they could only look up at him. He had already surpassed them by miles and miles. Even the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Du, suffered the same fate despite having managed to enter the demigod plane after the many changes in the world. This would have been a great achievement in the past, and he would be one of the top contenders. However, he did not even have the qualification to speak with Yi Futian. Silver-haired and the pride of heaven, Yi Futian's white clothes swayed in the wind as he stood there. The day had arrived. He was finally at Donghuang Imperial Palace. In the Imperial City, many cultivators were gazing at Yi Futian. Would the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing return to the Imperial Palace? Would the hostility between the 2 generations be resolved today? Just that, how would Yi Futian be able to go up against Donghuang the Great? Even the alliance of 4 great emperors was not able to kill him. If Yi Futian entered Donghuang Imperial Palace, he probably would suffer the same fate as Emperor Yi Qing. This time, would Donghuang the Great still let him off? The Yi Futian of today had become an extreme threat to Donghuang the Great. Boom! At that moment, 2 shocking aura from afar drew near, and numerous people in the Imperial City looked up at the sky to see the dazzling lights of the Buddha and the Devil. Devil Emperor and the Buddha. The cultivators were shocked. The 6 great emperors had taken their battle back to the Imperial City. Yi Futian, Yushang, depart at once. A loud voice rang through the skies. It belonged to the Devil Emperor. He had been the first to leave the field of battle, and it was actually to rush over here to order Yi Futian and Yushang to go. As for himself, He was under the thumb of the Buddha and was still at a place very far from here. Yi Futian heard what the devil emperor said but did not heed his order. Instead, he turned to Yuxing and said, "Yuxing, you wait for me outside." Yuxing turned around to look at where the devil emperor was, then he nodded and said, "All right. I'll wait for you to return." Both of them shared a tacit understanding. If Yi Futian were unable to return in the future, Yushang would avenge him. Buzz. Another divine light descended within Donghuang Imperial Palace. A holy and unsurpassable emperor's might permeated the area. "Your Highness." Within the Imperial Palace, many voices arose. Donghuang the Great had returned. He was currently sitting on the divine throne in the palace. His gaze pierced through the area and looked straight to the outside at Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great looked across and could see each other. "If it were you, you would send people to take them away?" Yi Futian asked across the distance. Donghuang the Great looked at him and said, "You're finally here." Yi Futian frowned, not understanding what Donghuang the Great meant. Did Donghuang the Great know that there would be such a day and was waiting for him to come? "I've waited for you for a very long time," Donghuang the Great continued. Yi Futian peered inside. Was it his destiny? Was this day foreordained when Emperor Yi Qing's died during the battle of the two emperors? Today, no matter if he lived or died, he probably would find out the truth. "Let me see if you have what it takes to make it to me." Donghuang the Great threw out a challenge. "Come in." An emperor's might permeated the area and Yi Futian's head of silver hair danced in the wind. Countless eyes were upon his handsome face. A silver spear suddenly appeared in Yi Futian's palms. It was the silver spear. That day, the genius of the original realm, the leader of Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian, entered Donghuang Imperial Palace. Yi Futian held the spear in his hand and charged forward, his white robe swaying in the wind as divine light surrounded him. He was unstoppable. Within the imperial city, many people had their eyes glued on Yi Futian, watching his every move. Even the top cultivators watched Yi Futian entering the imperial palace. This white-haired lad was the genius of the original realm and had taken down a great emperor, although he was just an emperor-to-be. He had killed 7 emperors with one spear. There were so many legendary stories about him. The many cultivators standing outside Donghuang Imperial Palace were all people he had to look up to once upon a time. But now it was the opposite. They could only hope that Donghuang the Great would kill Yi Futian. They were no longer fit to be discussed in the same breath as Yi Futian. "Get in formation," a voice cried out, and the statues of the legendary beasts that were in front of the heavenly door to Donghuang Imperial Palace lit up with a brilliant divine light. At once, 4 enormous and ferocious divine beasts appeared in the sky, guarding the entrance. The 4 beasts obscured the entire sky and were like real incarnations of the actual divine beasts. They emanated the emperor's might. In front of each beast stood a cultivator who was on the emperor level. Their auras matched the divine beasts as if they were born just to be part of this formation. The 6 great emperors who controlled the heavenly law were not simple characters, and they had all kept their real abilities well hidden until now. However, they were beginning to show their real prowess and the full range of their abilities to the world. The divine dragon had a huge body that covered the entire sky. Its large eyes stared at Yi Futian and shot a terrifying golden divine light at him. At the same time, the ancestral phoenix spat out divine fire, while the Qilin and the black tortoise released divine powers that charged at Yi Futian in a bid to kill him. Yi Futian lifted his head and took one glance at the 4 beasts. His eyes turned into the image of a sun and a moon. All of a sudden, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A world appeared with him at the center of it. The sun and moon sparkled with divine light, and the divine powers of Taiyang and Taiyin shot out. The divine power of Taiyang was aimed at the dragon, while that of Taiyin was aimed at the phoenix. Revolving stars were hurled at the Qilin and the black tortoise. A terrifying and phenomenal power filled the area outside Donghuang Imperial Palace for some time. The spear in Yi Futian's hands released a dazzling divine glow as he subsequently marched forward. With a flash, his body transformed into a stream of light that charged toward the door. Buzz! A humongous divine matrix appeared in front of the heavenly door, stopping Yi Futian from going in. The divine matrix then generated many images that seemed to form a world in itself. The world strove to devour Yifutian, but he lifted his hand and thrust his spear forward. In an instant, a beam of light pierced through the air and blasted the divine matrix. Thump! The divine matrix gave out a dull sound, and moments later, it disintegrated into pieces. The whole area seemed to have been ripped apart, and everything was shattered. This one hit petrified the surrounding cultivators, and their faces turned deathly white. Just the aftershocks alone were suffocating. The divine matrix collapsed and crumbled, just from a hit from a spear. Not too long ago, this formidable divine matrix had blocked all invading cultivators. Although it was not solely due to the matrix's power, it still played a big part in keeping the cultivators out. Yet, when it came to Yifutian, the divine matrix appeared so vulnerable that it could be broken by one strike. Even the 4 divine beasts seemed to fear going forward now. It was like they had developed intelligence and knew they would not win. Of course, as someone who had taken down 7 emperors with one spear, Yifutian would naturally live up to his name. This also meant that the cultivators who had invaded the divine prefecture could not hold a candle to him. Apart from the 6 great emperors, he was virtually untouchable by anyone. Ji Wudao was probably the only one left who could take him on. Yifutian continued onward, stepping into Donghuang Imperial Palace under the watchful eye of many cultivators in the imperial city. The cultivators outside of the palace also followed him in. Donghuang Imperial Palace was colossal and vast. Many palaces stood tall and imposing, and there were even mountains and lakes, along with numerous training grounds. Yifutian gazed afar to the ends of Donghuang Imperial Palace. There, a sky stairwell led to the Divine Palace. In the Divine Palace sat Donghuang the Great on his divine throne, commanding the respect of the people of the Divine Prefecture. And there was where Yifutian was headed. His speed was not fast, but at every spot he passed, a terrifying bolt of divine power crashed down from the heavens. There was an elderly person sitting upright above an ancient palace. Suddenly, Yifutian felt like he had entered a different world. Without knowing, he had entered the divine domain of the great path of his opponent. The illusory god? Yifutian remarked to himself. Everything felt like the real deal. In the divine domain he was currently in, the appearance of his own world caught him by surprise. It kept evolving in a way similar to his micro-heavenly path. Boom! At that moment, the micro-heavenly path seemed to be breaking apart. Everything in it was demolished and then constructed again. A supreme divine power akin to the power of the heavenly path descended and destroyed all that was there, turning into an apocalyptic force that completely wiped out his micro-heavenly path. This is not my world. Yifutian looked up at the sky while muttering in his heart. He closed his eyes and divine power surged about him. His whole body was bathed in a glorious divine glow that made it seem as if he was the master of the world. His micro-heavenly path was one of its kind. Boom! A spectacular divine power exploded onto Yifutian and burst into the endless space. Was this an illusory spell? It had brought him into an illusory divine domain. Yifutian raised the spear in his hands again and, disregarding everything around him, pierced it forward. His one strike broke all the spells. The illusory world let out a dull, rumbling sound, and everything in front of him vanished into thin air. Things went back to normal. The elderly man he had seen just now had also disappeared. It was like he had never even existed. Yifutian did not put much thought into it and carried on moving forward. Just then, another bout of tyrannical force pressed upon him. Above the skies, an enormous figure of a god appeared. He held a heavenly divine hammer and released it, letting it drop down upon Yifutian. For a while, the earth rumbled, and it was as if the sky was going to be blasted to pieces. A matchless divine might swept down and wiped everything out. Yifutian lifted his eyes to take a look, and his spear stuck again. The strike this time was mighty, directly going head-to-head with the divine hammer. Bang! The earth seemed to be on the verge of exploding. A crack appeared on the heavenly divine hammer, and subsequently it shattered into pieces. The terrifying power of the spear continued its upward strike toward the upper skies, where the enormous figure of the god was. It hit the god, blasting him out as blood spurted from his mouth. Even cultivators on the emperor level in the imperial palace of the divine prefecture were completely incapable of stopping him. No one dared obstruct Yifutian as he made his way forward, his spear in his hand. He walked past many regions, finally reaching the golden sky stairwell that led to the divine throne. An extraordinary divine might filled the area as two beings appeared at the foot of the golden sky stairwell. They were extremely beautiful ladies hovering in the air as they stared at Yifutian. An impressive divine might emanated from them and onto Yifutian. Great empresses, Yifutian murmured to himself. He never thought that the guardians of the golden sky stairwell of Donghuang Imperial Palace would be two great empresses. Yifutian lifted his eyes upward. Donghuang the Great was waiting up there. Outside Donghuang Imperial Palace, the Devil Emperor stood in the sky while Yu Xing stood behind him. The Buddha was in front of him, still on guard. He had not foreseen that he would be too late. He gazed into the Imperial Palace. Now even if he wanted to, it had become impossible for him to stop anything that was going to happen. He should have been more decisive and taken action when his suspicions had first been aroused. But since things had come to this, he also wanted to see how things would end. Inside Donghuang Imperial Palace at the foot of the Golden Sky stairwell, there were two great empresses with remarkable auras. Both were peerless in elegance and talent. They were true goddesses. At that moment, the two great empresses were looking at Yifutian below them. A petrifying sword divine matrix used their consciousnesses to immediately appear above the sky. Countless runes lit up and glowed within the golden divine matrix. All at once, rays of light from the divine matrix shone down and enclosed the entire area, shrouding Yifutian. Runes and divine swords appeared one after another and caused havoc in the area. It was the Tianqing divine sword that could cut through the sky. Tianqing divine sword. Yifutian looked at the two empresses. They could summon the Tianqing divine matrix to bring unlimited Tianqing divine swords. It felt as if the whole land was about to be buried. A sharp screeching pierced the air, and divine swords emerged one after another from the Tianqing divine matrix in the sky. They contained the divine power of the Tianqing matrix, and when they attacked, golden bolts of light appeared in the sky. Everything was going to be annihilated. Accompanied by an intense light, the Tianqing divine swords started their downward onslaught. A dazzling divine glow lit the top of the divine matrix, but Yifutian's body shimmered at the same time. The light screens that had been formed from innumerable world particles now surrounded him. Cackle! The horrifying divine swords attacking him were now on a completely different level from Donghuang Diuan's. They contained the true Tianqing divine power and could even penetrate the world particles and the light screens. Cracks appeared on Yifutian's defense shield as the swords continuously made holes in it. Yifutian was somewhat astonished when he raised his head and saw what was happening. These two great empresses were even more powerful than a usual great emperor. Even so, compared to the person he was now, there was still a large gap. An intimidating divine glow emitted from Yifutian. He raised his left arm, and insurmountable divine power rushed from his hand. Heaven-slaying divine power burst forth and divine light lit up the area. Tianzhu. He raised his hand and blasted the air with his palm. Countless divine swords came forth and clashed with the falling divine swords. At the same time, he stepped into the void. The silver spear in his right hand released an overwhelming divine glow as he thrust it into the Tianqing divine matrix. The spear broke through the void and a striking divine light burst through the land onto the divine matrix. It caused the whole matrix to shake violently and the appearance of countless cracks after that. The cracks grew rapidly until the divine matrix disintegrated with a loud bang. Yifutian's spear continued to dominate. Yifutian continued his steps upwards. His silver spear was unstoppable. The two empresses eyed him intensely and then unexpectedly moved aside to let him through. It was like they knew they would not be able to stop him. Yifutian stepped onto the golden sky stairwell without a hitch. He made his way up, step by step, his footsteps seemingly heavy. At the end of the sky stairwell was Donghuang the Great. He was one of the 6 great emperors of the 7 realms, and the ruler of the divine prefecture. He was the cultivator with the greatest achievements for 1,000 years and was known as the most outstanding of all the great emperors. The 4 emperors who had worked together to kill him went away in defeat. Just then, an incredible heavenly might descended onto the golden sky stairwell. Revelation divine power radiated out. At once, Yi Futian's movements felt heavier. Even so, he continued releasing his divine power defiantly, and his whole body glowed in an attempt to withstand the sealing power of the revelation divine power. Bang! As he stepped forward, the golden sky stairwell quivered. He paused and glanced up. The frightening golden divine light and the revelation divine power had combined and were wielding their influence onto the area. He started climbing the stairwell again. Another loud explosion sounded as the golden sky stairwell let out a roar. Even things in the distance were shaking as if they had felt the impact. Bang! 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 Yi Futian's steps slowed, but every step set off a storm. In the beginning, it was just the golden sky stairwell trembling, but afterward it was the entire Donghuang Imperial Palace. They shook with every step Yi Futian took. Presently, it was completely silent within all corners of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Everyone's gaze was focused on the same direction, where Donghuang the Great was seated. Had Yi Futian reached? Will Donghuang the Great kill Yi Futian this time? Yi Futian had made it onto the golden sky stairwell step by step, and finally, he completed his last step of the stairwell and reached the top. In front of him was a path paved with golden divine shimmers. At the end of the path was another flight of stairs, although there were only 9 steps this time. At the top of the flight of stairs was an imperial palace, and in front of the imperial palace was the divine throne. And on the divine throne stood Donghuang the Great. It looked as if he had always been there. Yi Futian felt as if his heart had been hit by something just then. There was a vague sense of déjà vu. It felt as if he had been in this exact same situation before. Not bad. Donghuang the Great looked at Yi Futian, who had reached the top of the sky stairwell. Where are the people of Yi Imperial Palace? Yi Futian demanded to know. Donghuang the Great got up from his throne but did not answer Yi Futian's question. He walked down from the divine throne, down the flight of stairs, and stopped in front of Yi Futian. The terrifying revelation divine power suppressed everything and was impossible to restrain. Boom! The divine power within Yi Futian roared and burst forth, surging around him. It was his first time meeting Donghuang the Great, one of the 6 great emperors. He could genuinely feel that immense suppressing pressure upon him that came from the revelation divine power. Buzz! Another terrifying divine power flowed around Yi Futian. His body suddenly moved and broke free from the shackles of the revelation divine power. He turned into a bolt of light and his spear pierced out. When his spear attacked, time and space seemed to be distorted. It looked like it was somewhere far, yet the next moment it was right in front of him. A petrifying divine light radiated from Donghuang the Great's eyes. The area around them turned into the revelation divine domain, weakening the power of the spear as it crashed onto the light screen of the divine domain. Crackle! The silver spear astonishingly distorted time and space and devoured the divine power within the revelation divine domain. This caused Donghuang the Great much astonishment. He then blasted the air with his palm to suppress everything. Bang! Another loud bang and the divine power tossed Yi Futian out. He stared at Yi Futian and continued, path-slaying cultivation, creating a micro-heavenly path on your own, distorting time and space, and being able to devour the revelation divine power. It won't be long until you accomplish something great. Yi Futian frowned. He did not expect Donghuang the Great to be so knowledgeable about his cultivation. It was as if he knew it like the back of his hand. Looking at the towering figure in front of him, he reflected that it was the first time he had seen the other at such close quarters. Donghuang the Great had walked down from his divine throne. They stood there, looking at each other, their eyes locked together. This scene felt like it was predestined. It could only be fate that such an encounter would take place in their lives. Just like what Donghuang the Great said, he had been waiting for a very long time for this. With a wave of his hand, immediately, the revelation divine power that had been enveloping the endless space removed itself from Yi Futian and spread to the surrounding regions, locking down the area. Yet it did not touch Yi Futian. Ha! Yi Futian was shocked. He had already experienced the powerfulness of Donghuang the Great's revelation divine power. What was Donghuang the Great's intent in removing the power from him? Donghuang the Great then took out a silver spear, which he held in his hands. It seemed as if he wanted to fight Yi Futian on equal footing. His head full of black hair swayed in the wind as his long robe fluttered. He held the spear in his hands horizontally in the air. Looking at Yi Futian, he shouted, "Let's start." Yi Futian stared at Dong Huang the Great, and the spear in his hand burst out with divine light. An extremely powerful divine power surged forth and resulted in an overwhelming pressure in the area. His body moved like a bolt of lightning, striking out with his spear. He broke through. Dong Huang the Great's eyes became extremely abnormal. Divine light swirled within those eyes as if there was divine power in them. His hand shook slightly, and he attacked with his spear too. Bang! A dull bang accompanied the crashing of the two spears together. Sharp end met sharp end, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. However, as the revelation divine power had confined the entire region, the storm was unable to spread outside, and only this region was shaking. How quick! Yi Futian uttered in his heart. At such a near distance and with a swift attack in its execution, Dong Huang the Great could block his attack. In his eyes, Dong Huang the Great's movement was not fast, but he was accurate to the extent that it hit the sharp point of the spear. A terrifying force threw Yi Futian back out to where he had been at the start. The spear that contained the heaven-slaying divine power could not shake his opponent. But Yi Futian was not ready to concede defeat. A storm of divine power swept along his body and enveloped the area. The battleground became immensely oppressive. Yi Futian's body transformed into a ghost, but there was a blurred shadow where he had stood just moments ago, and he left a series of afterimages behind him. The second attack broke through. This second attack contained an exceptional power that tore the void apart and smashed a section of the sky. One could only imagine the intensity of its power within this constricted domain. An exceptionally overpowering emperor's might enveloped the area. Dong Huang the Great's robe swayed, and he attacked again with the spear in his hand. Furthermore, his spear faced Yi Futian's head-on. When their spears clashed, a strange sensation arose within Yi Futian. He vaguely felt that the power of his spear technique had not yet reached its maximum potential. It was as if it was being suppressed. It was like its attack power could not be fully released as it inhibited the other spear technique. Yi Futian was once again thrown back to his starting position. His domineering and unrivaled sword technique seemed like it was attacking cotton, his attacks creating no noticeable effect at all. What kind of spear technique is this? Yi Futian looked closely at Dong Huang the Great's eyes. Within the eyes, which contained golden divine powers, he could somehow make out an extraordinary power of perception that could see through all pretense. It was as if from the moment he had released his spear, everything had been predicted by Dong Huang the Great. What's this? Yi Futian's heart started to beat quickly. This ability of Dong Huang the Great was very similar to one of his that had been with him since his youth. What was all this about? An even more aggressive aura emanated from Yi Futian. Divine power circled the top of his silver spear, and the tip of the spear glowed with divine light as the makings of a terrifying vortex appeared. He struck once again. Time and space seemed to have become distorted after this strike, and an immensely oppressive aura broke out. Yet again, Dong Huang the Great's return strike was accurate to the smallest degree. But this time, Yi Futian's spear suddenly became faster and came down earlier. At that moment, Dong Huang the Great felt like he was mistaken, but in actuality, his emperor eyes had seen the difference in the speed of time flow. Bang! Yi Futian's spear landed. This time it was finally not repelled by his opponent's spear technique and could do maximum damage. In an instant, a petrifying vortex storm devoured everything, and the whole area seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The spear in Dong Huang the Great's hand amazingly broke and crumbled into pieces. Subsequently, it got devoured into the vortex storm. Yi Futian's attack continued its onslaught straight ahead. It was about to approach Dong Huang the Great's body when a frightening revelation divine light rushed around his body. Boom! A loud bang. Yi Futian's spear was blocked by an invisible force restraining it. Yi Futian's arm shook and he spun his spear while continuing moving forward. He penetrated the revelation divine light and was inching bit by bit toward Dong Huang the Great. It was the first time the both of them had come this close. Dong Huang the Great looked fixedly at him. The terrifying storm seemed to devour and tear everything apart in the vortex but could not affect Dong Huang the Great. An absolute defense shot up around his body, and Yi Futian's spear power was weakened to the point that it could not move forward. Distortion of time and space is the supreme manifestation of the laws of the micro-heavenly path. What is the spear called? Dongwang the Great looked at Yi Futian, who was just a short distance away from him. He did not retaliate but instead asked a question. In fact, with Dongwang the Great's terrifying prowess, he could attack Yi Futian right then. Yet he did not so, but instead calmly asked a question like he was having a normal conversation with him. Entombed. Yi Futian replied. Entombed. Dongwang the Great nodded in acknowledgement, then said it could break my spear technique. Not bad. A pity I came a bit too early. If my heavenly path had been perfected and I made it to the emperor level, perhaps I could have had a fair battle with you. Yi Futian sighed. He ultimately was still not on the same level as Dongwang the Great. This time, the human ancestor invited me to participate in the battle. That's why I led cultivators to invade the divine prefecture. But this whole thing was solely my doing. I do not know if I will die here, but I plead you to let the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace go. Dongwang the Great looked calmly at Yi Futian and nodded. Sure. Seeing Dongwang the Great agree, the divine power in Yi Futian roared fiercely and was still maintaining its onslaught. The spear in his hand wanted to break through the defense. Upon seeing how determined and persistent Yi Futian was, a smile suddenly appeared in Dongwang the Great's bright eyes. The smile was exceptionally gentle and radiant. It did not seem to belong to a person who harbored any resentment. Puff! A soft sound floated out, and the area suddenly became completely silent. Yi Futian was stunned. Just as he was trying to comprehend the meaning behind Dongwang the Great's smile, the defense surrounding him suddenly vanished. The next thing he knew, his sword had pierced right through Dongwang the Great. Complete silence reigned in the area beneath the divine throne in front of the heavenly palace. Yi Futian looked at the spear in his hand that had pierced through Dongwang the Great's body, and an extremely shocked expression surfaced in his eyes. He slowly lifted his head to look at Dongwang the Great. Why? He asked. He just could not understand. No, don't! A voice cried out, and a beautiful figure appeared at the side. It was Dongwang Diyuan. Yi Futian looked toward her. He found the look in Dongwang Diyuan's eyes to be familiar. It was similar to the sorrowful expression on his face when he was playing the divine requiem. All this while, Dongwang Diyuan had been an enigma that he could not fully understand. At times, she would act haughtily and even go to the extent of purposely humiliating him. Her high and mighty attitude reeked of arrogance. Yet, on a few occasions, he somehow had the feeling that Dongwang Diyuan was harboring a deep secret. Behind her, the two great empresses hovered in the air. Their gazes also fell on Yi Futian and were gentle. Surprisingly, there were even tears in them. Why? Yi Futian looked toward Dongwang Diyuan and asked. He felt that everyone seemed to know something that only he did not. Dongwang the Great naturally knew about it, and so did Dongwang Diyuan. Even the great empresses at the back knew. I heard from Diyuan that when you were 16, you could run about freely in the mountainside. Back then, you were just an innocent young lad, free of any care or worry, Dongwang the Great suddenly said. His voice was soft and he was smiling gently at Yi Futian. After that, you followed Hua Fenglu to Qingzhou and found a teacher at a cottage. You met Little Du, then went to the Eastern Barren Territory and entered the palace. You went through near-death experiences and many other things before you made it out of the 9 states and met Emperor Xia. It has been hard on you all these years. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Was it because he was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing? Was Dongwang the Great planning to eradicate all possible future threats to himself just in case? This was beyond ridiculous. Dongwang the Great knew about everything after all. He was aware of every single thing that had taken place in those years. Little Du? What exactly was Mr. Du's real identity then? Please withdraw the spear, Dongwang Diyuan pleaded. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with tears as she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt numb, and his mind whirled. Suddenly, many memories surfaced in his mind. They were so numerous that he could not place them correctly. But he still withdrew his spear. The destructive power of his spear had done significant damage to Dongwang the Great after all. Yet Dongwang the Great only smiled and turned around to walk back up the flight of stairs. He then merely sat there. At that moment, he did not look like a great emperor that oversaw the whole world but more like an ordinary middle-aged man or a benevolent elder. I know you probably have many questions. For you to fully understand, we need to go back to when it all started, 500 years ago. Dong Huang the Great said as he gazed at Yi Futian. In that period, there was hardly any law or order, and as a result, wars and conflicts were never ending. Things were terrible where the original realm was previously located. Countless people died from the wars that broke out year after year, resulting in the destruction of cultivators in the original realm. Emperor Qing and I had long desired to end the chaos but were sadly limited by our abilities. We were unable to achieve the outcome we badly wanted until we met her. When Dong Huang the Great mentioned her, his eyes were filled with absolute gentleness and a quiet sense of admiration. The ruler of the divine prefecture and one of the 6 great emperors was filled with admiration when talking about his wife. One could only imagine how exceptional she must have been. There will never be anyone like her in this world anymore. Dong Huang the Great sighed and his gentle expression suddenly became solemn. He looked at Yi Futian and continued, she was the daughter of the heavenly emperor. When he died, the heaven realm entered an era of darkness. However, the orphan the heavenly emperor left behind was the most remarkable lady in all of history. She was born to be the sovereign princess and had no equal. Yi Futian suddenly felt like his heart had been hit by something and was beating furiously. Supreme Sword Lord had said the same sentence before. She was born to be the sovereign princess and had no equal. When she died, the world lost much of its splendor. Yet now Dong Huang the Great was saying the same thing. Of course, the two of them were not on the same level. Dong Huang the Great was someone who was standing at the top of the world. She was an absolute idealist. Even after achieving emperor level, she refused to become the heavenly emperor but quietly continued cultivating instead. She discovered that the battle of the old heavenly path that had caused the disintegration of the heavenly path and the loss of law and order in the world did not make the world a better place. Conversely, after the path of the emperors was severed, cultivators started to madly clamor over the cultivation resources in a bid to enter the emperor plane. The few great emperors left in the world chose to hide to protect their interests. They wanted to rule the world by themselves and become the ruler over all things, making it so that the laws in the world would function according to their wishes. Thus, she was keen on rebuilding the heavenly path and restoring the path of the emperors so that all the cultivators in the world would have a chance of becoming an emperor. She was even willing to help others prove their paths. It was at that time that Emperor Yi Qing and I first met her. Yi Futian was taken aback. The sovereign princess had wanted to rebuild the heavenly path and restore the path of the emperors. What was more, the reason Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing could become emperors was related to her. Going by what Dong Huang the Great said, it was only with her help that they could ultimately prove their paths and enter the emperor plane. In addition, all that Dong Huang the Great did for the divine prefecture afterward, which included reviving martial arts and allowing all the people in the world to practice cultivation, was likely also in accordance with her will. Therefore, to Dong Huang the Great, she was not merely his wife. Dong Huang the Great resumed speaking. With her help, Emperor Yi Qing and I conquered and united the divine prefecture. We also won the battle of the original realm and attained the authority to rule over the original realm. She then sealed off the original realm so that it would be isolated from the other realms and protected from intrusions. 500 years ago, how had Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing won the battle of the original realm when they had just become great emperors? Now he knew that it was because she was behind them. Were the Buddhists willing to help him also because of this? Because of this, the original realm was peaceful for hundreds of years. Everything was progressing well. She was on her way to achieving her goals. Yet it also brought on a calamity. Dong Huang the Great's eyes suddenly turned cold. He continued, at that time, the heaven realm was the strongest out of all the realms in the world, and the heavenly emperor was also the most powerful out of all the great emperors. Yet, he suddenly passed on. It was only later on, when she continuously tried to rebuild the heavenly path, that she found out that she wasn't the only one with the same thought. However, the other party, in reality, had no intention to rebuild it but to replace it instead. He became the ruler of the whole world himself. It was also because of this that the heavenly emperor died. After she foresaw the dangers that were approaching, she understood that there were some things she was no longer able to complete, so she hoped to find someone who could inherit her will and fulfill it. Sadly, neither Emperor Yi Qing nor I possessed the capabilities to do so, and thus a new plan was created. Dong Huang the Great said as he looked intently at Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian's heart convulsed sharply. His whole mind was blank, and he felt as if he had stopped, frozen in time. Even the spear in his hands was quivering. This world was a chessboard, but who were the pawns and who were the players? Now finally he knew. The spear in Yi Futian's hand disappeared, and his mind was in complete chaos. The heavenly path had been remade into the ancient tree of the world. No wonder the ancient tree of the world could perceive all the divine items, for it contained the power of the source. So he was that person in that new plan who remade the heavenly path. It seemed that everything was indeed predestined. A long time seemed to have passed before Yi Futian turned his attention to Dong Huang the Great. Extremely mixed emotions in his eyes. The daughter of the emperor was the wife of Dong Huang the Great. Therefore, the truth about his birth that he had been searching for so long turned out to be right in front of him. The enemy of whom he had been so wary of was his biological father. The master of the divine prefecture was his biological father, but he had been living in the shadow of the divine prefecture all this time, which seemed like cruel irony. Yi Futian suddenly laughed, and the laughter seemed a little sarcastic. He did not know who or what he was laughing at. This kind of ending was something he had never considered possible. Although he had anticipated countless possibilities, he never expected this would be it. He didn't have a choice, said a voice from his side, which attracted Yi Futian's attention. He turned and saw Dong Huang Diuan with tears on her face, looking particularly sorrowful. It looked as if she had endured a lot as well. No one had any choice in this matter. They were all fighting for the same thing. If you were the one being left behind, they would surely have discovered you. For this ideal, many chose to sacrifice themselves, including my father, said Dong Huang Diuan, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Dong Huang Diuan. Your father, he murmured, was Emperor Yi Qing. Yes. Dong Huang Diuan nodded. Yi Futian remembered when Emperor Yi Qing cried when he saw him. Finally, he understood that the moment Emperor Yi Qing saw his spiritual soul, he had already known who Yi Futian was. His parents, one was the brother of Emperor Yi Qing and the other was someone whom Emperor Yi Qing admired the most. No wonder you are unparalleled in strength. You have been bathed in the power of the ancestral phoenix since you were a child. When the relics of the 8 legions appeared, you chose to inherit the power of the Naga with the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix to protect you. Yi Futian seemed to be murmuring to himself. So, in the heaven realm, the divine demon diagram that appeared under the heavenly path was not for me, but you. Dong Huang Diuan did not answer. Of course, she knew it was for her, but she did not fight for it. His action was a silent acknowledgement that it belonged to Yi Futian. Ever since my father's death, Dong Huang Imperial Palace was under surveillance. Therefore, everything that the Imperial Palace did seemed to be to get rid of all traces left behind by my father. But in fact, it was to cover up your existence. He had no choice. Over the years, he was enduring all this by himself. Dong Huang Diuan was worried that Yi Futian would resent Dong Huang the Great. It turned out that it was because of him that Emperor Yi Qing became taboo in the divine prefecture and all traces of him had been erased. In the end, even the city of Qingzhou, where he grew up, had disappeared entirely. Therefore, his godfather, who was also behind the scenes, was a key player. No wonder his godfather always told him that he was born to be an emperor ever since he was young. Turned out that it was indeed destiny. From the moment he was born, he would either die or inherit the throne. So, the world of Buddhism participated as well, Yi Futian said. Back then, when I was not yet an emperor, I had gone to the world of Buddhism to cultivate, and it was your mother who asked me to go. She and the Lord of all Buddhas had discussed Buddhism together. Even the Buddha was incredibly respectful and taught me elimination of outflows, one of the 6 superpowers. Dong Huang the Great said, this is the highest Buddhist method in Buddhism and it is not to be passed on to anyone lightly. Apart from the Buddha of Destiny, the Medicine Buddha Lord, and a very few other highly respected great Buddhas also know the truth. Yi Futian thought of the aggressive attitude of the Medicine Buddha Lord and what the Buddha of Destiny called the 500-year reign. It turned out that all this was done to distract everyone else. After all, at that time Yifutian had already begun to reveal his talent and became one of the most enchanting genius talents in the world, catching the attention of several great emperors. Everyone is covering up your existence to buy more time for you, Donghuang Diyuan said. Then why are they not covering it up now? Yifutian asked. There was no way to hide it any longer, especially after you killed the 7 emperors with your spear. Both the human ancestor and the devil emperor have become suspicious. Although they could not confirm it, they started to have doubts about your existence. Donghuang Diyuan continued, that was why the human ancestor invited you to the human divine palace to see if you would go and invited you to participate in the war. Besides, they had arranged for a great emperor to get inside the Yi imperial palace and could use the people in the palace to threaten you if there was anything out of the ordinary. Yifutian suddenly put 2 and 2 together when he heard Donghuang Diyuan's words. What he didn't understand at the time was now crystal clear. It was precisely because he did not know anything that the human ancestor didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. Nonetheless, he was very much guarded as far as Yifutian was concerned. The same held true for the Devil Emperor. No wonder he felt that the Devil Emperor was behaving a little strangely. Not long ago, the Devil Emperor ordered the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace to intercept him and prevent him from entering Donghuang Imperial Palace. Obviously, after the Devil Emperor fought against Donghuang the Great, and after the Great Emperor he dispatched to Yi Imperial Palace was killed, he sensed that something was wrong. Donghuang the Great's order of attack on Yi Imperial Palace was not meant to threaten Yifutian with the people in Yi Imperial Palace. On the contrary, it was to bring these people to Donghuang Imperial Palace so that Yifutian had nothing to worry about in the future. At this moment, the divine power that sealed the space disappeared, and many people stepped on the stairs to come here. They stood far away behind him, watching Yifutian. Yifutian turned his head back to look at them, and saw they were his elders who had been brought to Donghuang Imperial Palace. At this time, they were strongly impacted by the turn of events and were shocked. Especially Hua Fenglu, who felt as if he was in a dream. He was the first person to know Yifutian's secret, and knew that he was related to Emperor Yi Qing. But what he could never expect was that Yifutian was the son of the master of the divine prefecture. In the crowd, Yifutian saw a familiar figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Mr. Du from the cottage. He was also here, looking at him with a smile, but there were tears in that smile. He also saw the man he had been calling Father Yi Baichuan and the family he knew. They were all here. Everything that Donghuang the Great and Donghuang Diyuan had been saying was the answer he sought. Boy, it's been a long time. Yi Baichuan looked at Yifutian and said with a smile. Yifutian didn't know how to respond. Was he resentful? Of course there was some of that. But after knowing the truth and seeing those familiar faces in front of him, he couldn't muster up any hatred. Donghuang the Great sat there watching everything and showed a rare smile. No matter what, it was a reunion of sorts. He slowly got up and walked towards the top of the stairs. At this moment, he no longer resembled an unparalleled great emperor but more like an old man who had gone through a lot in life. He has endured too much over the years. The prophecy predicted by the Buddha of destiny was about to be fulfilled. Donghuang the Great walked to the divine throne. But instead of sitting down, he faced forward and took a deep breath. The 500-year reign of Donghuang the Great was coming to an end. From today on, it would be the era of the new emperor. Outside the Donghuang Imperial Palace, many top figures in the divine prefecture had gathered. The cultivators of the 18 domains, and the great emperors from the ancient god clans, such as several great emperors who had grievances with Yifutian, were all looking inside, wondering if a conclusion had been reached. This time, Yifutian had so boldly stepped into the imperial palace. Perhaps it would be the end for him. It was high time for Yifutian to fall. Likewise, the devil emperor did not leave, but he was not able to enter Donghuang Imperial Palace. He wanted to know the answer badly because this matter involved one of his closest relatives. As he gave a glance into the distance, at the highest point of Donghuang Imperial Palace, the Devil Emperor whispered, "Is the truth about to be revealed?" He seemed to be talking to himself, but it was also as if he was asking the Buddha, who was in front of him. The Buddha did not respond but stood there, quiet. At this moment, someone walked out of Donghuang Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor was not surprised when he saw this man as if he was expecting him. On the other hand, Yushin sharpened his eyes and there was a strong sense of shock. What was happening? The man walked with purpose until he approached the Devil Emperor. The two men stared into each other's eyes, each assessing the other. "You've come," the Devil Emperor uttered in a low voice. At this moment, his voice sounded extraordinarily calm. The man looked at the Devil Emperor briefly, then directed his attention to Xianxia behind him. "What's going on?" Xianxia asked, his voice slightly trembling. His father was the man who walked out of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Who would tell him what happened? The man who appeared was none other than Xiang's own father, Yi Futian's godfather, and the younger brother of the Devil Emperor of the Devil World, also known as a traitor to the Devil World. "Xiang, you have done very well over the years," his father said to him. "As for the reason behind all this, you will know soon enough." The Devil Emperor had a sarcastic look when he heard these words, and it was not clear who he was mocking. He stared at his younger brother, who was in front of him, and said, "So, Donghuang has never betrayed his beliefs, and he did not betray Emperor Yi Qing. Donghuang Duan is just a decoy. Isn't that right? What a great conspiracy." Even the likes of him had been kept in the dark. Although he had his doubts, he still felt that Yi Futian must be in the role of an avenger. It wasn't until recently that he began to wonder about Yi Futian's real identity, hence the battle of the Six Emperors. He thought everything would come to an end and that Yi Futian's identity would change nothing no matter what it was. But the battle of the Six Emperors could not end this era, and Yi Futian stepped into Donghuang Imperial Palace. When he saw no response from the man, the Devil Emperor continued, "Who are you loyal to? Donghuang? Emperor Yi Qing? Or both of them?" "Neither," Xianxia's father replied. The Devil Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed as if he understood something. He remarked, "I see. I didn't expect her to have such power over you all, connecting you. The divine, the Buddha, and the devil have all participated. She was a remarkable woman indeed." The divine, naturally, referred to the divine prefecture, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. The Buddha, of course, referred to the world of Buddhism, the Lord of all Buddhas. The devil was his own brother. They had no connection and may have even been on the opposite sides. But they ended up here together because they had stayed true to the same belief. It was all because of her that they were under the command of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. They are loyal to their own beliefs, the Buddha added from the side. "Belief?" The Devil Emperor said sarcastically, "Look at the state the world is in, and what difference does it make? You care and pity the world, but who will pity you? For the sake of the so-called world, you can abandon your own people, betray your own flesh and blood, and kill your own clan. In his eyes, was your son even ever your own? Who is Yuxing in your eyes?" The Devil Emperor fixed on his brother and continued pressing, "Have you ever felt guilty about this, asking the heir of the devil world, your own child, to be loyal to the others and serve another?" Hearing all this, Yuxing naturally understood something. So, was this the truth? He who had never been moved by anything trembled at this moment. He looked at his own father. As strong as he had been, at this moment his eyes were fragile. This was his father. "Yusheng," his father looked at him, "never forget the beliefs you hold dear to you, and don't forget everything that you two have experienced." The Devil Emperor suddenly laughed sarcastically. "Indeed, in your eyes, Yusheng is nothing more than a pawn, born to serve." The Devil Emperor continued sarcastically, "What kind of spell did she put on you to make all of you agree to do this?" Images appeared in his mind, and his cold heart felt some warmth at this moment. There was a strong admiration that could be detected in those dark eyes of his. Her magic could only be known by those who had come in contact with her and those who knew her. She was a person who was pure to the extreme, someone who thought only of the others with no pretense whatsoever. For her ideas and her beliefs, he could sacrifice everything, even his own life. After she fell, Yi Futian became his belief. Therefore, he considered himself a slave. Yi Futian was the one who would take over her scepter and realize her will. Devil Emperor. At this moment, the Buddha, who was on the other side, said, "The world needs a change. If someone supreme is to emerge, everything in the devil world can also be changed and the devil's abyss will be emptied. Are you trying to convince me?" The Devil Emperor looked at the Buddha and said, "If people in the world have reached the state of supremacy in cultivation, how do you expect them to remember their original intentions? Power corrupts all. When you have control over the world, everything will naturally operate according to your will. The heavenly path in ancient times were as such, and it will be no exception in the future. That's your belief, not mine. You don't understand her, and you understand Dong Huang even less, the Buddha said. Buddhism sympathizes with the world and wants to educate all beings. But were there any fewer scumbags in Buddhism than in any other sect? Why can't Buddhism educate one's own? Asked the Devil Emperor most sarcastically. Nothing you said is wrong, but there are always some people who are different. She was part of the past. Let's put her aside for the time being. However, do you understand Dong Huang himself? Asked the Buddha. A coward like Ji Wudao alleged, or a determined person who endured humiliation and burdened with doing what's right, the Devil Emperor retorted mockingly. Among the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, omniscient and elimination of outflows are the most difficult to cultivate. In terms of the prerequisites for cultivation, elimination of outflows has the most stringent requirement, the Buddha said slowly. Do you know what kind of people may cultivate the elimination of outflows? The Buddha said that when all karma is cut off, those who are no longer bound by life and death may cultivate the elimination of outflows. People in this state of mind have long since ceased to consider their own life and death, no longer coveting anything for themselves. Only by putting all this aside can he accomplish the elimination of outflows. Today, everything that Dong Huang did was for that belief. So, does this mean that the Buddha is selfish inside? The Devil Emperor was unmoved. Amitabha. The Buddha clasped his hands together and said, I'm ashamed to say that I work for merit, seeing one's nature by discovering one's heart. The Buddha is blunt enough. The Devil Emperor responded coldly. Just as they were speaking, a splendid divine light radiated from Dong Huang Imperial Palace, covering the entire boundless void and quickly spreading to the entire imperial city. The Devil Emperor looked up over there, just as all the cultivators in the imperial city looked in the same direction. The domain chief's manners of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture and those ancient emperors focused their attention there. There, they seemed to see the figure of Dong Huang the Great, who stood in front of the divine throne, bathed in divine glory as he faced the world. From today onward, Yi Futian will inherit the throne of the divine prefecture and will be titled Futian the Great. He will be the new emperor who will rule all of the divine prefecture, said a voice that came from the Dong Huang Imperial Palace, ringing throughout the land of the divine prefecture. Dong Huang had abdicated, and now a new emperor was born. The land of the divine prefecture and the 18 domains were located on an infinite continent, where many living beings resided. All of them looked up into the sky to hear that voice resounding above the firmament. It sounded as if it came from outside the world. The voice was that of Dong Huang the Great. This voice was like thunder, and no matter what any cultivator was doing on the mainland of the divine prefecture, they stopped at this moment. Their hearts trembled violently. At this moment, the entire divine prefecture was greeted by a moment of absolute silence. No one spoke, no one cultivated, and no one fought. But after a brief moment of dead silence, there was an uproar. What was happening? Dong Huang the Great had abdicated his throne and gave it to Yi Futian. As far as they knew, not so long ago, the human ancestor, along with the Devil Emperor, the Evil Emperor, and the Dark Sovereign, launched an attack on the divine prefecture. Yi Futian had also led the forces from Yi Imperial Palace to participate. They didn't understand why there would be such a huge change. Now, Yi Futian was about to inherit the throne of the divine prefecture. There were some unknown factors behind Emperor Yi Qing's death back then. Dong Huang the Great had no choice but to do what he did. But what could be the reason for him to pass the throne on to Yi Futian? Or, did Dong Huang the Great, out of guilt, return the throne to the rightful heir of Emperor Yi Qing? Numerous people were speculating and talking. This thunderbolt had stunned everyone and turned their world upside down so that they couldn't react for a while. Everything was happening so fast that no one expected it. The sky is changing, someone marveled as they looked at the sky. In the divine prefecture, the sky had changed. It was just the divine prefecture, but perhaps the whole era was about to change. The transition of power this time in the divine prefecture was more than what met the eye. If the cultivators in the 18 domains of the divine prefecture were shocked to this degree, one could only imagine the reactions from the cultivators inside Dong Huang Imperial Palace at the moment. The core members inside Donghuang Imperial Palace were shocked by this voice, including even the direct disciples of Donghuang the Great himself. Countless people looked up at the highest point of the Imperial Palace and they were speechless. However, after a while, a few elders showed a look of sudden realization. It was no wonder Yi Futian was able to survive until now. Some of the doubts in their hearts were cleared up at this moment. Nonetheless, some did not look so pleased. For example, the 4 ancient emperors of the 4 ancient god clans. Hao Yan the Great, Xianxia the Great, Wuliang the Great, and the heavenly emperor Jiang all paled. No wonder Donghuang the Great had allowed Yi Futian to roam upon the land in divine prefecture doing whatever he wanted. At this moment, the truth dawned upon them, and they realized everything was over for them. Everything was over. They did not get to see Yi Futian's death as they wanted. Instead, they were witnessing his inheriting the throne of the divine prefecture. This time, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Not only them, but some had made life difficult for Yi Futian in the 18 domains, such as the domain chief of the West Sea domain and the domain chief of Xianxia domain. It was true that they had greatly improved their strengths, but before Yi Futian, they were nothing. More importantly, now that Yi Futian was to inherit the throne, they would be under his command. This was some devastating news to them. The Devil Emperor raised his head and looked in the direction of Donghuang the Great. Suddenly he laughed. He remembered the last time he came to Donghuang Imperial Palace to get some information from Donghuang the Great. They had chatted while Yi Futian was fighting Hao Yan the Great and Xianxia the Great at the same time. He asked Donghuang the Great about Yi Futian, and Donghuang the Great admitted that he had bested Yi Futian. Later, he asked Donghuang if he felt guilty enough to return the throne to Emperor Yi Qing's heir. Donghuang the Great replied that there was some guilt, but not what he initially thought. Indeed, things were more intriguing and interesting than the Devil Emperor had imagined. It could be said that it had not ceased to surprise him. For this day, you people planned for 200 years, and Emperor Yi Qing was willing to die for it. This is your belief, the Devil Emperor said with mockery in his eyes. Even Yushang is no more than just a part of your plan, a mere tool. You mean to tell me that everything was done only to assist Yi Futian? Yushang looked at his father. What the Devil Emperor said was indeed what his father had told all along ever since he was young. He was born for Yi Futian, born to be a general to assist Yi Futian. At this moment, he was rather hoping for a different answer. No, his father looked at Yushang and continued. Of course not. Yushang will be the creator of history. He will become the controller of the future orders between heaven and earth, ruling over all the demons in the world. Futian has always treated him like a brother. Is that so? The Devil Emperor's eyes were full of sarcasm, and those dark eyes seemed to see through everything. He said, someone who was born with a mission, only born to fulfill your beliefs. If he is not a pawn of yours, then what do you call him? As for ruling over the demons in the world, he can do that himself without bowing down and surrendering to anyone else. Yushang's father didn't argue. He had lied to appease Yusheng. What the Devil Emperor said was right. Yusheng was born with a purpose. But it was not just Yusheng but Donghuang de Yuan too. They were both born to help Yi Futian. This reality would be cruel for Yusheng to accept, but some things must be accepted despite the personal sacrifice. Even Emperor Yi Qing was willing to die for it. The blood of demons has always flowed inside of you, and for a cold-blooded and ruthless man like you to fulfill your beliefs no matter the cost, her influence on you must have been extraordinary, the Devil Emperor remarked in a low voice. He was truly curious to know what kind of person the Dark Sovereign was that she could make Donghuang the Great, Emperor Yi Qing, and his own younger brother work together to do her bidding. Having said that, the Devil Emperor turned around and said, "Let's go." Yushang looked at his father and hesitated for a few moments. Then he, too, turned around and followed the Devil Emperor. Watching Yushang's departing figure, his father did not show the slightest sign of worry. He knew that Yusheng hated him and had hated him since he was a youth. Yusheng could hate him, and he was willing to bear all the hatred from Yusheng. But over the years, he had come to realize one thing. No matter how much Yusheng hated him, when Yi Futian appeared in front of Yusheng would make his own decision. Some people were impossible for him to hate. He turned around and walked inside Donghuang Imperial Palace. At this time, inside Donghuang Imperial Palace, there were already many people heading in that direction. They were on their way to greet the new emperor. Beneath the divine throne was Yi Futian. He raised his head to look at Donghuang the Great, who was on the stairs. Even at this moment, he still hadn't recovered. Everything that happened was too shocking for him. Over the past 200 years, he was living in a gigantic web of lies. Donghuang the Great wanted to use that strike to make up for his guilt towards Yi Futian. But he knew that it was not his fault. So whose fault was it? Donghuang the Great stood quietly next to the divine throne, not urging him. He looked at him calmly, waiting for Yi Futian to step onto the divine throne that belonged to him. Is she still around? Yi Futian asked as he looked up at Donghuang the Great. Naturally, Donghuang the Great knew very well who Yi Futian was referring to. Yes, she's always around waiting for you. You have already met her, Emperor Donghuang said as he returned Yi Futian's gaze. They had met. Yi Futian appeared thoughtful. Many images flashed across his mind at this very moment. More than 200 years ago, the sovereign princess, his mother, had a premonition of the dangers ahead, which accounted for the events that took place later. Subsequently, the sovereign princess herself had fallen. But now Donghuang the Great claimed that she had always been around. In fact, Yi Futian had already met her. Then there could only be one possibility remaining, and that was she had been existing in the world in another form. No wonder there is the resonance. Yi Futian secretly marveled, looking at Donghuang the Great. The 99th heaven in heaven realm. That slice of the heavenly path. Donghuang the Great nodded. In the days of yore, she made her heavenly path into an ancient tree that allowed all things to grow. Later, she sent the spirit of the heavenly path into your body, which became your spiritual soul, to accompany you in your growth always. She transformed herself into an imperfect heavenly path to existing in the world. This was to avoid the suspicions of the others. No wonder the 6 emperors did not enter, Yi Futian murmured. Everyone knew that the heavenly path possessed a spiritual consciousness, or else it would not have yielded divine items as it did. But Yi Futian never dreamt that the consciousness of the heavenly path would be his mother, the most superior woman in the world. Nobody could even come close to her. Yi Futian felt a pang of sadness in his chest at this moment. It turned out that they had met already. So, Ji Wudao is also a pawn, Yi Futian said. Yes, Donghuang the Great nodded. Ji Wudao has always been part of the plan. Like De Yuan and Yusheng, they are the future rulers of the order between heaven and earth. At the same time, they are also used as distractions so that the rest of them may confuse Ji Wudao as the one who covets heaven. In fact, in recent years, this is exactly what everyone thought. And it's not just the world, even Ji Wudao himself thinks so as well. His growth has far exceeded anyone's expectations. Ji Wudao has completed the cultivation of the chaotic heavenly swallowing method, a terrifying divine method that can devour the abilities of the others, absorbing them as his own. More precisely, Ji Wudao can be described as a pawn that has escaped the chessboard. Donghuang the Great continued, if he is under control, then even if he inherited the throne of the heavenly emperor, he can still be used by you. If he is no longer under control, he can be replaced instead. Futian, you are the true heavenly emperor. Yi Futian did not feel happy when he heard what Donghuang the Great had told him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of sadness. Donghuang Diyuan, Yusheng, and Ji Wudao were all about the same age as he was. So this was the truth. All of them were born for the same goal, and all of them were pawns in this game, played between heaven and earth. But Donghuang the Great had changed the game. For his safety, he and Donghuang Diyuan switched their identities, which even Emperor Yi Qing didn't know. That was the reason why Emperor Yi Qing was so sorrowful after looking into his spiritual soul. Everyone was born for his sake. How sad was this for Donghuang Diyuan, Yusheng, and Ji Wudao. So, Chen Yi was too. Yi Futian thought of what happened at the Great Bright Domain in the land of 18 domains, which ended with Blind Chen's death. Now it seemed that only Donghuang the Great could have staged all this. Donghuang the Great nodded and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" "What about Qing Yao?" Yi Futian asked. "She is not part of this?" Donghuang the Great nodded. Yi Qing Yao was an accident. The child of darkness was not part of the plan. "What about the teacher?" Yi Futian asked again. The teacher is an unusual man, said Donghuang the Great. Some things were done because I asked the teacher to do them. Yifutian nodded. Then, it was not surprising that he was the one in charge of Four Corner Village. So, with such a massive plan, who is the enemy? Yifutian finally asked who can make her perish? And why did Emperor Yi Qing have to die? And even Emperor Yi Qing's whole faction was wiped out. 300 years after the unification of the Divine Prefecture, the civil war between the two emperors erupted, resulting in the entire faction of Emperor Yi Qing being obliterated. It was said that there was so much blood they formed into rivers in that battle, and it was not just Emperor Yi Qing who was killed. It was commonly believed that numerous great demons had been immolated in that battle, which created a huge gap in the demon realm. It might even be that only a few core people knew the truth and died willingly. The majority of them remained ignorant and became collateral damages to the plan. For those people, it was unbelievably cruel. Once, they were the founders of the Divine Prefecture, but they were purged ruthlessly. Donghuang the Great had a complicated expression on his face when he heard Yifutian's questions. This was also the pain he felt in his heart for many years, which he had been unwilling to face. If he had a choice, he'd rather that it was him who died. Let me answer for him, a voice said. Yifutian turned around and saw a familiar figure coming towards them. When Yifutian saw the man, his heart trembled slightly, but he couldn't manage to address the man as he used to. At this time, he was no longer a hunched-over old man. An icy aura permeated from him and his eyes were cold to the core, tinged with cruelty. Those eyes looked at Yifutian. Your mother wanted to remake the order of the world and end the era of chaos. But the best way to change the world is to directly gain control over the world. Many years ago, she had already predicted the outcome, so the plan had been in place even before she fell. The only difference was that the plan was not as extensive at the time, and only some things were being done. It wasn't until her fall that the plan started to take shape. As for her death, we still haven't figured out who the enemy was. But as far as we know, it's very possibly the human ancestor. Of course, it would not be the one that you saw today. Yifutian's godfather looked at Yifutian as he continued to explain. But in the battle back then, the enemy was gravely injured as well and fell into a deep sleep. The human ancestor you see today is most likely just the other spokesperson in the world. Yifutian was extremely shocked inside. The human ancestor was known as the ancestor of the human realm, in charge of the world order. Could something like this have been hidden so deeply within his background? After your mother fell, the enemies still refused to give up and forbade the existence of two emperors in the Divine Prefecture. They joined forces with the Dark World, the Devil World, and the empty Divine Realm to start a war, intending to destroy the Divine Prefecture. Because of that, a civil war between the two emperors erupted and the Divine Prefecture separated from the Heaven Realm. This was a tragically costly price to paralyze our opponent. At that time, the other also had concerns of their own, so the battle was a lose-lose situation. Our enemies did not dare to fully expose themselves, for they worried about the forces of the Devil World and other principalities, so things eventually calmed down in consideration of everything and all parties. However, they had never relented in keeping tabs on Donghuang Imperial Palace. As a result, Donghuang Imperial Palace cleared the remaining power of Emperor Yi Qing as a way to buy us 200 more years. If we didn't sacrifice a faction, and if the other party spares no expense, the Divine Prefecture may have ceased to exist a long time ago. Now, the world has changed dramatically. The age of the gods was upon us, and the human ancestor had already begun using his hidden prowess. This was also an indication that the real player may be returning, so we are in a race of time. After you ascend to the throne, the tasks that your mother could not complete will fall upon you. Having said that, he knelt on both knees and prostrated under the stairs. He kowtowed to Yifutian and said, Your servant, you too, beseeches the young master to ascend the throne. The heavenly path is dead, and Futian shall rule.